Are you tired of waiting for the next Classroom of the Elite anime season? You're in luck, because I read the novels and am about to spoil the entirety of Classroom of the Elite Year 2. FYI though, not all characters have good usable models, so on occasion, I have to improvise. With the second year beginning, Ayanokoji will be confronted with 160 new students, some of which will rival his brains, while others tackle his brawn. However, the true threat lies in the existence of another student from the White Room. We immediately find Tsukishiro in the White Room, having a meeting with a certain student. He explains their mission is to integrate into the first year class, with their goal being to have Ayanokoji expelled. Kei Karuizawa, aka his secret girlfriend, enters into the classroom, drawing everyone's attention, though Horikita steals it all away due to her new hairstyle. Sudo is fond of this new look, but Kushida on the other hand is disgusted to share a hairstyle with her enemy. Now the class is given tablets in place of textbooks, and Chabashira forces everyone to download the new Overall Ability app. Essentially, the school has summarized each and every student's abilities into a numerical value, which is then put on public display in this app. Luckily, each year is calculated separately. However, the previous year's scores are permanently on display for all to see. Chabashira then warns them that an unknown minimum score may be needed sometime in the future, and you also learn that Sakura and Ike are tied for the lowest overall score. Chabashira-sensei then moves on to discussing the next special exam. It will consist of an extremely difficult written test. However, the twist is that each student must partner up with a first year. They're given a 2-week window to find a partner, whose score will be added to their own. Each person can potentially acquire up to 500 points. However, if a pair fails to get at least 501 points, then the second year student will be expelled, as the first year will also be penalized. It's also worth noting that anyone who flunks this test on purpose will immediately be expelled, though Ayanokoji notices there's no rule protecting the partner of someone who purposely scores a 0. This means Ayanokoji is guaranteed to be expelled if he accidentally selects the White Room spy as his partner. Chabashira goes on explaining that if you can't secure a partner before the exam, you'll be given one randomly on testing day, along with a 5% penalty to your grade. She also points out that they can and should use the OAA app to select a suitable partner. In between classes, Ike begins freaking out, as he's basically screwed unless he convinces a top-tier student to become his partner. Harada skillfully calms him down, as he and Horikita promise to help everyone find a reliable partner. Then it's a short while later that Horikita reminds Ayanokoji of their competition, followed by a discussion around the special exam. She's been using the OAA app to scope out the first years, and states that finding Sudo a partner should be their top priority. When suddenly, they each receive a message from Ichinose, inviting them to a meet and greet for all the first and second years. They both agree that classes A and C probably won't be attending, as they can just use a large amount of private points to buy their partners. Horikita then offers to find a partner for Ayanokoji, but he chooses to decline, as he can't risk being partnered up with the spy. They head on over to the meet and greet, with Sudo accompanying them. They immediately realize that less than half of the first years are in attendance, and that most of the people here are struggling academically. It's just a few minutes later when Horikita declares that it's time for them to leave. Sudo points out that they haven't even talked to anyone yet, prompting her to explain that she's planning to target the students who didn't attend. It's also strange that there wasn't a single student here from Class 1D, leading her to believe that it must already have a leader. Sudo doesn't believe they can win by partnering with Class D, and Horikita actually agrees with him. She explains they don't stand a chance against Class A or C in a battle of money. Plus, the small reward for this exam is almost negligible. Our group makes their way to the first year classrooms to find Ryun exiting Class 1D. They exchange a polite greeting as Ryun begins taunting Sudo. Horikita points out that he'll only scare the first years with this type of behavior, to which he replies,
"That's the plan."
Ryun then states that these first years seem a little too informed for brand new students, allowing Horikita to step inside to find Class 1D completely empty. The following day, Ayanokoji notices a commotion in the hallway and steps outside to find two first years walking toward them. They both take a second to glance toward Ayanokoji before confronting Horikita. The boy has a very nasty attitude as he instructs Horikita to get down on her knees and beg him for help with the special exam. She points out their Class D as well, but Hosen uses the second year's potential expulsion as leverage against Horikita. Hosen then asks Sudo if he wants to throw down, before swiftly knocking him over. Ishizaki steps between them as Nanase attempts to de-escalate the situation. Ishizaki reaches toward Hosen, but is stopped by Ryun.
Do that if you want to die.
You come to find out that Ryun and Hosen were both famous delinquents where they grew up. However, this is their first time actually crossing paths. Surprisingly, Ryun refuses to fight, so Hosen grabs Ibuki by the throat, lifting her into the air. Nanase forces Hosen to back down with a threat, just as a teacher arrives to reprimand him. As they walk away, another first year from Class 1B steps forward, immediately recognizing Kushida from middle school and asking if she'll become his partner. She's very hesitant to accept, and Ayanokoji wonders if Yagami knows about Kushida's past. After class the next day, Sudo, Horikita, and Ayanokoji are at the mall, where they attempt to recruit some first-year Class D students. Apparently, they've already received offers from 2 other classes, and explain they'd be willing to partner up with Sudo for a massive 500,000 personal points. Horikita declines, asking to be introduced to their class, but they refuse because Hosen would get angry. You then learn Horikita's 3 goals for the special exam, with her reasoning being that they don't have enough points to outbid classes A and C. And in order to reach these goals, she's planning to form a cooperative relationship with Class 1D. Seemingly out of nowhere, they are interrupted by a Class 1A girl, and after a bit of conversation, she agrees to partner up with Sudo if he can cook her a tasty meal. Now, Sudo doesn't know the first thing about cooking, so Horikita volunteers Ayanokoji to cook on Sudo's behalf. She agrees to meet up with Ayanokoji tomorrow, but keeps all the details for her meal a secret. At this point, roughly 30% of the students have found partners. However, Class 1D hasn't formed a single pair. Ayanokoji begins thinking about the White Room spy, and how his odds of being paired up with them increases each and every day. While on his way to school, Nanase approaches him, apologizing for Hosen's violent behavior. He takes this opportunity to ask if their classes might be able to work together. Personally, she would love to cooperate with them, but she doesn't think her class will agree. Then with a very dark glare in her eye, she agrees to attempt to set up a meeting. Ayanokoji then makes his way to school and waits outside to inform Horikita of his agreement with Nanase. She's glad to hear this and mentions that Kushida did in fact pair up with Yagami, which should help some of their peers find partners within Class 1B. Now the time has come for the cooking contest, so Ayanokoji goes to the mall to meet up with Amasawa. She leads him into the store, forcing him to buy everything the meal requires, completely disregarding the fact he already owns half of it. They head back to his dorm, where she prohibits the use of his phone, before ordering him to cook Tom Young-gung. Ayanokoji has no idea how to make this dish, though this is exactly why he sneakily puts in an earpiece, which is connected to Horikita through Sudo's phone. Amasawa then mentions that she'd like to have an apple with the meal, which explains the need for the fruit knife. Thanks to Horikita's instructions, he completes the dish in about 30 minutes, placing it and the apple in front of his judge. She scarfs down the food, saying that it was decent, before jumping up to clean the kitchen. Ayanokoji asks if it was good enough, to which she says not quite, but she still agrees to partner with Sudo anyway. She takes her leave, and Ayanokoji takes some time, debating whether or not Amasawa could be the spy. Now, around the same time as the cooking contest, Ryun and Sakayanagi were each having a meeting with their underlings. The takeaway is that both of them believe the other to be dancing in the palm of their hand, and that neither of them are actually paying the ridiculous amount of points that they've offered to the first years. Though it is worth noting that Ryun is straight up paying people just to decline Sakayanagi's offers. Now, they've met with Nanase today to discuss a cooperative relationship, but Class 1D can't agree with this because Hosen believes in individualism. At this point, Horikita realizes that Hosen holds total control over this class, so she wants to speak with him directly. A few moments later, she talks to Hosen over the phone, who rudely tells her to pay up or fuck off. Then it's that very same night that Ayanokoji receives a phone call from his girlfriend, who informs him that the store has only sold one of a certain item. You then find out that Kei managed to secure a partner through Kushida, but she also admits to slacking on her studies, which is why Ayanokoji invites Kei to come to his room tomorrow evening. The following day, they head back to the library to meet up with Nanase once again. She arrives 30 minutes late because she was attempting, but failing, to convince Hosen to come as well. Nanase offers up the idea of making a secret deal behind Hosen's back, but Horikita immediately declines, prompting Nanase to reveal that this proposal was just a test of Horikita's resolve. She then explains her plan to force a meeting with Hosen this coming Sunday, which Horikita agrees to before leaving the two of them behind. Then with the dark look in her eye once again, Nanase states that she suspects Ayanokoji of being a bad person, though she apologizes shortly after, as they begin discussing this school. Unlike Ayanokoji's grade, this group of first years were only given 800 class points. However, they were compensated with detailed instructions on how the school operates, but they were not told about protection points. Later that night, Kei arrives to his room and does about an hour of studying before collapsing on the table. She pushes through another hour before reaching down to pick up a single red hair off the floor. Kei freaks out. He tries to explain, just as Amasawa rings the intercom. Kei angrily attempts to answer, but Ayanokoji intercedes, letting her into the room. Amasawa explains that Ayanokoji is her personal chef, and that she's come here today to search for her lost hair tie. She quickly finds it in the kitchen and makes her escape, leaving behind one very pissed off girlfriend. At this point, only 50-ish pairs remain, causing Ayanokoji to worry about partnering up with the spy. Due to this, he heads to the mall in search of first years, but winds up running into Sakaya Nagi. She's already taken into account that a spy might be hidden among the students, and she offers Ayanokoji a partner that she's already acquired, though he declines her offer because he'd rather be in control of his own fate. He's then stopped by two unknown first years, Tsubaki and Utomiya. Tsubaki is still in need of a partner, and asks Ayanokoji to pair up with no strings attached. This is obviously a little too fishy, so he declines, claiming that he already has someone in mind. Elsewhere on campus, you see Sato and Kei hanging out for the first time in a while. Sato leads them to a secluded area, where she asks why Kei broke up with Harada. She suspects there was a significant reason behind it, but Kei chooses to play dumb. Sato straight up asks if Kei is dating Ayanokoji, and demands to know how long she's liked him. Kei finally admits to being his girlfriend, explaining that she began noticing Ayanokoji around the time of their double date. Then with a slap, and tears rolling down her face, Sato mutters,
"Now we're even."
They're then able to hug and make up, because Sato recognizes that Ayanokoji rejected her, and that you can't really control who you fall for. Sunday evening rolls around, and our group arrives to the agreed upon meeting location 30 minutes early. Sudo tries getting Suzune to sing a few songs, but of course she declines. Nanase and Hosen arrive right on time, and Horikita asks for a cooperative relationship. He rejects this. She clearly states they refuse to pay for partners, but Hosen seems to believe otherwise. Nanase mentions that they might need allies in the future, but Hosen says the day may never come for Horikita to return this favor. He wants 1 million private points as collateral. Horikita refuses, so he reaches out, grabbing her by the collar. Sudo rockets out of his seat, but Horikita motions for him to stay back. Hosen then changes his angle, revealing that he'll cooperate if they can beat him in a fight. Sudo is more than ready to throw down, but Horikita calls off the negotiations, causing Hosen to drench her with a glass of water. Sudo lunges forward to attack, but Horikita reels him in once again before leaving. Hosen, however, catches up to them, claiming he is finally ready to cooperate. They find another secluded location to begin negotiating, just as Hosen jacks up the price to 3 million private points. Horikita basically laughs in his face, causing Hosen to turn violent. She turns to leave. Hosen leaps forward, only to be stopped by Pseudo. The two hotheads begin to brawl, as Nanase explains that President Nagamo personally informed them that some violence is in fact okay. Hosen is winning and eventually tricks Pseudo into looking toward Horikita, only to deliver a strong hook to the face, knocking Pseudo down. Horikita takes a fighting stance, but is immediately overpowered. Pushing the matter even further, Hosen pulls out a knife, threatening to kill Ayanokoji if they don't cough up 5 million points. Nanase tries jumping between them, but is quickly slapped away, as Hosen steps toward Ayanokoji with the knife held in a backhanded grip. The blade streaks downward as Ayanokoji charges forward, purposely catching the blade with an impaled hand. Ayanokoji reveals this knife to be the same one he used to cook with, and states that Hosen was about to stab himself in order to frame Ayanokoji. To counter this, Ayanokoji had to let himself be stabbed, resulting in blood splattering all across Hosen's clothes. At this point, Ayanokoji is more or less aware that a bounty has been placed on his head, and that Amasawa retrieved this knife the same night he was studying with Kei. A very unnerved Hosen asks what happens now, so Ayanokoji offers to keep this incident quiet under 2 conditions. The first is that their classes form a cooperative relationship, and the second is that Hosen becomes Ayanokoji's partner. His thinking behind this is that the White Room spy would want to keep a low profile, which is the exact opposite from the way Hosen's been acting. Hosen agrees before leaving, and Ayanokoji calls Chabashira-sensei, asking for some help and a towel. Nanase then takes a moment explaining that some of the first years were given the special task of getting Ayanokoji expelled. The reward for said task is 20 million private points, and this is the reason why Hosen was willing to stab himself. Horikita is not satisfied and demands more details. However, Ayanokoji tells her to just let it go. Nanase then looks at Ayanokoji with those dark eyes, telling him that he never should have come to this school. It's now many days later, and the special exam has been concluded, with a 100% passing rate. Horikita had chosen the math test for their competition, and scored a very impressive 87 points, putting her at the top of the class. However, she only came in second place, due to Ayanokoji scoring a perfect 100 points. The entire class is shocked, to say the least, and Yukimura even asked to speak with him in private, though Ayanokoji turns him away, as he needs to talk with Horikita. Due to the test results, and stabbing, Horikita finally acknowledges Ayanokoji's ridiculous power. They are then interrupted by Chabashira-sensei, who takes Ayanokoji to speak with the director. You see, the time limit is up, so he asks Ayanokoji for the name of the secret spy. However, Ayanokoji's not sure, so he chooses not to name anyone. This puts Tsukishiro in a good mood. That is until Ayanokoji points out that Tsukishiro's plan seems to have failed. Mr. Director reveals that the spy disobeyed his orders. However, he's not too worried, because this mission's deadline has been extended. You find Yukimura in the classroom, physically shaking as he waits for Ayanokoji to return. That math test had college-level questions, yet he was able to earn a perfect score. Kei attempts to defend Ayanokoji, but the entire class begins debating whether or not he cheated. Pseudo points out there's no evidence behind this claim, just as Harada steps in, breaking up the discussion. Ayanokoji leaves his meeting with the director, heading straight back to class. Yukimura immediately asks how he scored 100% on the test, but before he can answer, Horikita takes control. She claims to have discovered Ayanokoji's strength sometime last year, and declares it was her plan to keep it hidden, sort of like a secret weapon. Though Yukimura isn't buying this lie, and wants to know why they chose now to reveal it. She explains the other classes will likely try and target Ayanokoji, so they needed to wait until Class D became strong enough to protect him. He can't argue with this, and instead wants to know if Ayanokoji is hiding anything else, but Horikita refuses to answer. Then with that taken care of, Ayanokoji attempts to leave the room, but is stopped and cornered by his friends. Yukimura still feels very hurt, prompting Ayanokoji to apologize for attending all of Yukimura's tutoring sessions. Hasebe forces them to shake hands, and they all agree to hang out later. That evening, Ayanokoji arrives to the mall early, where he bumps into Ichinose and Kanzaki. She congratulates him on the perfect math score, while Kanzaki is anything but pleased. Ichinose exclaims that Ayanokoji is not their enemy, but Kanzaki doesn't agree with that. Ayanokoji reminds her to always trust in her allies, so she boldly proclaims to always protect her classmates, even if it leads to her own expulsion. However, Ayanokoji says,
I won't let you be expelled.
A week later, Ayanokoji runs into Sudo on his way to class, who brings up his very brief but impressive fight with Hosen. Ayanokoji refuses to acknowledge his own power, causing Sudo to switch topics, asking why Ayanokoji never ordered him to stay quiet. This is because Ayanokoji recognizes just how much Sudo has grown, so he knew he could trust Sudo not to tell anyone. Their conversation then comes to a close, with Sudo revealing that he's glad Yamauchi was expelled instead of Ayanokoji. A few days go by, and they're on their way to school when Horikita asks about Ayanokoji's injured hand. Next, they discuss the 20 million point bounty, and that she suspects Nagamo of being the mastermind. She also mentions that she plans to join the student council today, and wants Ayanokoji to tag along, just in case she is rejected. After class, they meet up with Nagamo, where Horikita asks to join the student council. But surprisingly, she's met with pushback, as Nagamo wants to know why she's changed her mind. Since the last time Nagamo invited her, Horikita has reconciled with her brother, so she claims to just be following in his footsteps. Nagamo extends his hand to the newest member of the student council, before asking if Ayanokoji would like to join her. As expected, he declines, and Nagamo says,
Here soon, I'll play with my underclassmen.
Then it's while on his way home that Ayanokoji receives a text message from Kei, asking if she can come over. About 30 minutes later, she enters into his dorm in a panic, as she was almost seen doing so. It's later on during their date that they begin inching closer and closer, almost as if their lips are drawn to one another. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, so Ayanokoji looks outside to see Amasawa playfully calling for him. He cracks open the door, prompting her to seductively stroke the lock with a single finger, politely asking if she can come inside. She drops the facade, revealing that she tailed Karuizawa here, and wonders how their class will react upon learning of their relationship. With no other choice, he lets her inside, and she asks about what sexual activities they've been up to. She then hands them a contraceptive as a sort of apology gift for trying to get Ayanokoji expelled. This is the first time Kei is hearing about this 20 million point bounty, and Amasawa goes on explaining that she purposely let Ayanokoji figure out their plan by purchasing that very specific knife. Then after interrupting their date and saying all this, Amasawa takes her leave, as Ayanokoji is left to explain the entire situation to Kei. 2 weeks later, Ayanokoji runs into Nanase while on his way to school. She apologizes for everything and reveals the bounty will be active up until the second semester. We then learn that a single first year has been expelled, just before Nanase tells Ayanokoji not to have any regrets. Now, during class, Chabashira announces the next special exam, which will be followed up by a week-long, examless vacation aboard a luxury cruise ship. However, this special exam will last 2 weeks on an uninhabited island. All 3 grade levels will compete against one another, though the first years will receive a bit of a handicap. They are to spend the next few weeks forming groups of up to 3 people, while the first years can form up to 4. Then while on the island, they will be able to combine groups, up to a maximum of 6 people. Chabashira tells them a group can pass the test as long as a single person remains, and that it will not be easy to combine groups later on. Each person will also receive 1 of 8 bonus cards, which each have a unique effect. These effects don't stack, but they can be traded, though only to people outside of your class. This time, the rewards for this exam will include class points, private points, and even a protection point for getting first place. The bottom 5 groups, however, will be expelled, unless they can pay a large sum of points as compensation. After finishing the explanation, Chabashira promptly leaves the room, and Koenji follows. Ayanokoji decides to tail behind them, and overhears Chabashira declaring that becoming ill during the test will only result in expulsion. Koenji then notices and asks to join Ayanokoji's small group, though he obviously says no before walking away. Back in the classroom, the students are discussing the special exam. Sudo doesn't want to work with the other classes, however Harada does, since it will lower their chance of expulsion. Horikita mentions that Class A benefits the most from working with the other classes, prompting Sudo to offer up the idea of forming an alliance between classes B, C, and D. Harada points out that this may cause Sakayanagi to retaliate against their class, so they all agree to just wait and see what the other classes are going to do. Horikita then asks if Ayanokoji plans to win by himself, but he thinks that's rather reckless. He then steps out of the classroom and is immediately met by Ishizaki, who wants a moment of his time. Albert and Hiyori each grab a hold of an arm, forcefully leading him away and into Albert's dorm. Ishizaki just really wants Ayanokoji to group up with people from his class, which, by the way, actually overtook Ichinose during the last exam. He even offers to pay 20 million points for Ayanokoji to switch classes, though Ryun knows nothing about this deal. Ayanokoji gives numerous reasons for declining this offer, but in his mind, he's primarily worried about how the White Room spy may attack his potential partners. The following morning, Ayanokoji receives the one-of-a-kind bonus trial card. This card increases the user's reward and/or punishment depending on how they place during the exam. Then while on his way to school, he watches Ike attempt to sweet-talk Shinohara, but only ends up pissing her off before going with Kushida to speak with another girl. Moments later in class, you witness Shinohara tell Ike that she'll be meeting up with Komiya from Class B to form a group. Ike's pretty hurt by this, though Shinohara states that he shouldn't have run off this morning to chase another girl. After class is over, Ike begins tailing Shinohara, so Ayanokoji and Harada decide it'd be best to follow. Though upon arriving to the mall, Ayanokoji has Harada go on ahead, so that he can confront their stalker. Matsushita reveals herself and begins discussing the special exam, stating that she'd be more than happy to assist him with winning. Just like Ishizaki, he tells her no, because he doesn't want her getting caught in the crossfire with Tsukashiro and the spy. Ayanokoji then groups back up with Harada, though nothing winds up happening. Sometime later, Ayanokoji reaches out to meet up with Ishizaki. This was supposed to be a private conversation, but Nishino, who's also from Class B, cuts in. Ayanokoji is concerned about Shinohara potentially grouping up with Komiya, as he fears it may have a negative effect on Ike's performance. Ishizaki can understand that and calls Komiya, only to find out that he not only likes Shinohara, but is planning to confess his feelings to her on the island. Ayanokoji immediately hits up Horikita to try and come up with a solution. She pulls out her phone to directly contact Shinohara, only to realize that it's too late, as Shinohara's group has already been finalized. Later that evening during their date, Kei asks about Ayanokoji's plan for the uninhabited island. Currently, he's planning to enter the exam solo, that way he can join up with whichever group needs him the most. She thinks he's probably strong enough to win all by himself, and he somewhat agrees, giving himself a 50-50 chance. Kei was actually hoping to group up with Ayanokoji, that way he could protect her during this exam. He refuses this, but offers to sell his trial card as a way to secure her protection. She questions whether or not selling such a useful card is okay, but he declares that protecting her takes priority. Now, elsewhere on campus, Ichinose is called out to have a conversation with Sakayanagi. Ichinose is mercilessly torn down, as Sakayanagi brings up her numerous shortcomings and failures. Sakayanagi then offers to form an alliance, though Ichinose sees through the charade, stating that Sakayanagi is just trying to avoid classes B, C, and D grouping up against her. Sakayanagi praises her intuition and sweetens the deal with 3 million private points, but Ichinose raises that price to 5 million, then agrees. Jumping to the first years, we see Yagami and Utomiya discussing how a Class 1C student was expelled. Takashi from Class A then arrives, saying that he wants to abandon Class D, but Yagami believes the 4 classes should be working together. Hosen then arrives, promptly demanding payment for his cooperation. The group refuses, Hosen pushes Takashi down, and Utomiya grabs hold of his arm. You see, Utomiya suspects that Hosen purposely got his classmate expelled. Yagami breaks up the tension by proposing his plan to create an all-star group consisting of one member from each class. Hosen surprisingly agrees under the stipulation that the remaining 2 members of the large group are to come from Class D. You then see Hosen ask Amasawa to form a group with him and Nanase. She jokes about Hosen just wanting her body, before asking about the 4-class alliance. Hosen never agreed to enter into the all-star group himself, and he's aware that he's not wanted there anyways. Amasawa then inquires about what form of compensation she will receive for working with them, though Nanase declares that they're all equal. Amasawa actually believes herself to be stronger than Nanase, who's more than ready to test that theory. Amasawa declares that she wants the full 20 million point reward for getting Ayanokoji expelled. Nanase exclaims that's absurd, but Hosen actually agrees. Then it's after the group separates that Hosen utters,
I never signed a physical contract.
One day after class, Kushida informs Ayanokoji that an underclassman wishes to talk to him. They wait for a bit and are eventually greeted by Yagami. They begin discussing the previous year's uninhabited island exam, and you also learn that Yagami recently joined the student council. Next, they move on to the cafe where Yagami brings up the 20 million point bounty, and that he's chosen not to participate. Now, Kushida is completely clueless about this whole situation, so Yagami begins explaining from the beginning. Apparently, 6 of the first years were called to the student council's office, where they received an exclusive special exam, which is to get a certain randomly selected student expelled, aka Ayanokoji. Kushida can't believe the school would allow this to happen. That is until Yagami reveals that Mr. Director was there alongside Nagamo. With nothing left to discuss, Yagami takes his leave. Though as she watches him walk away, her expression turns sour, and she mutters,
Yagami knows about my past.
Ayanokoji states that it may be difficult to expel an underclassman, but she seems to already have something in mind. On his way home, Ayanokoji chooses to confront the girl who eavesdropped on their conversation at the cafe, just as Utomiya arrives as well. He can't believe that Ayanokoji actually teamed up with Hosen, and reveals that he's actually planning to get Hosen expelled during this upcoming special exam. This is all because Hosen expelled his classmate, and they want Ayanokoji to lend them a hand. Though Ayanokoji reminds them that he could simply reveal their plan to Hosen, but Tsubaki thinks that's unlikely, as she knows Hosen is the reason Ayanokoji is injured. They then admit to knowing about the 20 million point bounty, though they also say they're no longer trying to claim it. A few days later, Ayanokoji is randomly contacted by Vice President Kiriyama, who orders him to keep Suzune out of his way. Ayanokoji says that all depends on Nagamo's actions, but Kiriyama urges him to just leave Nagamo alone. Kiriyama is then coaxed into admitting that he's now supporting Nagamo, as it's his last hope and chance of graduating from Class A. They are then interrupted by an eccentric third-year girl named Kiryun, who acts extremely similar to Koenji. She runs off Kiriyama before asking what kind of person Ayanokoji truly is. She can tell he definitely isn't normal, and states her interest in him will be determined by how he handles himself on the island. He blows off the question and takes his leave, as Kiriyama returns alongside Nagamo. Mr. President asks for her opinion of Ayanokoji, only to get pissed off when Kiryun declares that Ayanokoji is more interesting than Nagamo. Mr. President exclaims that somebody needs to be put back in her place, but she retaliates by complimenting Nagamo's leadership skills, and essentially saying that she's better at everything else. Nagamo's become fed up with this conversation, though Kiryun suddenly reveals that Ayanokoji just has a different aura about him. She then warns Nagamo not to get the rug pulled out from under him, as he's so focused on the underclassmen. It's currently 1 week before the start of the exam, when Ayanokoji receives a message from Ishizaki, asking him to meet up with Ryun. Upon arriving to the cafe, he also finds Katsuragi, who really wants to get this meeting over with. Ryun begins by provoking Katsuragi before revealing he wants their help to win this special exam. Katsuragi declines, but is very confused as to why the completely average Ayanokoji is needed. Ryun states that he was once beaten down by Ayanokoji, but Katsuragi just can't believe him. Ryun provokes him once again, revealing that Katsuragi still holds a grudge against Sakayanagi for usurping his throne. Ryun explains that he sold his contract from last year's island exam back to Sakayanagi for 5 million points. He then offers Katsuragi the exact amount of points needed for him to transfer from Class A down to Class B. Katsuragi carefully thinks this over, then accepts the deal so that he can openly challenge Sakayanagi once again. That being said though, Katsuragi still believes that Ayanokoji will only hold them back, prompting Ryun to reveal that he's only here so that they can buy his trial card. With a bit of negotiation, Ayanokoji sells the card for 500,000 points and a penalty-reducing card, successfully securing Kei's safety. The day of the exam has arrived, and Chabashira wholeheartedly asks all 39 of them to please return from this exam. She informs them the buses will leave in 10 minutes as she walks out of the room. Koenji takes this opportunity to offer Horikita a proposition. If he places well in the special exam, he wants to be granted total freedom and protection for the rest of high school. She rejects this offer, immediately countering, saying that she'll grant his request only if he can secure first place. But if Koenji fails, he must cooperate with the class from here on. After reaffirming the terms, Koenji graciously agrees because there's nothing in this world that he can't accomplish. Though while this deal was being made, Tsukishiro was in his office having a conversation with a certain student. He wants to know if they're done with the evaluation, to which they say,
Yes, Ayanokoji will be very hard to beat.
Tsukishiro then gives Nanase permission to exert her full power during this upcoming exam. Ayanokoji is currently on a cruise ship, where he sits down next to Ibuki just as Mashima-sensei begins explaining the special exam. Each group must work together to survive on the uninhabited island for 2 weeks, though only one person needs to last all 14 days for the group to finish. The bottom 5 groups, however, will be expelled, and the rankings will be determined by a point system. While on the island, you will be given 3 to 4 destinations a day, which upon reaching will reward 1 point per person, though the first 3 groups to reach a destination will be rewarded with bonus points. The routes are mapped out in advance, will have a 2-hour time limit per destination, and you'll begin losing points if you miss 3 in a row. Hoshinomiya then brings out a watch as Mashima-sensei explains that it functions as a GPS, point collector, and a health monitoring system. If your health deteriorates too far, the school will have no choice but to forcefully retire you from this exam. On the island, there will also be numerous different tasks available to be completed. These can be anything from sports to academics, and will reward participants with points, supplies, and/or the ability to increase their group size. Each person will also be given a tablet containing numerous features such as a map, task list, and even a scoreboard beginning on the 4th day. Tsukishiro then takes the stage, strictly warning them not to even think about engaging in sexual activity on the island. He then explains that he's willing to tolerate a small amount of violence during the exam, even though it's against school policy. Each student will also be given 5,000 points, which they can use to purchase a wide variety of supplies, though the port on the island will be giving out free water. The last thing to take note of is that starting on the 6th day, anyone can spend a single point to temporarily reveal the location of all other students. The following morning, the exam begins, and Ayanokoji is checking his supplies as Horikita approaches. The first years were given a head start, so Ayanokoji chooses to wait and observe the third years. Kiryun strikes up a conversation with him, and we learn that she has the same destination as Ayanokoji. She even offers to travel with him, but he refuses, setting out towards the first destination alone. Passing by some friends, he reaches D7, where he has a short conversation with Nanase. The first set of tasks then appear, so he makes his way to a grip strength task to find Hoshinomiya-sensei. This event has already reached max capacity, but Hoshinomiya grabs hold of his arm, asking how he earned 100% on the math test. He avoids the question, and she then tries to talk him into switching to Class C. He refuses, Pseudo wins the task, and Ayanokoji successfully makes it to the next 2 destinations, passing by Nanase once again. The next day, he makes it to the first 3 destinations, earning bonus points for his early arrival, and he begins to grow suspicious as he meets Nanase for a 3rd time. It turns out her route for destinations just so happens to be the same as Ayanokoji, and she wants to begin traveling with Ayanokoji because her group members both wish to operate alone. Ayanokoji doesn't mind as long as she can keep up, so together they set out towards another task, finding Pseudo's group, which contains a rather depressed Ike. Pseudo doesn't like the idea of Ayanokoji traveling with Nanase and offers to run her off if needed. This task is a 20-question multiple-choice quiz, and all 20 of them are in regards to anime. Pseudo's group secures first place again, while Ayanokoji and Nanase only receive the participation reward. They agree to meet up and camp with Pseudo tonight, and forego their next destination of I-7 in favor of tackling 2 more tasks. Later that evening at camp, Pseudo asks Ike to go fishing, but he's just not feeling up for it. Hondo attempts to flirt with Nanase, but Pseudo declares her to be bad news. She admits to being rude to Pseudo in the past, and Hondo turns his attention to Ike. They really want to know what's bothering him so much, but Nanase says they need to give Ike time. A short while later, he admits to liking Shinohara, and that it bothers him that she's in a group with Komiya. They fully support Ike, and Nanase encourages him to be upfront with his feelings. However, she also states that he needs to focus on passing this exam, or else he may never be able to see her again. The next morning, Ayanokoji actually misses the first destination, but makes up for it by being the first to arrive to the second. He and Nanase then backtrack a bit in order to participate in a nearby beach flag task. Ayanokoji watches as Kiriyama takes the final boy's slot, but luckily Nanase gets in as the final girl. Ayanokoji finds it interesting that everyone here, besides himself and Nanase, is actually a 3rd-year student. Kiriyama narrowly claims victory for the boys' competition, followed by Nanase completely dominating all the 3rd-year girls. Then after the event is over, Nagamo appears, inviting Ayanokoji to relax in the ocean with him and his friends. Ayanokoji remarks about Nagamo seeming a bit too relaxed, causing him to reply with,
I'll crush any underclassman who tries to get in the top 3.
Nagamo steps away, and Asahina begins revealing what Nagamo has planned, though she's interrupted before she gets to the specifics. On their way to the next destination, they realize they're beginning to run low on food and water. She then brings up Ayanokoji's fight with Hosen, stating that his skills far exceed a normal high schooler's, and he points out that you'd have to be exceptionally skilled yourself to notice that. Now, after reaching the destination, Nanase is completely exhausted, so Ayanokoji forces her to rest as he moves to take on a task. He registers for the history test while watching Hashimoto and Kamuro barely outrun a first-year group in order to participate. Ayanokoji takes an unrivaled first with a perfect 100% score, which Hashimoto definitely takes note of. Ayanokoji then reveals he's going to tackle the chemistry test next, prompting Hashimoto to purposely go the opposite direction. After winning the chemistry task, he meets back up with Nanase to set out to their final destination in I-4. They discuss their options for obtaining drinking water, and after a while, Nanase notices they seem to have taken a wrong turn. He says it's really not an issue, just as they stumble upon Sakagami-sensei setting up a task. This just so happens to be a first-come, first-served task, and they each receive a large amount of water for being the first 2 groups to arrive. A few moments later, they reach the destination, earning a single point each, and then move upstream, miraculously bumping into Pseudo's group once again. Ike seems to be putting in more effort than the days prior, and he even reveals a bucket of fresh fish, which he caught earlier today. Then as they're preparing dinner, another group arrives, which just so happens to contain Kei Karuizawa. Ayanokoji and Kei sneak off together and begin discussing the exam thus far. She hasn't noticed anything suspicious outside of her boyfriend traveling around with a cute underclassman. He explains his only reason for this is to pass the exam, and Kei believes him but can't help but to feel jealous. So to alleviate her worries, Ayanokoji gives her a short but firm kiss before saying, "Just trust in me." Nanase and Ayanokoji wake up early to the sound of an emergency alert from someone's watch, ringing out from deep in the forest. They recruit Sudo's group and carefully make their way, eventually stumbling upon Komiya and Kinoshita, who are both unconscious. Ayanokoji finds an unknown set of footprints, and he feels as though someone is watching him. Ike begins desperately calling out for Shinohara, as Komiya groans awake, frantically looking for her himself. He then explains how he and Kinoshita were waiting for Shinohara to use the restroom, when he suddenly felt a strong pain to his leg, followed by him falling off the cliff. Ike begins running towards the slope in a panic, so Ayanokoji catches up, forcing him to calm down. He then guides Ike up the cliff, where Ike punches the ground in frustration, crying out for Shinohara once again. She runs out of a bush, immediately bawling into Ike's chest, claiming to have saw someone push Komiya and Kinoshita over the edge. Now, after Ayanokoji left, Nanase noticed the unknown presence watching them. She sprints after this person, but winds up tripping and falling to the ground, though she did get just close enough to recognize who it was. Everyone makes it back to the incident to find a group of first years, which Shinohara remembers passing the night before. 5 faculty members then arrive, including Sakagami-sensei, who demands an explanation. Ike explains the situation, prompting Sakagami to ask for the identity of the assailant. However, it was too dark for Shinohara to see their face. Chabashira reveals the GPS logs didn't find anyone else in the area, so they must report the situation as a mere accident. This means Shinohara must carry the heavy burden and fate of her entire group, all by her lonesome. Komiya then tells Ike to look after Shinohara, and Ayanokoji asks Chabashira to investigate something for him. It's then that Shinohara begins to somberly walk away, brushing off all of Ike's attempts to stop her. Then with some encouragement from his friends, Ike takes hold of her wrist, declaring that he will protect her. That being said though, it's extremely unlikely to find a group willing to take in Shinohara, as she comes with 2 retired members as well. Ayanokoji, however, has already come up with a plan, and simply tells Shinohara to continue gathering as many points as possible. In order to carry out this plan, Ayanokoji needs to head back to the port, and it's the following morning that our duo stumble upon Rian and Katsuragi. Rian makes a cheeky comment about Karuizawa, but quickly changes tone upon hearing that 2 of his classmates were forced to retire. Nanase is then asked to step away, allowing Ayanokoji to reveal his master plan to Rian. With his classmates' expulsion on the line, Rian immediately agrees. However, he is concerned with how the other years might retaliate. They continue to head south, stopping to take part in a tug-of-war task, where they are greeted by a very elegant student who's currently ranked in the top 4. Ayanokoji is actually planning to let Koenji win. However, as the event starts, Koenji just stands there. Ayanokoji gives the rope a strong tug, but feels as though he hit a brick wall. He pulls slightly harder before immediately going slack, allowing Koenji's counterforce to obtain victory. Though Ayanokoji is honestly unsure of who would win in a serious contest. Nanase then wins the girls' competition by default, before setting off south once again. They make it to the port just as a swimming task is about to commence. Koenji, however, snagged the final spot for the boys, though Nanase was able to enter for the girls. Ayanokoji strolls over to Sakayanagi, who offers him a place in the shade as they witness Koenji completely obliterate the competition. Ayanokoji brings up Shinohara's group, though it seems like Sakayanagi has already guessed his plan. She asks for a future favor in return, and Ayanokoji agrees but needs more time to prepare. He then acts as though he's browsing the store, allowing Mishima-sensei to reveal that Tsukashiro is definitely planning something. Nanase takes 3rd place in the swimming task, and after a short rest, they set out for the next destination. Now, Ayanokoji has begun to notice Nanase's ever-growing fatigue, and she's well aware that he's barely even trying. They finish the rest of their destinations just as Nanase collapses to the ground from pure exhaustion. Then while looking for a place to sleep, they stumble upon a Class 2C group, who happily invites them to join their camp. It's while chatting around this campfire that Ayanokoji finds out that Ichinose talks about him rather often, and that Class 2C even believes they're going to begin dating. The next day, they make it to the first 2 destinations, scoring a first arrival bonus along the way. Following this, they are assigned Destination C3, which lays on the other side of a mountain. Nanase wants to take the most direct route, which leads them straight into a rock wall. She tries to climb, but doesn't make it very far before falling back down. Ayanokoji tells her to find another way, but she doesn't listen and clings to the wall once again. He doesn't particularly want to watch her get injured, so he lends her a hand, helping her up the cliff. This turned out to be all worth their effort, as Ayanokoji secures the first place arrival bonus once again. That same evening elsewhere, Yagami accuses Tsubaki of controlling Class 1C from the shadows, and for planning to get Ayanokoji expelled. She admits to wanting the 20 million point bounty, which Yagami claims to care nothing about. Tsubaki calls bullshit, revealing his plan to befriend then stab Ayanokoji in the back, and Tsubaki demands to know what makes Kushida so special. He refuses to talk. Utomiya begins choking him, forcing Yagami to reveal Kushida's past and her relationship to Ayanokoji. They are then joined by Takahashi, as the group waits for Hosen to arrive. It's now the 7th day, and Ayanokoji is currently ranked 51, with a total of 67 points. Nanase was late waking up this morning, but they're currently getting ready to leave, when they suddenly receive a message from the school warning them of an upcoming storm. At the first destination, Ayanokoji receives bonus points for his early arrival, and they choose to relax while waiting for their next destination. It turns out to be E2, which puts a mountain directly in their path. But due to the incoming rain, Ayanokoji thinks it's best if they take a detour. Nanase, however, is being uncharacteristically stubborn, as she plans to go over the mountain, even if she has to do it alone. This unusual behavior piques Ayanokoji's curiosity, so he agrees to go with her. Okay, before we go any further, you need to review this clip from Volume 7. Dad states that he owns Ayanokoji, and explains that the caretaker responsible for telling him about this school recently committed self-immolation due to Dad ruining his son's career. Because you need to know that this man's son was named Matsuo Ichiro. As they reach the top, the sky grows ever darker, and Nanase states,
"You won't be making this destination."
He thinks that's an odd thing to say, and she declares that he doesn't belong at this school, and that she knows he's from the White Room. Her plan is to knock him unconscious, which will result in his forced retirement from this exam, and ultimately expulsion from this school. Then if Ayanokoji chooses to fight back, Tsukashiro will just expel him for the violent behavior. Nanase rockets forward with a punch, but he nimbly dodges and counterattacks, stopping his fist mere centimeters from Nanase's face. This happens not once, but 2 more times, before Nanase unleashes a flurry of blows. Ayanokoji no longer has time to think, as he's so focused on dodging and deflecting her attacks. Then out of seemingly nowhere, her personality seems to shift, and she begins referring to herself as Matsuo Ichiro. Ayanokoji immediately recognizes this name, and Matsuo's attacks grow even more reckless. He tells her to snap out of this fake persona, because she's only created it as a way to justify her hatred and rage. Nanase latches onto his shirt, but even so, he's still able to dodge every single attack. Ayanokoji boldly declares that she'll never be able to hit him, causing her legs to buckle as she collapses to the ground. Now, moments earlier, Kushida was working with Yagami to try and record this fight. She is completely pissed that Yagami leaked her true personality to the first years, but right now, expelling Ayanokoji takes priority. Suddenly, a hand covers her mouth, preventing her from screaming, as Amasawa tells her to keep it quiet. Kushida claims to just be going for a walk, but receives a sharp slap for her lie. Kushida continues to play dumb, only to find herself on the ground after being punched in the face. Amasawa already knows about her dark personality, causing Kushida to let loose, asking why in the hell Amasawa is out here on the mountain. Amasawa explains that she's come here to save Ayanokoji, and slings a few degrading insults before walking away. Even earlier this same day, you find Ichinose making her way back to the port to get a replacement for her broken watch. Along the way, she gets lost and stumbles upon Tsukashiro talking with the Class 1D teacher. Ichinose overhears them discussing their plan to expel Ayanokoji because he's from some place known as the White Room. They're also aware that a few teachers are wary of them and have even taken precautions by altering the computer's logs. Tsukishiro snaps toward Ichinose as she instantly bolts away, though she doesn't make it very far before falling to the ground and feeling a firm hand rest on her shoulder. Ichinose explains that her watch is broke, so she's heading back to the port to get a new one, but Shiba replies with,
You will need to be disposed of.
Tsukishiro cuts in, politely explaining that if she tells anyone what she heard here today, then he'll have no choice but to begin expelling her precious classmates. However, Shiba disagrees with this course of action and begins putting on a pair of gloves, though Tsukishiro tells Ichinose that she better hurry back to the port. Ayanokoji asks what all of this was about, leading Nanase to explain that her childhood best friend committed suicide, all because Ayanokoji's father ruined his life. He asks if she knows anything about the other student from the White Room, but sadly, she knows nothing. Nanase sincerely apologizes for unrightfully directing her anger toward Ayanokoji, and states that she will atone for her sins by leaving the school. Ayanokoji, however, doesn't want her to drop out, and instead recruits her as the first ally he has among the first years. They are then unexpectedly approached by... Picking up right after Ayanokoji's fight with Nanase, they are approached by Amasawa, who's holding a weapon. Nanase explains that Amasawa was the unknown presence watching them when they were investigating Komiya's injury. Amasawa, however, denies being the person that attacked them. Ayanokoji is curious as to why she's here, though Amasawa avoids the question, asking if he would like to share a tent with her. Nanase blocks her path, but Ayanokoji lets her through upon hearing the words, White Room. Amasawa reveals that she is in fact the White Room spy, but she claims not to be his enemy, as she just wants to be near him. He accepts her explanation, and they discuss what it's like to be a normal student before Amasawa caresses his cheek while whispering,
Don't lose to anyone.
After she's gone, Ayanokoji inspects her footprints to find out it's the same as the one he found at the incident. That being said though, he doesn't believe that someone from the White Room would be foolish enough to leave a trail, so he doesn't believe she's the one who attacked Komiya. They then find an additional set of footprints, prompting Nanase to want to run a GPS scan, but Ayanokoji stops her because anyone can avoid detection by simply breaking their watch. The school then sends out a mass message canceling all destinations and tasks for the day, though to make up for this, the final day will reward 2 times points. The two of them move on to discussing Nagamo's strategy, which is to have the third years all travel together as a way to monopolize the tasks. Nanase then declares that she'll do whatever she can to protect Ayanokoji before heading into her own tent to rest. The next morning, Ayanokoji makes it to his first 2 destinations before completing a task in F7, where he just so happens to bump into Horikita. She explains that Sakaya Nagi informed her of the plan, and that she recently won a task, allowing her to increase her group size. They both, however, are low on food, so they ignore their next destination in favor of completing another task. After completing his final destination of day 9, we finally get a glimpse into Ayanokoji's strategy. You see, the leaderboards for this exam only shows the top and bottom 10 groups, so Ayanokoji is aiming to hover around 11th place. Then when the leaderboard is disabled on the final 2 days of the exam, Ayanokoji will make his move, securing as many points as possible and climbing the ranks. He comes to an open area to find a single tent with the owner nowhere to be seen. It's after setting up his own that Ibuki steps out of the forest, obviously displeased to see Ayanokoji. She immediately enters her own tent, refusing to speak with him, though after a brief warning, Ayanokoji opens it up to find a beyond exhausted Ibuki chewing on jerky. She steps outside, demanding to know his ranking, but he refuses to answer. She exclaims that she will beat her rival Horikita, just as Ayanokoji notices her extremely dry and cracked lips. You come to find out she's been out of water for more than a day, and that her watch's first health warning even went off a few hours ago. Due to this, Ayanokoji offers to trade some water for a portion of her food, and she can't refuse after getting a glimpse of the crystal clear liquid. The following morning, Ayanokoji sets out for his destination and begins running periodic GPS scans just as a way to keep himself under 10th place. Though when he arrives, he finds Kiryun, who asks if he's the person that's been stealing some of her early arrival bonuses. He feigns ignorance, and they discuss how Nagamo may go about attacking Koenji in the near future. She then brings up the fact that Ayanokoji, surprisingly, isn't in the top 10. He claims not to care, though she definitely suspects that Ayanokoji isn't far behind her. It's later that same night that Ayanokoji is awoken by the sound of a girl crying, which turns out to be Shiranami from Class 2C. By using a GPS scan, he leads the way back to her group, where he asks to speak with Sakayanagi. After discussing a certain situation, Sakayanagi tells this group to let Ayanokoji have the radio. On the 10th day, you find the third years discussing how they can interfere with Koenji in order to guarantee Nagamo's victory. Kiriyama decides to take command of 6 groups, which he will use to surround and prevent Koenji's movement. It's the following morning that they approach Koenji, politely asking him to simply take the day off. Not so surprisingly, he doesn't listen, so Kiriyama tries to persuade him by explaining that his life will just be easier if he obeys Nagamo. Koenji, however, politely excuses himself, sprinting away, leaving the third years completely stunned. The next day, they confront Koenji once again and attempt to threaten him with violence as the third years surround him. Koenji informs the group that he's not into boy love and proceeds to calmly walk straight into Mikatani. The third year is unable to hold back this bulldozer of a person, prompting this massive group of third years to attack. After a few minutes of dodging, Koenji simply walks away, without ever laying a hand on his now exhausted pursuers. That same evening, elsewhere on the island, Ayanokoji just so happens to find Ishizaki in Hiyori's groups. He sits down beside Hiyori, and they just relax while casually discussing the special exam. Ayanokoji even decides to camp with them tonight, though he springs awake upon hearing Nanase calling his name. She came here tonight to warn him that the first years will be launching a coordinated attack against him tomorrow. He asks who's in charge of this plan, and she reveals the mastermind to be Class 1C Tsubaki. Upon waking up the next morning, Ayanokoji immediately runs a GPS scan, but he doesn't find anything suspicious among the first years. He actually completes this day without any interference, leaving him to wonder if Nanase was given incorrect information or if she just lied to him. Jumping back in time a few days, you see Nanase meet back up with Hosen. He asks how her plan went just before a boy from Class 1C arrives to deliver a radio. Utomiya is seeking Hosen's help, but of course he doesn't care. Hosen just guesses that Tsubaki is there as well, so he asks for her plan, but she's hesitant to answer since Nanase is around. After a few moments of discussion, she reveals that her plan is to use 5 first-year groups to restrict Ayanokoji's movements, thus allowing Hosen to have a one-on-one brawl with Ayanokoji. Hosen is definitely on board with this plan, but he is worried that the school will notice and interfere, causing Tsubaki to publicly declare, as the mastermind, she will take the full blame for whatever happens. Back to the present, it's now the 13th day, and Tsubaki is readying herself to begin the operation. Yagami then arrives carrying a tablet, which he claims has the same destination route as Ayanokoji. He's more than happy to lend it to her under the condition that he receives 5 million points upon Ayanokoji being expelled. Tsubaki is impressed with Yagami's proposal, but she declines, revealing 3 more tablets which all contain Ayanokoji's route as well. Then at 7 AM, she begins the operation to trap and ultimately expel Ayanokoji. Upon waking up, Ayanokoji runs a GPS scan once again, and notices the first years seem to be closing in around him. Ultimately, he decides it's best to ignore his designated area of C3, in favor of fleeing from the first years. Now, Tsubaki plans to lead Ayanokoji into B4, and orders her lackeys to move accordingly. Though for some odd reason, 3 of her groups just stopped moving, which allowed Ayanokoji to escape. Tsubaki calls for them on the radio, but she doesn't receive a response. She runs a GPS scan, revealing that multiple groups of second years have intercepted all 5 of her underlings. The most interesting part, though, is that these second year groups contain a mixture of all 4 classes. Yagami is completely baffled by this, but Tsubaki realizes that someone must be commanding them. However, that person should have no way of knowing that the GPS scans don't show everything. Back at the port, you find Sakayanagi leisurely sipping on water as she flawlessly commands the second years. She thinks back on the night that she received the unexpected radio call from Ayanokoji. You see, she'd informed him that Ichinose has been acting rather strangely, followed by Ayanokoji revealing the existence of the 20 million point bounty. Now Hosen is currently wearing a broken watch, as he swiftly closes in on his prey. He catches up to Ayanokoji, only for Ryun to step into the light, as Ayanokoji disappears into the trees. Hosen asks if Ryun is the commander behind the second years, but he turns out to just be a hired mercenary. Ryun throws the first punch, which is effortlessly caught in midair. Hosen delivers a crushing headbutt, followed by a gut-wrenching kick to the stomach. Ryun falls to the ground in pain, but nevertheless just keeps running his mouth. They briefly discuss Ayanokoji's hidden strength before Hosen absolutely pummels his opponent into the dirt. Ryun's bloodlust hasn't waned at all, as he successfully lands a light kick, only to be mercilessly beaten once again. Even after his watch's final emergency alert rings, Ryun still continues talking shit. Hosen charges forward looking to end the slaughter, when Ryun latches onto his body, just long enough for Ishizaki and Albert to each restrain an arm. Ryun begins his counterattack on his now completely immobile foe, hitting him again, and again, and again, and again. Hosen roars that Ryun only won because it's a 3 versus 1, prompting Ryun to state that he's not dumb enough to fight a gorilla by himself. This is a lesson to Hosen that it takes more than brute strength to stand at the top, immediately followed by the finishing blow. With that, Ishizaki and Albert, who broke their watches beforehand, both run away before the school can arrive. After hearing the results of the mission, Tsubaki can do nothing but pout, as she regrets not attacking Ayanokoji by herself. You then find Kito, who's been sent by Sakayanagi, seeking out the person who is commanding the first years. As he approaches their camp, he's confronted by Otomiya, who grabs hold of his jersey, threatening to turn this into a brawl. Kito throws a punch, Otomiya dodges, causing the radio to fall out of his pocket onto the ground. Tsubaki's voice then comes through the radio, so Kito takes his leave, assuming Tsubaki to be the commander. Though once he is gone, Otomiya changes the radio channel, informing an unknown third party that the second years now know that Tsubaki is in control. It's now the final morning of this special exam, and Ayanokoji is thinking back on yesterday. He successfully avoided being captured, but wasn't able to reach any of the destinations. Sakayanagi did inform him that the first year seemed to have given up, but now he's mildly worried about his mere 119 points. Since it's the final day of the exam, he's unable to check the rankings, so he swiftly heads towards the next destination. Though along the way, he answers a radio call to find out that Ichinose has completely abandoned her group, without any communication as to why. Then while checking his map, Ayanokoji notices that the tasks for today all seem to be located on the southern half of the island. Then it just so happens that his next destination winds up being the area furthest away from the port, and to make this even more suspicious, he hasn't seen another student in quite a while. Ichinose then dashes toward Ayanokoji. She explains that she overheard Tsukashiro discussing his plan to expel Ayanokoji, and that it'll take place today at I2. Ayanokoji says, "You shouldn't worry about me, because I'm your enemy." But Ichinose blurts out,
I love you.
He's unable to return her feelings at the moment and begins heading toward the trap, because Tsukashiro will definitely punish Ichinose if he doesn't arrive. Though it's only a moment later that he's greeted by the student council president, Nagamo. Ayanokoji brings up the 20 million point bounty, which Nagamo explains to be Tsukashiro's idea. Ayanokoji mentions that Koenji is putting up a pretty good fight, but Nagamo claims to have him under control, followed by Ayanokoji attempting to walk away. Nagamo refuses to let him go, so Ayanokoji forcefully pushes him down. Ayanokoji declares that it's in Nagamo's best interest to back off, but Mr. President doesn't take orders. Ayanokoji throws a single punch, followed by Nagamo hitting the ground. Jumping back in time to this morning, you find Horikita ignoring her destination and marching toward I2. You see, she received a cryptic note warning her that Ayanokoji is in trouble in that location. Ibuki randomly appears, demanding to know Horikita's score, and after a lot of pestering, Horikita finally gives in, revealing that she's currently in the lead. They then look up to see Amasawa blocking their path, and after a short discussion, Ibuki goes away. Amasawa blatantly refuses to let Horikita by, so they both prepare to fight. Horikita is sent flying across the ground in severe pain, even taking a few minutes to regain her composure. She immediately meets the ground a second time as she begins to see a similarity between Amasawa and Ayanokoji. After standing back up, she braces for the incoming fist, which stops inches from her face due to Ibuki standing between them. Horikita sends an invite to combine their groups, which Ibuki reluctantly agrees to, because if one of them gets knocked out here by themselves, they will be immediately expelled. Though even after attacking together, they're still unable to land a blow, prompting Horikita to come up with a plan. Ibuki refuses to go along with it, causing Horikita to exclaim that Ibuki's refusal to cooperate with others is the exact reason why she's so weak. A now extremely pissed off Ibuki follows the plan, unleashing a flurry of blows towards Amasawa. Horikita stays just out of reach, waiting for the correct moment to strike, leaving a perfect opening for Ibuki to land 2 strong punches, putting Amasawa on the ground. Horikita immediately mounts her opponent and notices numerous large welts and bruises on Amasawa's stomach, which definitely were not caused by this fight. Amasawa then breaks free, stating that her job here is finished. A moment earlier, Ayanokoji just crossed the border into I-2. However, he didn't receive any points for arriving to the destination. He makes his way to the center of the area, finding Tsukishiro and Shiba waiting for him. Shiba politely asks for Ayanokoji to come quietly, while Tsukishiro points out they will take him by force if needed. They briefly discuss Ayanokoji's experience at this school, until Shiba confirms that Amasawa successfully stopped the approaching students. Tsukishiro is glad to hear that the traitor did something useful, and the adults begin to close in on their target. They work together, trying, but failing to restrain Ayanokoji, as he nimbly dodges while running away. With his back to the ocean, he finds an opening to launch an attack at Shiba, but feels his hair stand on edge as he barely ducks under Tsukishiro's fist. He realizes these opponents are yet to show their full power, and he steels himself for the upcoming very long fight. When out of nowhere, Kiryun arrives, curious as to why 2 faculty members are attacking a student. Ayanokoji asks if she would be willing to lend him a hand, to which she says,
It's my duty to protect an underclassman.
Ayanokoji takes the fight to Tsukishiro this time, landing a strong hook to his cheek, followed by multiple quick jabs to the nose. An uppercut puts Mr. Director on his ass, who looks down before slinging a clump of sand at Ayanokoji. Tsukishiro takes this opportunity to plunge his fist deep into the sand, wrenching out an object, but Ayanokoji immediately restrains the arm that's now wielding a stun gun. Tsukishiro signals for the boat to commence the last resort, but it suddenly speeds away due to Chabashiro and Mishima Sensei arriving. Mr. Director just can't figure out why the teachers are here, so Ayanokoji explains that someone might have submitted 2 false reports about incapacitated students. Tsukishiro is out of options and calmly goes with the teachers, and Kiryun asks what the heck all of this was about. Ayanokoji blames it on a complicated family situation, and they make their way back into the forest where they bump into Horikita and Ibuki. Many hours later, now on the cruise ship, Ayanokoji stumbles upon 2 unexpected people having a conversation. You learn that it was Sakayanagi's idea to recruit Ryun to take on Hosen. She then informs Ayanokoji that he can pay her back, with a completely fair rematch. Later on during dinner, the Class 3A teacher takes the stage, proudly reporting that every single group survived the full 2 weeks. He then reveals the bottom groups to be expelled, which surprisingly all turn out to be 3rd years. Tsukishiro then begins announcing the winners of this uninhabited island special exam, with Sakayanagi and Ichinose's group taking 3rd place. The battle between 1st and 2nd, however, was neck and neck until the very end, with Nagamo's group successfully securing a hard-fought 2nd place. This means Koenji won the 1st place victory all by himself, which rewards Class 2D with a massive 300 class point increase. Horikita is very much impressed, but not exactly happy, as Koenji now has total freedom to do whatever he wants without any repercussions. Ayanokoji then thinks about how Nagamo probably would have taken first place if he would have just focused on the exam instead of chasing after Ayanokoji. Due to the results of the Island Special Exam, there is a massive shift in the class rankings. However, there's little reason to worry about that right now, as the students have 1 full week aboard a luxury cruise ship. Early the first morning, Ayanokoji sends a message to Ichinose, just before Miyamoto asks if anyone would like to go see the rankings from the special exam. Then with a knock on the door, Ishizaki steps inside, almost forcing Ayanokoji to accompany him to view the rankings. After a bit of casual and friendly discussion, they arrive, but can't get a good look due to the crowd. Ayanokoji, however, is met with numerous uncomfortable gazes, as the third years all seem to be staring at him. A moment later, Ishizaki gives up and instead invites Ayanokoji to join him for lunch, where along the way, Nanase runs up to them, simply to say hello, prompting Ishizaki to comment on Ayanokoji being friends with such a cute underclassman. Upon returning to his room, Ayanokoji finds Ike outside the door waiting for him. Ike reveals that he's officially dating Shinohara, and that he feels as though he should let Komiya know. Ayanokoji says you better be prepared to take a hit, and they proceed to the infirmary. They open the door just as a group of students leave, followed by Komiya explaining that Ryun is currently on a manhunt to find his attacker. He asks what brings them here today, causing Ike to begin stuttering, before declaring that he's officially dating Shinohara. Komiya asks him to come a little closer, and Ike does so, receiving a light thump to the chest. Komiya tells Ike that he better not make her cry, before admitting that he knew Shinohara had feelings for Ike all along. Komiya then asks to speak with Ayanokoji alone and brings up Ryun's search for his attacker. Komiya feels like they should just let it go, so he asks Ayanokoji to keep an eye on the whole situation. The next day, Ayanokoji receives a text message from Kiriyama, asking if they can meet up. He heads to the agreed upon location to find all the third years watching him once again. Kiryun then calls Ayanokoji over, noticing that he seems to be in a bit of trouble with the third years. He tries to say it's not a big deal, but she's well aware that Ayanokoji prefers to avoid attention. She is curious as to what happened, stating that Nagamo will be a rough opponent for Ayanokoji. He actually agrees with her assessment just as Kiriyama arrives, asking to change locations away from Kiryun. Kiriyama demands to know what happened between Ayanokoji and Nagamo, but instead of answering, he asks, "When did you join Nagamo's side?" Kiriyama claims not to support Nagamo, but to simply be playing by his rules. You see, third year Class A has a 900 class point lead, making it near impossible for them to fail. On top of this, Nagamo rules the third years like a dictator, even controlling how many points each person is allowed to have. He maintains this power by promising to promote a certain number of students up to Class A at the end of this year, which is why Kiriyama is currently acquiring favor with Nagamo. However, Ayanokoji interfered during the uninhabited island special exam, causing the third years to lose out on millions of private points due to Koenji winning. Then after hearing all of this, Ayanokoji still refuses to explain what happened, and simply asks for a bit more time to think this over. Just after walking away, Ayanokoji sees Nanase once again, who apparently has something important to tell him, but they are interrupted by Kobashi from Ichinose's class. She's come to invite Ayanokoji to a party as a way to thank him for helping Shiranami during the special exam. At first he declines, but winds up giving in, as Kobashi guilt trips him into attending. Ayanokoji arrives just outside the party, debating whether or not he should just turn around and leave. Kobashi then turns the corner, opening and pushing him into the room. There is nothing but girls at this party, and the only open seat just so happens to be next to Ichinose. Though it's not long into this awkward situation that a girl named Himino excuses herself, stating that she has a headache. Ayanokoji takes this opportunity to leave as well, and notices that Himino walked away from her room. He follows her to the rear of the ship, calling her out for faking the headache, and asks why she agreed to attend. Himino states that she doesn't have much of a choice, because she has to maintain a good relationship with her class. The following day, Ayanokoji is at the front of the ship, searching for a place to eat his lunch. The third years glare as he approaches Nanase, asking what she wanted to talk about the day before. She claims it's no longer an issue, so Ayanokoji excuses himself in search of a more secluded area. Though after sitting down, he is approached by Sakayanagi, who seems to want nothing more than a friendly conversation. Just before Sakayanagi explains that she recently spoke with Ichinose. They discussed how Ichinose's greatest weakness is being too nice, and even touched on her feelings for Ayanokoji. Sakayanagi then teases Ayanokoji for daring to win Ichinose's heart, before moving on to the topic of the third years. He explains that he had a run-in with Nagamo on the island, which resulted in Mr. President losing to Koenji. Sakayanagi is very interested by this, but she excuses herself to take an urgent phone call. Elsewhere on the ship, you find Amasawa thinking about how badly she wants to go visit Ayanokoji. Sakayanagi then introduces herself, immediately revealing that she's come to size up this White Room student. Amasawa thinks that someone is being awfully confident, and Sakayanagi declares,
I'm just that good.
Amasawa reveals that she's well aware that she's being followed, and says that she's not against hitting a disabled person. Sakayanagi points out that all the White Room students are failures when compared to Ayanokoji, prompting Amasawa to exclaim,
I'll take you on whenever.
Kamuro then apologizes for being spotted, and Sakayanagi makes another phone call, telling Yamamura, who hasn't been noticed, to continue following Amasawa. The Ayanokoji group just rented out a private pool, but the girls are too embarrassed to leave the dressing room. During this time, Miyaki asks if Ayanokoji notices Sakura, but he avoids the question, turning it back on Miyaki. The girls step out wearing their bikinis, completely overwhelming the guys' expectations. Side note real quick, we still have a few more books to cover, so be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out. Miyaki retreats to the pool, leaving Ayanokoji all alone with two barely covered beautiful girls. Sakura flees into the water, as Hasebe explains these outfits to be Sakura's idea, and attempt at breaking out of her shell. A little while later, Sakura asks if Ayanokoji would be willing to tutor her, but he instantly makes an excuse not to. Hasebe then wonders why Ayanokoji keeps so much distance between himself and Sakura, prompting him to state that Sakura needs friends, not romance. But Hasebe thinks a little romance couldn't hurt. Ayanokoji then says that a shock is coming Sakura's way, and he wants Hasebe to support her when the time comes. We then learn that Ayanokoji actually deems Sakura to be the hands-down weakest member of the class. Just after leaving the pool, they watch as Nanase walks by, followed by Naka Izumi from Ryun's class. Our group then witnesses as Ike and Shinohara enter the private pool together. While chilling in their room, Miyamoto bursts inside, saying Katsuragi is in a fight with Tokido. Ayanokoji immediately goes to investigate and is joined by Hiyori. Tokido despises Ryun and wants to know if Katsuragi is Ryun's new toy. Katsuragi says of course not, but Ryun is the leader, so following some of his orders is necessary. Tokido wants Katsuragi to take over as the class leader, and winds up walking away mad after realizing that Katsuragi doesn't wish to dethrone Ryun. Hiyori then offers to bring Ayanokoji into their class, before dragging him out into the open. Katsuragi says you shouldn't bring an enemy to an internal dispute, but she believes an outside perspective might help. Katsuragi states that their class needs to be more cohesive, and that it's Ryun's fault for not doing anything about it. Though Hiyori argues that Katsuragi was recruited to be a backup leader, which was Ryun's way of handling this divide. She is then asked to leave, and Katsuragi reveals that Ryun told him all about Ayanokoji's hidden strength, which he's genuinely excited to battle against. Jumping to the cafe, you find Kei hanging out with Sato. Kei can't help but to feel like something is off, as a group of nobody third years sit down next to him. You find out Kei is ready to go public with their relationship, and Sato mentions that everyone is going to be shocked. Sato also states that Kei could easily find a better guy, but Kei already believes Ayanokoji to be the best. Elsewhere on the ship, Horikita has an unexpected meeting with Ibuki. After a lot of bickering, they discuss Amasawa, which Ibuki says to be one of the strongest opponents she's ever faced. Horikita plans to investigate Amasawa, since she seems to know so much about Ayanokoji, though Ibuki thinks that's a bad idea. They move to the cafe, and Horikita explains that she's worried that Amasawa will physically attack Ayanokoji, though Ibuki thinks he could handle it. Horikita digs further into that response, causing Ibuki to reveal the rooftop incident from Volume 7. Horikita brings up the cryptic note, and Ibuki assumes that she was invited here today to help with this investigation. Horikita refuses to admit it. Ibuki goes to leave, only to be stopped by Horikita, who declares that Ibuki must lend her a hand, since Horikita paid for her drink. It's now the scheduled time for Ayanokoji to give his response to Ichinose, though just before answering, Nagumo intervenes. He knows they met up the final day of the exam, and even reveals that Ayanokoji is currently dating Kei Karuizawa. Ichinose asks if this is true, and Ayanokoji asks how Nagumo found out. Nagumo then leaves, but not before whispering into Ayanokoji's ear.
Battle me if you want my meddling to stop.
Then at this point, Ichinose is barely able to hold back the tears, as she mutters goodbye before running away. There's only 3 days remaining aboard the ship when the students receive a mass message from the school, inviting them to a treasure hunt with an entry fee of 10,000 points. Ayanokoji arrives to the venue to see the Class 3A teacher taking the stage. There is 100 hidden stickers around the ship, and each sticker can only be redeemed by one group. The rewards range from 5,000 to 1 million points. They will, however, be allowed to pair up with one other person, which will essentially double each sticker. As a member of the student council, Horikita explains that everyone must register by paper in order to prevent fraud. Then of course, throughout this whole process, the third years never cease to stare at Ayanokoji. Shortly after the treasure hunt begins, Ayanokoji runs into Sato, who asks if he'd like to partner up. After a short conversation, he agrees, and they head downstairs to begin their search. Sato takes a bathroom break, during which Matsushita arrives, followed by a third year named Tatara, who takes one look at Ayanokoji before leaving. Sato then returns, asking if Matsushita was paired up with the third year, but she says he was just awkwardly following her around. Sometime later, Ayanokoji once again happens upon Nanase, who was once again being followed by Naka Izumi. A few minutes later, you see Ishizaki leading the way to Nishino, who is currently holding up Nanase. Ryan asks about the incident with Komiya, but Nanase claims not to know anything. You see, he's well aware that Nanase has been tailing a Class 1C student named Karachi, though instead of explaining that she saw a GPS scan that looked like Karachi was going to attack Ayanokoji, she simply says that it's unrelated. Ryan, however, doesn't believe her, and states that he'll just have to talk to Karachi himself. Nanase successfully convinces Ryan to let her do the talking, and she learns that Utomiya paid Karachi to target Ayanokoji. She asks if he has any information at all about Komiya's attack, but he doesn't seem to know anything. Nanase then updates Ryan on what she learned, prompting him to target Utomiya next. She, however, knows of another unknown witness at the crime scene, and trades that information to Ryan in order to prevent him from talking to Utomiya. Ayanokoji and Sato found a handful of stickers, which they've taken photos of to save for later. You then find out that Sato is seeking to improve her class standing, so Ayanokoji tells her that achieving better grades would be a good start. She would love for him to be her personal tutor, but he pushes her in Horikita's direction. Back at the venue, Yagami takes over for Horikita, allowing her to grab some lunch. Kushida winds up joining her, and they discuss how she still plans to expel Horikita, Ayanokoji, and now Yagami. Horikita really would like to help alleviate Kushida's mental burden, so she recommends for Horikita to drop out. Now, Ayanokoji and Sato finally decide to submit a sticker, which rewards both of them with 100,000 points. They head back to the venue to claim their prize, where Ayanokoji asks if Horikita has been very busy. This event was partially her idea, so it hasn't been that bad, and Ayanokoji wonders who's earned the largest reward so far. Horikita reveals the top participant to be Koenji and his partner, who just so happened to find the sticker worth 500,000 points. They discuss how it's almost a shame that Koenji placed first in the special exam, earning his freedom. However, Horikita refuses to give up on him, as she wants the whole class to work together. Ayanokoji then goes to meet up with Kushida, in order to give her half of his reward. Later that same night, Ayanokoji receives a message from Kei, and immediately steps outside to give her a call. She mentions a certain rumor is going around about Ayanokoji, and she gives him a chance to confess if it's true. He's unsure what she's talking about, so he chooses to hold his tongue, and she exclaims that Ayanokoji is supposedly fooling around with an underclassman. He clearly states this to be false, and asks if she's talked to Sato about them going public. Kei says yes. He asks if anyone might have overheard, causing her to mention a group of random third years. She snaps back to the important topic, declaring that she'll never allow Ayanokoji to cheat on her. It's now 1 a.m. when you find 3 teachers sharing a few drinks at the bar. Mishima-sensei points out that not a single second year has dropped out, causing the group to think back on the class vote bonus exam. Mishima then reveals that the next special exam hasn't been used for over 11 years. That means these 3 were all in their senior year of school the last time it was run, and the women are left completely stunned upon reading the test's name. Chabashira then leaves the bar, and you come to find out that this upcoming exam is the reason that Chabashira and Hoshinomiya didn't graduate from Class A. Hoshinomiya even blames Chabashira, though Mishima-sensei claims they both made the correct choice. This night then comes to an end, with a drunk Hoshinomiya attempting, but failing to go home with Mishima. The next day, Horikita goes to the private pool to take a gander at the reservation clipboard. She's comparing the different handwritings to the note she received on the island, whenever a first year interrupts her, asking if he can make a reservation. Ishigami's handwriting looks to be somewhat similar to the note, and oddly enough, he already knows Horikita by name. After he leaves, a sick-looking Hoshinomiya-sensei strikes up a conversation with Horikita. Kanzaki then cuts in, explaining that Ishigami is a top-ranking freshman, and that he is currently the leader of Class A. Kanzaki then asks about Ayanokoji's hidden power, but Horikita is honestly unable to answer. This conversation then ends with Kanzaki warning Horikita to be very careful, because Ishigami only concerns himself with friends and foes. Though right after he leaves, Ibuki arrives, prompting Horikita to update her on the suspicious Ishigami. However, Ibuki says you don't need to worry about him, because he's much too scrawny to be a threat. You then see Amasawa enter into a room, informing Yagami that the second years are on his trail. He claims it's all according to plan, and approaches the obviously afraid Amasawa, asking why she's trying to protect Ayanokoji. She attempts to play dumb, but he's already aware that she interfered with Kushida and Karachi on the island. Yagami turns out to be a White Room student, and the person who gave Horikita the note. Yagami then grabs a hold of Amasawa's arms, revealing that he was originally planning to beat the absolute shit out of her, but he's changed his mind, as she was already punished by Shiba-sensei. At 2 a.m., Ayanokoji enters into the concert hall for a secret meeting with Chabashira-sensei. They review everything that's happened with Tsukashiro, followed by her asking if they'll be able to reach Class A. Ayanokoji truly believes they can, as long as their teacher quits dwelling on the past. He then begins to play the piano as Tsukashiro appears from the shadows, complimenting Ayanokoji's musical ability. Chabashira begins making excuses for this meeting, but it doesn't really matter because Tsukashiro is no longer the director. He politely asks for Ayanokoji to drop out one final time, warning him that the White Room's efforts will only increase from here on. Ayanokoji declines, they shake hands, and the former director orders them to return to their rooms, or else he'll be forced to report that a male student and female teacher have been sneaking off together. It was a short summer vacation, but they finally return to the school, and begin going about their lives as normal. Kei and Ayanokoji agree that tomorrow will be the day that they officially go public with their relationship. Next, they share a bit of kissing, before Ayanokoji gets lost in his thoughts. He thinks about how this love affair has entered its final stage, and about whether or not Kei Karuizawa has matured enough to thrive completely on her own. It's the first day of the second semester that you see Ayanokoji walking to school alongside Sudo. They discuss Ike and Shinohara before Sudo asks if Ayanokoji's ever had a girlfriend. He says yes, right now actually, just as Kei arrives, forcing her way into their conversation. Matsudo gets ticked off at her interruption, but he soon realizes this unexpected pair is actually dating. Upon arrival to class, Chabashira-sensei announces an upcoming sports festival, a culture festival, and even a school trip. They have prior experience with the sports festival, so she skips over it to explain the culture festival. It will be a competition between all 12 classes to see who can generate the most sales. The top 8 classes will receive class points as a reward, and each class will be allotted a set amount of private points to prepare their events. They must pay to reserve a location, and if a spot is contested, it will be given to the highest bidder. Chabashira encourages them to begin preparing now, even though the sports festival will come first. It's after school that Harada starts a meeting, and Horikita suggests letting their classmates come up with ideas for the culture festival. If someone has an idea, they simply need to create a presentation, detailing the cost and instructions for its operation. She even wants to reward the students whose events are chosen, in order to encourage people to think up good ideas. The budget, however, will be extremely tight, due to them wanting to run multiple events. 2 weeks go by as Horikita denies numerous different half-assed ideas. Today though, Sato approaches, inviting Horikita and Ayanokoji to partake in her culture festival presentation. 30 minutes later, they step into a different classroom to find a colorful maid cafe laid out before them. On top of this, Matsushita, Sato, and Michan are each dressed up for the occasion, making this a very impressive proposal. After discussing specifics, Horikita agrees to the maid cafe, under the condition that they find a way to reduce the cost. Then upon stepping outside, Horikita more or less forces Ayanokoji to manage this event, even leaving it up to him to recruit additional maids. The following morning, Chabashira enters the room with a grim look on her face, as she announces that the next special exam will take place tomorrow. It's titled the Unanimous Vote Special Exam and is very simple. They will be presented with 5 questions, which the entire class must vote on the answers for. If the vote for a question is not unanimous, then there will be a 10-minute discussion period followed by another vote. Chabashira explains this process of voting and discussion will continue on indefinitely until a unanimous decision is achieved, or the 5-hour time limit for this special exam is reached. Simply finishing this exam will result in them gaining 50 class points, but failing to complete this exam within the time limit will result in a massive 300 class point loss. Now, forcing someone's vote is strictly prohibited, and to ensure fairness, all protection points will be disabled. Harada then takes to the front again, asking the class for their opinions. Kushida immediately offers up the idea of choosing a leader who can make the best decision for the class. She thinks Horikita would be the perfect candidate, and since nobody disagrees, Horikita accepts the role of leading this exam. A few moments later, Ayanokoji is about to go to lunch with his group of friends, when Kei runs up to him asking if they can eat together. Hasebe asks what the heck Kei thinks she's doing, prompting her to reveal that she is in fact Ayanokoji's girlfriend. Our couple then walks away, leaving behind the completely shocked Hasebe and Sakura. It's now the end of the school day when Ayanokoji is walking back to the dorms with Hasebe. She verifies that he really is dating Karuizawa, before mentioning that Sakura bawled her eyes out during lunch. He apologizes for not telling them sooner, and switches the topic, asking if Hasebe and Sakura would be willing to work as maids in the culture festival. Hasebe says she can't because right now she needs to focus on comforting Sakura. She's not mad at Ayanokoji, but she does make him promise to continue hanging out with their group of friends. Upon returning from his evening date with Kei, he's met by Horikita in the elevator. She wants to speak with him, so Kei says goodbye as Ayanokoji leads the way into his dorm. She has a favor to ask him in regards to this special exam, but he cuts her off. Yes, I will vote opposite from you in the first rounds. This guarantees the class will always enter into a discussion period, giving them precious time to determine the best choice. It's later that same night that Kei and Harada are both invited into Ayanokoji's room. As the social leaders of the class, Ayanokoji asks them to do their best tomorrow to sway the votes in whichever direction Horikita chooses. It's after they leave that Ayanokoji receives a call from the newly reinstated Chairman Sakayanagi. He congratulates Ayanokoji on surviving Tsukishiro's attacks, and then reveals that government officials will be attending this year's sports festival. It's very unlikely the White Room will let this opportunity slip by, so the chairman wants Ayanokoji to be sick the day of the sports festival. That way he can place bodyguards outside the dorm to protect him. Ayanokoji's not a big fan of this idea, but he tells Sakayanagi that he will think it over. Jumping back in time to earlier the same day, you see Kushida talking with Yagami. She hands him an audio recording of Chabashira explaining the rules, and after listening to it, Yagami states that this special exam is the perfect opportunity to expel Horikita or Ayanokoji. You then come to find out that Yagami didn't actually attend Kushida's middle school, they just improvised that whole conversation. Chabashira-sensei is barely able to drag herself out of bed. She was too nervous to even sleep and attempts to cover up her fatigue under a thick layer of makeup. At the morning meeting, she finds out the school will send one observer to each class in order to ensure fairness for this exam. Chabashira then heads off to her classroom, as Hoshinomiya says,
You don't deserve Class A.
Ayanokoji arrives to class just as Hasabe pushes Sakura forward, prompting her to ask if Ayanokoji will meet up with her after the special exam. Chabashira-sensei then confiscates everyone's phone, and then stands at the front of the room with an eerie silence, before commencing the first question. Choose which class you will battle against during this year's final exam. The first vote turns out to be widely split between the three options, so Horikita wastes no time taking command. She explains her wish is to battle the current Class B, since you don't have to worry about Ichinose fighting dirty. Harada and Kei instantly agree with her, bringing the second round to a conclusion, with all 39 votes picking Class B. Question 2. Choose one of these three destinations for the school trip this November. Once again, the votes are heavily divided, and the class burst out into a lighthearted chaos as they debate which location to choose. Horikita asks for everyone's opinions, which results in a heated debate between Team Beach and Team Mountain. Ayanokoji, however, is polling for Kyoto, and the second round of voting turns out to be just as divided as the first. To break through this impasse, the class decides to play a version of rock, paper, scissors, which brings the third round to a conclusion of 39 votes for the mountains in Hokkaido. Chabashira does, however, point out that their destination could change depending on what the other classes choose. Question 3. Choose one from the list of options. I'll give you a second to pause and read over these. There was 12 votes for option 1, 5 votes for option 2, and 22 votes for option 3. The bottom students openly speak out against option 3, followed by Pseudo stating,
Sacrifices must be made.
Harada asks for Horikita's opinion, causing her to say that protection points are very powerful. Harada is actually in favor of option 1, though Yukimura cuts in, estimating that the downside of option 2 will be quickly offset as they increase their class points. Kushida points out that protection points may never be needed, and Horikita asks who they'd give the one protection point to. Yukimura believes that Horikita is the perfect choice, and Koenji chimes in, actually agreeing with him. The second round has all 39 votes toward option 2, and they immediately give Horikita the protection point without any issue. Question 4. The end of semester exam will have the following: increased difficulty, increased penalty, or decreased rewards. The results are split, but with a bit of persuasion from Horikita, round 2 concludes with 39 votes for the increased penalty. With only one question left, Chabashira stands at the front, looking as though she's about to pass out. She then reads the 5th question. Do you want to expel one classmate and gain 100 class points? If yes, vote who to expel. Now, Ayanokoji agreed to always pick the first option as a way to force a discussion period, but this time around he decides it's not necessary and votes opposed. Chabashira then reads the results of the first vote. 2 in favor, 37 opposed. Pseudo erupts from his seat, accusing Koenji, but Horikita forces him to calm down, before explaining that she ordered Ayanokoji to vote for the first option. The second vote takes place with 2 in favor and 37 opposed. Horikita demands to know why Ayanokoji voted in favor once again, but he reveals he voted opposed both times. Koenji is surprised that he wasn't the only person in favor, and explains that this 100 class points can help make up the loss from question 3. Pseudo exclaims they will just have to expel Koenji then, but Horikita says she can't because of her previous deal with him. The third and fourth vote is the same as before, but now she has an idea. Horikita offers to pay private points every month to Koenji, which would be equivalent to the 100 class points, and he is more than glad to accept this offer. The 5th vote has 1 in favor with 38 opposed, and Chabashira's physical appearance continues to deteriorate. Kei seems to think that Horikita knows who's voting in favor, but she's unwilling to disclose her suspicion. Harada doesn't have the faintest idea who it is, and Ayanokoji asks Kushida, but she's clueless as well. The 6th, 7th, and 8th vote pass without any change, prompting Chabashira-sensei to begin sharing a story, as she reveals that she took this very same exam 11 years ago. She explains that all 3 options are valid, whether voting in favor, voting opposed, or even letting time run out. Chabashira simply wants to encourage them to make a choice that they won't come to regret later on. 9th vote comes and goes with 1 in favor and 38 opposed. Jumping to Class B, you find Ichinosei's class voting for the 5th question. Hoshinomiya is disappointed with the results, revealing 1 in favor and 39 opposed. The class assumes the 1 in favor to be a genuine misclick, which pisses off Kanzaki to no end. He points out that their class has only been going downhill since the very first semester, and asked if saving everyone is really going to help them. Ichinosei attempts to persuade Kanzaki, but he states that missing out on this 100 class points is the same thing to him as losing 300. They vote another 5 times without any change, causing Hoshinomiya to reveal that she took the same special exam 11 years ago. She states that either choice may come back to haunt them, and proudly reveals that of course, she voted in favor of this question. Kanzaki stays firm and silent up until the 10th vote, where he finally gives in, allowing this question to pass with 0 in favor and 40 opposed. Over in Class D, the 5th question resulted in 14 in favor and 26 opposed. Rian asked for everyone in favor to raise their hands, but only a handful comply. The 2nd vote changes slightly, and Rian begins wandering about the room, whispering to people here and there. Over the course of the next 10 votes, the number in favor slowly declines down to 5. Rian tries one final time to order the people in favor to speak up, and Tokido boldly steps forward. Tokido wants Rian expelled from the school, and is even willing to lose 300 class points to make it happen. He believes the class feels the same way, and is only allowing Rian to lead due to fear. Rian says this time you will be the only person voting in favor, and if so, Rian will change plans to expel Tokido. Katsuragi asks Rian to give Tokido one more chance, as the 13th vote arrives. The results are 2 in favor and 38 opposed, causing Rian to snap at Katsuragi, asking why he voted with Tokido. Katsuragi states you need people who disagree with you, and then explains that Rian ordered 4 of them to vote in favor, just as a way to lure Tokido out into the open. Rian then declares this to be Tokido's last chance, and the 14th vote results in 0 in favor and 40 opposed. Looking to Class A, you see question 5, with 2 in favor and 36 opposed. Though after Sakayanagi gives the order, the 2nd vote passes, with 0 in favor and 38 opposed. It's after the 11th vote that Ayanokoji realizes this person is more than willing to sacrifice 300 class points in order to enact their plan. He logically knows it's time to change strategy and vote in favor, but even so, he still finds himself reluctant to cut out a classmate. Due to Ayanokoji, the 12th vote has 2 in favor and 37 opposed, though by the 14th vote, this increases to 12 in favor with only 27 opposed. Harada states there's nobody who should be expelled, but Ayanokoji says yes there is. The person causing this situation. He even admits to knowing who it is, and encourages Horikita to change her strategy. She however asks to give this person one more chance, and the 15th vote has 1 in favor and 38 opposed. Keeping with her word, the 16th vote passes with 39 in favor, 0 opposed. Harada then nominates himself for expulsion, but only receives 6 votes in favor. Kushida begins to panic, mumbling that they've made a mistake. She then exclaims that Horikita or Ayanokoji should take responsibility, since they pushed the vote in this direction. Kei, however, openly refuses to expel her boyfriend. This time, Horikita nominates herself, receiving 16 votes in favor and 22 opposed. Sudo is pissed, and Yukimura demands to be told the name of the suspect. Then with a certain girl glaring daggers at him, Ayanokoji reveals Kushida to be the person voting in favor this whole time. Kushida immediately claims this to be a lie, as Hondo comes to comfort her. Ayanokoji openly states that Kushida wishes to expel himself and Horikita. The class speaks out against Ayanokoji, but Harada forces them to shut up and listen. Ayanokoji proclaims that Kushida fakes her whole personality, and that deep down she's just a nasty human being. Time runs out, so Kushida nominates herself, receiving 5 votes in favor and 33 opposed. Ayanokoji then reminds everyone that Kushida attempted to have him expelled during the previous class vote exam. He then reveals that he's even been giving Kushida half of all of his private points, as a way to prevent her from attacking him. Upon hearing this, Kushida's expression changes, as she realizes those payments were just one big elaborate trap. With a loud yell, Kushida admits to receiving payment, but brings up that Ayanokoji sexually assaulted her last year, stating that she even has his fingerprints. He immediately counters, asking why she chose to store the fingerprints instead of reporting him to the school. It's also highly unlikely the fingerprints lasted a full year and a half, causing Kushida to burst out in anger, grabbing Ayanokoji by the collar. She publicly admits to everything, while openly accepting her own expulsion, followed by her revealing everyone's deepest secrets. Though while all this chaos was ensuing, Horikita stayed perfectly calm, debating exactly how many class points Kushida is worth. Horikita then silences the entire class, saying Kushida is rotten, but everyone did willingly tell her their secrets. They say yeah because we trusted her, which is exactly what Horikita wanted to hear. She states that Kushida is amazing at creating trust in friends, even if it's all a facade. Kushida yells,
Stop defending me!
But Horikita goes on, declaring Kushida's talents to be completely irreplaceable. Horikita doesn't want to expel Kushida because she'd rather use her to gain more than 100 class points before graduation. She then looks straight into the eyes of her extremely frustrated classmate, revealing that she actually likes and appreciates the real Kushida who's been hiding under the mask. Horikita nominates herself again, receiving only 1 vote in favor and 37 opposed. Ayanokoji speaks up, saying that cutting someone out of the class isn't necessarily a bad thing, and that he thinks they should vote out the lowest ranking student, which the OAA app determines to be Sakura. Hasebe immediately disagrees, but she's unable to give a better solution. Yukimura says they can't afford to lose 300 class points, causing Hasebe to nominate herself for expulsion. There's 35 votes in favor with 3 opposed, as Miyaki, Sakura, and Ayanokoji can't bring themselves to expel her. Sakura says this is for the best, and after a long debate, Hasebe finally agrees to expel her best friend. Though when it comes time to vote, Hasebe freezes up, unable to do anything, until Sakura shouts, forcing her hand. The final round results with a unanimous 38 votes in favor of expelling Sakura. Out in the hallway, Horikita approaches Ayanokoji, apologizing for the result of the special exam. However, he simply replies, "That was the best case scenario." Sakura then walks up to him, looking much different than before, as she asks Ayanokoji to look after Hasebe, just before walking away while struggling to hold back the tears. Later that same night, Ayanokoji goes to the roof to meet up with Chabashira. She explains that 11 years ago, her class found themselves in a similar situation, unable to decide who should be expelled. The class leader volunteered himself, however Chabashira was in love with him and refused to let him go. The leader felt the same way about her, resulting in time running out and the loss of 300 class points. Now it's uncertain if Chabashira's Class B could have surpassed Class A, but it is certain that her decision made it impossible. Today, however, allowed Chabashira to confront her past, so now she's ready to support this class throughout the future. It's the following Monday that Ayanokoji thinks back on the unanimous vote special exam. You see, he never intended for the exam to turn out that way, and he actually believes Horikita made a bad decision. He finds her in the lobby waiting for Kushida, who didn't leave her dorm all weekend. Ayanokoji explains that Hasebe won't talk to him either, prompting Horikita to apologize for damaging his friend group. He enters into the classroom to find a dark atmosphere lingering in the air. Chabashira reveals that Kushida, Michan, and Hasebe are all going to be absent, and that it won't affect the class points if it's only a few days. She then begins explaining the upcoming sports festival. This year, it will be geared toward individual ability, and requires each student to participate in at least 5 events, or else their class will be penalized. Group events are worth more points, and the class reward system by grade level is as follows. The male and female MVP for each year will receive 2 million points, or the ability to transfer to a different class, but this must be used by the end of the semester. Directly after class, Horikita stands up, apologizing for choosing to protect Kushida, though she is confident that she made the best choice. Shinohara responds, stating that Kushida may continue to sabotage the class, and Horikita points out that expelling Kushida would significantly lower the class's overall ability average. Shinohara still isn't convinced though, as Harada takes the stage, asking everyone to keep Kushida's true personality a secret from the other classes. Horikita then declares that she will bring Kushida back, followed by her stepping outside with Koenji. Upon eavesdropping, Ayanokoji learns that Koenji is planning to be the MVP of the sports festival. However, he's only going to participate in solo events. Around lunchtime, Ayanokoji is preparing to eat with Kei, whenever Horikita tells him that Nagamo wants to talk. He immediately reports to the student council office, where Nagamo asks to compete against him at the sports festival. Ayanokoji acts as if he doesn't stand a chance, so Nagamo states that if Ayanokoji competes against him 5 times and wins a single event, then Nagamo will finally leave him alone. Then upon attempting to leave the office, Ayanokoji is stopped and roped into a very awkward lunch with Nagamo and Ichinose. The next day, the 3 girls are absent once again, and Ayanokoji is called out into the hallway to speak with Chabashira-sensei. She brings up Sakura and explains that Sakura ordered something but was expelled before paying for it, and after seeing what it is, Ayanokoji gladly pays for this issue. After class, Harada asks to meet up with Ayanokoji later, and he would actually like Karuizawa to be there as well. Our couple then enjoys some alone time together, as Ayanokoji brings up the secrets that Kushida revealed, asking if Kei doesn't actually like Shinohara. She states that she does like her, and that she just got carried away when she called her ugly in the group chat. Kei has actively tried to repair this friendship, but at the moment Shinohara refuses to speak with her. Kei then wonders if Ayanokoji would have expelled her if she was at the bottom of the class. In a roundabout way, he says yes, and she informs him that the correct answer to that question was no. She then lays down in his lap, revealing that she thinks it was a mistake to save Kushida. Ayanokoji, however, explains that Horikita and Kushida complement one another perfectly, and that only time will tell if it was the correct choice. They then move on to a bit of kissing before Harada arrives, immediately bringing up the conflict within the class. Ayanokoji asked if he spoke to Horikita about this, to which he says no, you give better advice. Ayanokoji orders him to go to Horikita first, and if she can't lend a hand, then he will be willing to help. Ayanokoji then reveals that a quick fix for Michan would be for Harada to begin dating her, but as expected, he declines. Harada then brings up Sakura, stating that he's still being tormented by his memories of expelling her. Do you resent what I did? Harada actually responds with yes, but he's trying his hardest to trust in Ayanokoji anyway. The following day, the 3 girls are absent once again, and Sudo asks Ayanokoji to accompany him. Out in the hallway, Onodera approaches them, asking if Sudo is planning to become the MVP. Of course he is, and she points out that team competitions are worth much more than solo events. Due to this, and being a top female athlete herself, she wants to partner up with Sudo for as many duo events as possible. He's reluctant at first as he wants to work with Horikita, so he asks Onodera why she doesn't team up with Koenji. She apparently can't stand him or trust him for that matter, and after a bit of thinking, Sudo agrees to partner up with her as a way to carry their class to victory in this sports festival. Ayanokoji thinks this was a good idea, and then asks what Sudo wanted to talk about. You see, he's rather concerned with the state of the class, more specifically with Shinohara and Ike. And Ayanokoji states they are out of his range of expertise, carefully guiding Sudo to seek Harada for help. Just after class ends for the week, Horikita goes out of her way, asking if the class will be punished for the 3 girls being absent this entire week. Chabashira states there is no issue as of right now, however she warns that any continued absence will become a problem. Horikita then brings up the last special exam, doubting that she made the right choice to expel Sakura. Chabashira declares it's much too early to tell, but it's up to Horikita to prove that she made the correct choice. You then learn that Horikita feels guilty about protecting Kushida, after telling everyone that they would expel the traitor. Chabashira points out that betraying everyone was never her intention, and that everyone makes a mistake from time to time. Horikita comments on how Chabashira-sensei is acting more like a teacher, and then proceeds to ask for advice on dealing with Kushida. Chabashira explains that if you can't find help in your own class, then maybe you should look at the others. Now back in the dorm lobby, Horikita runs into Ibuki, and after a lot of bickering, Horikita has a realization and drags Ibuki up to Kushida's room. She explains that Kushida hasn't been coming to school, and that she's willing to battle against Ibuki in 3 events at the sports festival, if she's able to get Kushida to open the door. Ibuki instantly agrees, and Horikita reveals the truth about Kushida, prompting Ibuki to state that everyone has a dark side. She then waltzes right up to the door and begins shouting about needing to use the restroom, but she doesn't get a response. Next, she tries taunting and insulting Kushida, but it's the repeated kicking of the door that finally gets a pissed off Kushida to open up. They force their way inside, where Kushida asks why Horikita would risk revealing her secret to Ibuki, causing her to reply with,
She doesn't have any friends to tell.
Horikita then declares that it's time for Kushida to get up and start helping the class. However, Kushida's aware that her absence will begin to reflect poorly on Horikita. All Horikita wants is for Kushida to selfishly use her strengths to climb toward Class A. Horikita recognizes that Kushida has every right to act like a pouting child, and after a bit more debating, and a small amount of physical violence, Kushida agrees to battle alongside the class once again. Upon waking up, Michan notices numerous text messages, but chooses to leave them unread. She's been skipping school due to the overwhelming embarrassment from Kushida revealing that she's in love with Harada. She then remembers that Ayanokoji sent her an email, offering to help her out any way he can. She gives him a call asking if they can meet up, all the while noticing the shower running in the background. Upon stepping out of the stairwell, Michan spots Kei leaving Ayanokoji's room, with her hair undone and looking not so put together. Michan apologizes for interrupting their date, but Kei doesn't seem to mind at all. After sitting down inside his room, she asks how he's able to go to school as if he didn't just expel his best friend. Ayanokoji explains that by missing school, you cause others to worry about you, which only ends up making the situation worse. She then asks about Harada and learns that by missing school, she's made Harada feel as though he's the reason for her absence. She thanks Ayanokoji for listening to her worries and vows to attend school Monday. Though shortly after she leaves, there's another knock on the door, which turns out to be Amasawa, politely asking to come inside. He basically says no, causing her to ask what type of naughty things he's been doing alone with Michan and Karuizawa. He reluctantly lets her inside, where she immediately begins scouring every inch of the room. She even inspects the floor, purposely putting her underwear on display for Ayanokoji. After confirming that nobody is listening in, she moves uncomfortably close to Ayanokoji's face, asking if he wants to know the identity of the other White Room student. He passes because that would put Amasawa in danger, so she leaves, commenting that the trash can is awfully empty for this time of the week. Then it's a few moments later that Ayanokoji receives a text message from Miyaki, informing him that Hasabe will be attending school tomorrow, though he warns Ayanokoji not to speak to her. It's Monday morning when Michan arrives to class, with Hasabe only a moment behind her. It's not until after class begins that Kushida finally arrives, taking her seat as everyone glares at her. Just as the lesson ends, Kushida stands up, quickly apologizing for hurting her classmates. However, she also states that she doesn't plan on getting along with them anymore. Shinohara calls out her shitty half-assed apology, and Kushida exclaims that if anyone tries to attack her, she'll retaliate by revealing even more of their precious secrets. After school ends, Hasabe approaches Ayanokoji, asking for him and Horikita to meet with her at the cafe. Horikita and Ayanokoji then discuss the sports festival, and she reveals that she's come up with one rather risky idea. A short while later, they arrive at the cafe, where Hasabe asks if Horikita's satisfied now. She says no, we're still 500 class points behind Class A. Hasabe then moves on to Ayanokoji, wanting to know his opinion about saving Kushida, causing him to state that he made his own choice. Horikita is confident that this was the best outcome for the class, and Hasabe proclaims that she'll never be able to trust Horikita again. Horikita bluntly asked what Hasabe wants, but all she can say is give me Sakura back. Hasabe regrets her decision to go along with the class, and Horikita explains that Sakura's expulsion will serve to motivate the lower performing students. Hasabe then stands up to leave, declaring that she will make them regret expelling her best friend. Later on, you find Horikita and Ayanokoji in a karaoke room, having a meeting with Ryun and Katsuragi. Ryun is curious what it felt like to sacrifice Sakura, and Horikita's just surprised he didn't do the same. Katsuragi wants to know why they're here, so Horikita proposes working together during the sports festival. Katsuragi actually thought up the same strategy, as a means for them to completely crush Class A. Ryun, however, demands compensation for this partnership, which Horikita blatantly refuses. Ryun threatens to leave, so Horikita reminds him how to get to the exit. He attempts to call her bluff, however she boldly states that her class has the upper hand in this sports festival. Ryun mentions that he's not against fighting dirty, causing Horikita to begin packing up her belongings. Katsuragi encourages Ryun to be more cooperative, but he exclaims that Horikita is only acting bold because Ayanokoji is here. He then orders her to have Ayanokoji leave the room, however she refuses. Next, Ryun tries to negotiate for private points upon Class B's victory, but Horikita isn't going to budge. It's only after verifying that this was in fact Horikita's idea that he finally accepts a 50-50 partnership for the sports festival. Now, students are not allowed to attend the sports festival unless they are participating, so the group wonders if Sakayanagi will embarrass herself in order to command her class. Ayanokoji, however, states that he'll be sure to prevent Sakayanagi's participation. Horikita just shouldn't count on him to earn any points. Sometime later, you see the main players of Class A discussing the sports festival. Sakayanagi is aware that Ryun and Horikita are teaming up, but even so, she's still confident in her ability to lead her class to victory. She is in fact planning to participate, and has a few ideas in mind of how she can disrupt Class B and D's fragile partnership. Next, we jump to Kei and Ayanokoji, who are having a relaxing date at the mall. The third years are still watching his every move. They unexpectedly stumble upon Sato, who lightly teases them before running away. After this, they bump into Ishizaki and Albert, causing Kei to begin acting defensive. They relocate, and Ishizaki apologizes for the rooftop incident, though Kei says don't worry about it, Ayanokoji already paid you back. You then come to find out that Ryun and Ayanokoji share the same birthday, so Ishizaki now wants to host a double birthday party. Kei will only allow this if Ryun apologizes, and to everyone's shock, Ishizaki agrees to try and get Ryun's apology. Jumping to Sato, just after she ran away, you find her being approached by a first year. This person mentions that Sato would have another chance at Ayanokoji if Karuizawa were to be expelled. Sato is then invited to this first year's dorm if she's interested in pursuing this option. It's the night just before the sports festival when Ayanokoji gives Horikita a call. She immediately asks why Sakayanagi is still registered to participate, followed by him revealing that he won't be attending the sports festival. He explains this is all part of his plan to lure away Sakayanagi, and Horikita doesn't even attempt to understand what he's thinking. The sports festival has begun, which means it's time for Horikita to face off against Ibuki. Their first competition is the 100-meter dash, where Horikita narrowly claims victory. A short while later, they face off in the long jump, where Ibuki wins with a mere 2-centimeter difference. Currently, the class rankings are as follows, just as Yagami approaches Horikita, congratulating her for leading the second years. He then tells her that Nagamo has won 5 events in a row. However, for some reason, he's not happy in the slightest. Horikita approaches Mr. President and can't help but overhear him talking to Kiryun. Apparently Nagamo is so extremely bummed out because Ayanokoji isn't participating in the sports festival. Kiryun suggests that he should just forget about his juniors and graduate quietly, but of course he doesn't care for this opinion. Nagamo then asks Horikita how Ayanokoji became sick so suddenly, prompting her to feign ignorance, claiming to not know anything. After lunch, you come to find out that second-year Class A is currently sitting in last place. Of course, it doesn't help that Ryun is doing everything he can to get under their skin and interrupt their plans. Now, with the sports festival nearing its conclusion, Ibuki approaches Horikita, demanding to compete one more time. You see, Horikita won their best-of-3 battle due to Ibuki arriving late to their final competition and thus not being able to participate. Horikita, however, is eligible to compete in one more event, so Ibuki chooses to follow her around in order to enter as well. Just as Horikita is trying to decide between the shuttle run or volleyball, Amasawa approaches, congratulating them both on their hard work today. Kushida then arrives to speak with Amasawa, but she steps away to prepare for the volleyball competition. Due to these three, all disliking Amasawa, they agree to work together to form a volleyball team. Kushida even uses her connections to recruit 2 girls from Class A and 1 girl from Class C. After winning the first few matches, our group makes it to the finals to face off against Amasawa's team. It's an extremely close match as Amasawa and Nanase are both extraordinary athletes, though Horikita, Ibuki, and Kushida are able to put aside their differences just long enough to claim an 8-6 victory. Around this same time, Sudo and Onodera are preparing for their final event, mixed gender tennis. They easily make it to the finals, finding themselves squaring off against Hosen, who wins the first game. During the second game, Hosen goes out of his way to pelt Onodera with the ball, injuring her leg and pissing off Sudo in the process. Sudo manages to win this round, and Onodera does her best to calm Sudo down. He's well aware that he has anger issues, but he listens as Onodera explains her technique that she uses to stay calm. During the third game, Hosen continues targeting Onodera, and Sudo claims victory by using her technique to stay calm. They share a big victory hug, and she asks if Sudo would like to go out to dinner sometime. He agrees without realizing her intentions, while immediately turning away to look for Horikita. A moment later, Hosen attempts to pick a fight with Sudo, but he simply takes the hit before walking away. Earlier this same day, you see Sakayanagi enter into Ayanokoji's dorm. She heard from her father that Ayanokoji would be absent from the sports festival, and she's well aware this is a trap to lure her away. Ayanokoji mentions that her class will likely lose the sports festival, but she doesn't care as long as she gets to spend time with Ayanokoji. They sit down on the bed where she feeds him some dessert, just before eating with the same fork herself. Sakayanagi wonders why he's fighting towards Class A, which turns out to all be part of his plan to prove the White Room wrong. She states it would have been better for him to participate in the sports festival, just before he pushes her backwards onto the bed. Ayanokoji activates his phone camera, exclaiming that nobody is around to hear you scream. Sakayanagi asks if he's about to commit a crime, but he says no. We're going to share a secret. He then tosses the phone aside, moving ever closer to the now smiling Sakayanagi. A bit later, Ayanokoji deletes the phone recording, as Sakayanagi asks if he is experimenting with Karuizawa or just trying to save her, and they're interrupted by a knock on the door. It turns out to be a voice Ayanokoji has only heard over the phone. This boy warns Ayanokoji to be extremely wary of the other White Room students, prompting Sakayanagi to speak up as well. After this boy leaves, Ayanokoji asks if she was able to recognize who it was. She says kind of, as she remembers it from a long time ago, but she's unable to remember the face that goes with it. And with that, the sports festival comes to a close, with Class B securing first place. Sudo and Onodera both won the MVP awards, and immediately claimed the 2 million personal points as their trophy. You also learn that, of course, Koenji flawlessly won all 10 of his events. It's then sometime later that you see Horikita and Ayanokoji once again discussing the unanimous vote special exam. Horikita is now certain that she made the correct choice in saving Kushida. He, however, thinks about how he can't wait to eventually leave this class. That way, he can battle against and defeat Horikita for himself. Though he earnestly hopes to lose this future battle, since that would prove the White Room and his father wrong. The Culture Festival is just around the corner, so Chabashira-sensei starts off by going over the rules once again. You can only gain class points during this event, and each class will have a limited budget allotted to them by the school. Chabashira explains that each guest will be given a set amount of points to spend, and that the teachers will be considered guests as well. However, the teachers can't spend money on their own grade. Lastly, all sales must be made through a specific app, and everyone is required to take a 1-hour break during the Culture Festival. She then moves on to announcing the results of the midterm exam, where Sudo came in 11th place, landing him in the top third of the class. After school, we see a group of Class B students searching for a proper location for the maid cafe. Matsushita brings up Hasabe and Miyaki, but Horikita doesn't think they need to worry. Then while inspecting the upper floors, Ayanokoji notices that something seems to be bothering Sato. A moment later, they bump into Class A, causing Hashimoto to state that Ayanokoji seems to be out with his harem. He then begins cross-questioning Sato, but is instantly shut down by Matsushita. Hashimoto then leaves, but not before warning Horikita that it's very dangerous to team up with Ryun. Sometime later, while at the mall, Ayanokoji bumps into Sudo, who is apparently having issues with his vision. You also learn that he's decided to prepare himself for college instead of just trying to go pro. They observe Hasabe and Miyaki walk by, prompting Sudo to ask if they should intervene. Ayanokoji states it'd be pointless, followed by Sudo offering to help out any way he can. The next day, Ayanokoji meets Kei in the lobby, where she thanks him for staying up past curfew. He asks if it hurt, and she reveals it did a bit, even though she thought she was used to it. Upon arriving to class, Ike shouts, asking if their class will be putting on a maid cafe for the culture festival. He explains that Ishizaki was loudly discussing it in the lobby, just as Sudo enters the room, revealing that Ryun is on his way here. Horikita steps into the hallway, accusing him of purposely revealing their maid cafe idea. Ryun exclaims that he can't allow them to continue pulling ahead, and that he's even planning to create a cafe of his own for the culture festival. Horikita points out that this will only hurt both of their profits, and Ryun offers up a 5 million point wager to see who can generate more sales. Now, while the other classes are keeping their plans a secret, third year Class A openly reveals that they will be creating a haunted maze, and they even invite the students to come try it ahead of time. Ayanokoji enters into the gymnasium to view this maze, causing Ichinose to flee the area. Now, partway through the maze, a spirit jumps out at him, but trips falling to the ground. Ayanokoji helps the now injured Asahina to the infirmary, as she brings up Nagamo. He states Mr. President has lost interest in him, but Asahina isn't so sure because neither side was declared the winner. Ayanokoji asks if Nagamo's ever lost. She says no, causing Ayanokoji to suddenly become interested in Nagamo. Upon returning back to the maze, Kanzaki congratulates him on Class B's recent success, all the while saying his own class is doomed. Ayanokoji states that Kanzaki will just need to be the voice of change, but he doesn't think that's possible. It frustrates Kanzaki how much power Ayanokoji holds over Ichinose, and they wind up agreeing to continue this discussion later. It's now Friday when you see Ayanokoji entering into the student council office, and Nagamo urges him to get to the point. Ayanokoji doesn't, instead saying that it was a bad idea for Class 3A to reveal their haunted maze, and Nagamo points out that some stupid class already had their idea leaked. Ayanokoji challenges Nagamo, but he refuses, saying you had your chance. It takes some debating and Ayanokoji revealing his plan, but Nagamo finally becomes interested. Mr. President is aware that there is an ulterior motive behind this, and Ayanokoji declares this to be Nagamo's final chance to battle him. Nagamo argues that he could always threaten Kei to force a confrontation, but Ayanokoji promises not to save her. Mr. President agrees to this challenge before asking if Ayanokoji would really abandon his girlfriend. You expelling her would only do me a favor. The following Monday after class, Horikita agrees to Ryun's wager, though she reduces it to a mere 1 million points, just as Ayanokoji makes his way toward the agreed upon meeting location. On the way, he bumps into Mishima-sensei, who he asks a few questions regarding the rules for the culture festival. A moment later, Ayanokoji meets up with Kanzaki, who immediately begins ranting about how his class is destined for failure due to their no man left behind attitude. Ayanokoji asks why he's being told this and discovers that Kanzaki wants Ayanokoji to change Ichinose. Ayanokoji, however, disagrees with this plan, followed by Himino arriving right on time, very confused as to what's going on. Ayanokoji reveals the best way to change Ichinose is to change the will of the class, and he asks them what would have happened if all 39 of Ichinose's classmates had voted to expel someone. They agree Ichinose's first instinct would be to strongly oppose, but over time, they think she would begin to doubt herself. Ayanokoji then asks what Himino thought of Kanzaki's rebellion during the exam, which she states to be futile and that it's just easier to go along with the class. Kanzaki asks if she's really okay with their current situation, but she's only willing to back him up if he can sway the majority. After hearing this, Kanzaki resolves himself to abandon Class D, which finally draws out Himino's true emotions. They would prefer to climb to Class A alongside Ichinose, and after a short screaming match, Ayanokoji prods them to seek out other allies within their class. Next, you see Ayanokoji and Horikita walking to school as they discuss Nagamo's latest whim, which is to host a mock culture festival the day before the official thing. Ayanokoji wants to know if they'll be joining, and she replies, why not? Everyone already knows we're doing a maid cafe. After class, Horikita is handed a unanimous love letter from a classmate, who requests that she delivers it to Nagamo. Horikita reluctantly agrees and makes her way to the student council office, deciding that she could avoid confusion by having Yagami deliver the letter instead. Nagamo enters the room in a foul mood, due to a rumor going around about him making a bet to expel some students. It's after Mr. President leaves that Horikita approaches Yagami, who's just finishing up writing in today's log. She asks him to deliver the love letter, and after a bit of teasing, he agrees to do so. Horikita is impressed that Yagami still uses physical logbooks, and she can't help but to notice his impressive handwriting. Actually, this handwriting looks eerily similar to the note she received on the island, and she feels as if Yagami is taunting her. Horikita quickly flees the office, all the while feeling Yagami's sinister smile on her back. It's now time for the mock festival, as Miyaki and Hasebe are both absent. Sato asks Kushida to come practice, but she claims to already have plans. Sato exclaims that you haven't attended a single practice, causing Kushida to say,
Why don't you just replace me then?
Matsushita seriously wants to remove Kushida as a maid, but Horikita declines, saying they just need to trust in her. After completing the maid cafe, Ayanokoji takes a trip over to Ryun's class, finding a traditional style cafe. He has a short conversation with Hiyori and discovers that Ibuki lost a bet against Ryun, and thus had to dress up and participate. Ryun, however, is nowhere to be found, so Hiyori directs him to go upstairs to visit Class A. After ascending the staircase, he's greeted with randomly scattered boxes, and Hashimoto explains they're not participating in the mock festival. Ryun then walks by.
I'll be the one to win tomorrow.
The maid cafe is an immediate hit with the boys, even though the maids are super nervous right now. Matsushita is currently the star of the cafe, while Horikita on the other hand is taking up more of a backstage role, due to her more serious personality. Ayanokoji pokes fun at her lack of smile, so she threatens to change his job to one of the food stalls. Matsushita then opens up about her worries in regard to Ryun, though Ayanokoji and Horikita both confidently declare that there's no need to worry. Ayanokoji then steps out of the room to scout the other classes, and is immediately joined by Kei. She urges him to try a carnival game, so he picks up the cork gun, missing 3 of the 4 shots. Hosen then appears from behind the stall, explaining that carnival games are rigged to guarantee a profit. Ayanokoji then returns to his girlfriend without a prize, but she had plenty of fun watching him fail for once. Next, they take part in Ishizaki's taste testing game, which reminds Ayanokoji of the time he threw up in the White Room due to taking a hit directly to the stomach. Back at the maid cafe, Sudo is acting as the bouncer when Onodera arrives, admitting that her legs are too muscular to be a maid. Sudo gives them a thorough inspection, causing an embarrassed Onodera to flee the room. He's confused as to what just happened, so Ayanokoji explains that she obviously has a crush on him. Around this time elsewhere, you find Kushida with Yagami. She suspects that Yagami purposely quit talking to her after she failed to expel Ayanokoji or Horikita. He wants to know exactly what happened during the unanimous vote special exam, but Kushida declines to reveal anything. Yagami correctly guesses the series of events, and Kushida declares this partnership to be officially over. He asks if she's become friends with Horikita, but Kushida exclaims that she hates her more than ever. Now it's the middle of the night when Ayanokoji receives a phone call from Sakayanagi, wanting to know if he will be attending the culture festival. He reveals that the chairman wanted him to be sick once again, but this time Ayanokoji chose to decline. He recognizes the White Room will probably make a move, but he can't hide every time there's a chance of danger. It's finally the day of the festival, so Ayanokoji heads downstairs to the lobby, carrying a box. He apologizes for the last-minute expense, and Horikita reveals that Matsushita is sick, so she won't be attending the festival. Upon arriving to the cafe, they immediately notice that Hasebe and Miyaki are absent once again. Now the maids are super nervous as the festival begins, but they quickly shake it off as the customers begin pouring in the room. Everything seems to be going smoothly, though Ayanokoji is still wary of a potential attack from the White Room. Michan comes rushing over, informing him they've already run out of the expensive tea. He tells her to go fix the menus as he steps outside to fix the sign. While doing so, a stranger hands him a note while ordering him not to turn around. You find out this man has come to the school today to collect Ayanokoji, though ultimately they leave the choice up to him. Ayanokoji then swallows the note to get rid of the evidence before getting back to work. It's now 3 hours into the festival when Ike reports to Ayanokoji that he overheard a few girls from Class C handing out flyers. They're claiming to be in a direct competition with the maid cafe, and even exclaim that expulsion might be on the line for the class that loses. Ayanokoji reveals a box of flyers he prepared ahead of time, telling Ike to use this drama to their advantage. The crowd continues to grow as a direct result of Ryun declaring war. There's now people waiting in line outside, so Kushida steps out to entertain them. Harada states that Kushida's skills are amazing, and that he thinks she's been practicing in secret with Horikita. Michan yells that a customer wants a photo with Kushida, but when Ayanokoji turns around, she's gone. With a quick phone call, Ayanokoji determines her location and heads out to retrieve her. Amasawa is the first to spot Ayanokoji and wants to know how he found them so quickly. He states he had some help and asks if they can continue this conversation later. Amasawa insists that this doesn't concern him, but he's not going anywhere without his best maid. She swiftly restrains Kushida while looking desperate and threatening to break Kushida's arm. He accepts her challenge, rocketing forward, instantly saving Kushida and pinning Amasawa to the ground. He explains that he hasn't seeked out the other White Room students because he never saw them as a threat. This is the exact moment that Amasawa finally realized just how out of reach Ayanokoji-senpai truly is. He then randomly tells her to go to the student council office today at 3 p.m. before heading back to the cafe. Kushida wants to know who the real Ayanokoji is, but he blames the one-sided fight on the gender difference. She doesn't believe him in the slightest, but she does genuinely thank him for the save. Back at the cafe, it's so busy that Horikita is forced into serving customers. Then even with Kushida entertaining everyone outside, a significant number of them have begun to leave. Horikita would like to put the two backup maid outfits to use, but they just don't have anyone to wear them. Ike cuts in, recommending Shinohara, and they gladly agree, even though she doesn't have a cutesy personality. They discuss the two absentees and debate whether or not they're planning to drop out. This would result in a 600 class point loss, though Kushida doesn't think Ayanokoji is ready to abandon them. With another quick phone call, Ayanokoji finds Hasebe and sets a package on the ground. He points out that the class is struggling without them, and Miyaki admits to feeling guilty. Hasebe states that Sakura would have been happy to help, and Ayanokoji tells her that Kushida has been indispensable. He wants her to open this box, but she instead reveals their intentions to drop out. She believes Sakura is at home crying right now, and Ayanokoji reveals that Hasebe always protected Sakura just to make herself feel better. He says you don't understand her at all, causing her to ask if he believes that Sakura liked being expelled. He says this box is a final message from your best friend, and after confirming the shipping label, she opens it up to find a maid outfit. Ayanokoji mentions that Sakura wanted Hasebe to wear this, and after a few moments of crying, she rejects the outfit, exclaiming that Sakura must have ordered this out of spite. Miyaki sides with Ayanokoji on this one, just as Kushida arrives. She also states that Hasebe protected Sakura just to make herself feel better, and then shows Ayanokoji her phone. He asks how she found this, and Kushida announces that it pertains to Sakura. Hasebe can't help but to ask about the phone, which Kushida reveals to be Sakura's reinstated idol profile, which is absolutely booming. She's even posted about working hard so that Hasebe might be proud of her. With her objective accomplished, Kushida heads back to the cafe, and Hasebe sprints away with the uniform in her arms. Miyaki tears the dropout papers to shreds, and you find out that Ayanokoji was about to reveal Sakura's idol page himself. A few moments later, Ayanokoji meets with Chabashira-sensei, asking if she would act as a maid for the final hour. She attempts to say that's against the rules, but Ayanokoji points out the rules only prohibit her from spending money on their grade. He's more than happy to pay for her services, and after scouring the rules, a very unhappy Chabashira-sensei reveals the price to be 100,000 points. She encourages him to hire someone like Hoshinomiya, but he refuses, revealing he doesn't want somebody who's good at the job. After spreading the word, he places Chabashira in the corner of the room to just stand there looking embarrassed and awkward. Ayanokoji then begins selling standing room only tickets, but fills that up almost immediately. The line continues growing ever longer, so Ayanokoji collects the remaining points from each person in line, before opening the doors and windows, allowing them to get a glimpse at Chabashira-sensei. Jumping back in time a few minutes, you see Horikita welcome Hasebe to the team, just before taking her mandatory break. She's heading to the student council office to inspect Yagami's handwriting, though just before opening the door, she receives a phone call. Yagami is the caller, and he steps out from the shadows asking why she's here. Horikita claims to be searching for her notebook, and Yagami offers to help, while asking why she looks so nervous. She points out that a boy just stalked her to the student council office and is now trying to go inside with her alone. He immediately apologizes, followed by Ibuki attacking and dragging him into the room. This was not Horikita's plan, but she rolls with it, explaining that she received a note on the uninhabited island, which she expects to be written by Yagami. He denies it just as President Nagumo enters the room, very confused as to what is happening. They give a believable story, followed by Nagumo asking why Yagami has been spreading rumors about him. Yagami denies this, and they discuss Tsukashiro's special exam, which involved expelling Ayanokoji. Nagumo then asks the girls to leave, prompting Horikita to confess that Yagami was following her, and the issue surrounding the note. Yagami accuses them of conspiring against him by using the disguised love letter which contained a secret message. Neither of them know what he's talking about, and Yagami exclaims that Ayanokoji must be the mastermind behind all of this. Ryun then enters the room with Komiya Kinoshita and 2 teachers in tow. Yagami is now completely confused as Ryun grabs a hold of his hair, accusing him of injuring his classmates on the island. Of course, Yagami denies this, prompting the teachers to reveal that Yagami is the most likely suspect due to the broken GPS watch. Nagumo demands an explanation as Horikita finally realizes that Ayanokoji more than likely orchestrated this whole situation. Ibuki moves to restrain Yagami, but is immediately knocked to the ground. Ryun prepares to fight, but Mishima steps between them, receiving a kick to the knee and a strong blow to the face. Out of nowhere, Amasawa enters the room, stating that she's here to stop Yagami, and he declares it's time for her to die. 5 unknown men then waltz into the student council office, as they're here to collect a very nervous-looking Yagami. They claim to be his relatives, and asks everyone present not to share what happened here today, even explaining that they've already spoken to the chairman. After all of this is over, Nagumo asks everyone to leave his office, as he sits down in his chair, smiling from ear to ear. The festival is now over, and even though Chabashira was only working for 1 hour, she accumulated 63 photos with customers, making her the most popular maid. The class gathers around Horikita, and Hasabe steps forward, apologizing for planning to hurt the class. Miyaki is sorry as well, and Kushida announces that Sakura is trying her best to become a famous idol. They both feel bad for skipping out on the festival, but Horikita states it wasn't against the rules, and that Koenji didn't participate either. With this, the Ayanokoji group can now be repaired, but Ayanokoji chooses to turn his back and walk away. A bit later, the results are announced, with Horikita's class taking first place, followed by Ryun in second. Sadly, due to the reward system, they didn't gain any ground, as Sakayanagi claimed a top spot as well. Ayanokoji and Horikita find it odd that Sakayanagi did so well, as her class was just selling a bunch of brochures. Hosen's class, on the other hand, was killing it, yet they came in last place, according to the sales. This leads them to assume that Sakayanagi and Hosen must have been working together, and that the majority of Hosen's sales must have went to Sakayanagi. Horikita then confesses that the maid cafe being leaked, and the war against Ryun's class, was all planned well in advance. The girls are shocked upon hearing this, but they decide they're not mad, since it did result in them winning first place. After they leave, Horikita turns to Ayanokoji, telling him that he should have taken some of the credit, since this plan was primarily his idea. He states that he couldn't have done it without her, and tries to say goodbye, but she doesn't let him go. Horikita wants to know if Ayanokoji orchestrated Yagami's expulsion, but she's cut off by a phone call. He claims he'll be back soon and walks out of the class, calling and thanking Nagumo for the assistance with locating his classmates. Mr. President asks about the love letter, which Ayanokoji admits was hiding a secret message. He, however, points out that Yagami confessed on his own, and Nagumo tells him to not forget their promise. Upon stepping outside, Tsubaki explains that a first year was expelled today. He attempts playing dumb, but she's happy that Ayanokoji managed to get Yagami expelled. You come to find out that Tsubaki was the person who approached Sato, offering to expel Karuizawa. Tsubaki, however, did this under Yagami's name, which got Ayanokoji involved after Sato went to him for help. She did this for revenge, since Yagami was the reason that one of her classmates was expelled. Ayanokoji, however, knows that she's not the mastermind, prompting Utomiya to walk closer, handing him a phone. It's the same guy he talked to a few days before, who reveals that he's impressed with how easily Yagami was expelled. Ayanokoji once again states that Yagami trapped himself, and that all he did was simply set the stage. They both politely agree to stay out of each other's way, and Ayanokoji walks back into the school. Now, just outside the classroom, he bumps into Chabashira-sensei, asking her if being a maid was really so terrible. Apparently, her co-workers won't stop bringing it up, and they step inside the classroom to find Horikita asleep on her desk. Chabashira states that Horikita has earned this nap, and tells Ayanokoji to run on home, as she'll take care of Horikita. Ayanokoji is currently walking to school with Kei, discussing her slowly improving test scores. Then upon arriving to class, Chabashira-sensei announces the results of the second semester's final exam. Everyone in Class B successfully passed, and Pseudo actually scored 10th place overall. Though only a moment later, they're given a list containing the names of each and every second-year student, excluding themselves. Their task is to rank each person within their respective classes, but they can use whatever criteria they want. Ayanokoji primarily uses the school's ranking system as a guide, though within their own class, he ranked Koenji second, just behind Harada. The class completes the assignment within the hour, prompting Chabashira to move on to announcing the destination for the school trip. This was determined via the unanimous vote special exam, where 3 of the 4 classes voted for Hokkaido. Chabashira declares they will not have a special exam during this trip, just before revealing the 5-day schedule. Day 3 will contain a minor assignment, but it's more or less just sightseeing. Now, the ranking list they made just before will help determine the groups, each of which will include all 4 classes. Ike is very much against this idea, all the while Harada welcomes this opportunity to make new friends. With the exception of the hotel, they must stick with and cooperate with their group at all times, as the entire class turns to glare at Koenji. During lunch, Sato states that befriending the other classes may cause problems in the future. However, Kei doesn't feel that sentiment. Ayanokoji and Harada then debate whether or not these groups may hold a more significant meaning than the school is letting on. After class is over, Ayanokoji heads to an agreed-upon meeting location, where he's greeted by Amasawa. Nanase is an unexpected arrival, but Ayanokoji proceeds to bring up the fact that Amasawa has been absent from school. He's then teased about stalking her, prompting Nanase to reveal that she told Ayanokoji. Amasawa jokes about swinging both ways, before asking why Ayanokoji didn't have her removed from this school. He simply says there's no need, cause it seems like she's been enjoying herself just like him. He does wonder if she wants revenge for Yagami's expulsion, but Amasawa claims to not want to get in Senpai's way anymore. Amasawa then departs, prompting Nanase to warn Ayanokoji not to lower his guard. Ayanokoji finds that statement odd, so he brings up the second-year school trip, asking if she would like a souvenir. She chooses chocolate, followed by Ayanokoji wondering why she's not concerned for his safety, since he'll be outside the school. Nanase claims it just slipped her mind, followed by Ayanokoji revealing that he doesn't believe Tsukashiro actually wanted him expelled. She states that Ayanokoji was just stronger, followed by him theorizing that Nanase knows exactly what the White Room is planning. She reiterates that she simply overlooked the school trip, but Ayanokoji counters, asking why she didn't try protecting him during the culture festival. He believes Nanase was sent here by the White Room to be his ally, though it's impossible for him to prove it. Though it doesn't really matter, because either way, Ayanokoji ends up with an ally. Later that same evening, Pseudo asks for a moment of Ayanokoji's time, so Kei agrees to give them a few minutes. Apparently, Onodera keeps asking Pseudo to hang out, and when he's around her, he begins to feel funny. Ayanokoji wonders what would happen if Onodera confesses, causing Pseudo to exclaim that he definitely likes Horikita more. Ayanokoji assumes Pseudo is here to get advice, but we learn he's already planning to confess to Horikita. He's come here today wanting Ayanokoji to witness his confession, as a means to prevent him from chickening out. Ayanokoji fully believes this isn't a great idea, but he agrees to go along with it due to Pseudo's overwhelming determination. Now back inside, Kei immediately asks what Pseudo wanted, but Ayanokoji can immediately tell she was eavesdropping. She then complains about the assigned groupings for this trip, but Ayanokoji points out it will be a good opportunity to gain intel on the other classes. Our couple then makes a wager surrounding Pseudo's confession. If Horikita rejects Pseudo, then Ayanokoji must buy Kei an expensive gift. But if Horikita reciprocates Pseudo's feelings, then Kei must do any one thing that Ayanokoji desires. It's on the first day of the trip that the groupings are finally revealed, though it's not until stepping off the plane that the rule kicks in. For the bus ride, Kushida suggests separating by gender, immediately followed by Kito and Ryun refusing to sit together. 30 minutes of silent travel is then interrupted, with Ryun asking how Ayanokoji is connected to Yagami. He doesn't receive a satisfactory answer, so he threatens to go visit Amasawa, though Ayanokoji just dodges this whole conversation. The only stop for the day is the ski resort, where Ayanokoji joins the first-time skiing group. He falls a few times throughout the lesson, successfully earning a few laughs from his peers. Ayanokoji then heads straight for the expert course, though Ryun tries redirecting him to the beginner's hill. Kushida warns him that the expert course was even difficult for her, just as they watch Yamamura hop on the ski lift. Assuming she's lost, they decide to follow, and Kushida reveals that she's never been able to tell what Ayanokoji is thinking. Because of this, she straight up asks if he's planning to expel her, prompting Ayanokoji to tease her by silently and awkwardly looking away. Eventually he concedes, openly admitting that he no longer has a reason to get rid of her. Kushida threatens to switch classes, but Ayanokoji just agrees that's a good strategy. She mentions that Yagami somehow knew her past, prompting Ayanokoji to lie, saying he grew up next to Yagami and Amasawa. Kushida wants to know if Ayanokoji expelled Yagami, and surprisingly he admits to this, saying that if left alone, Yagami would have hurt Kushida. Ayanokoji then gently stops her hat from blowing away, followed by Kushida losing herself in Ayanokoji's eyes for just a moment. At the top of the mountain, they find Ryun, surrounded by a number of his classmates. All the while, Yamamura is off to the side trying her best not to be noticed. Even the great Kushida knows next to nothing about Yamamura, but this situation leads them both to believe that she's definitely working as a spy for Sakayanagi. It's around 5 p.m. when the students arrive at a traditional-style hotel. Upon receiving their room keys, Ryun throws his luggage to Watanabe, ordering him to take it to their room. Kito attempts to get his hands on the bag, but Ayanokoji urges them not to mess with it. Kito isn't going to watch Watanabe be bullied, followed by Ayanokoji claiming he'll step in if anything else happens. Kushida then offers for the girls to visit the boys' room later tonight, so that they can discuss the plans for tomorrow. So after taking their luggage to the room, Ayanokoji decides to go take a bath. On the way, he thinks about how he'll be sleeping next to 3 people, and that he's still not used to this, even though he now shares his bed with Kei. Horikita waits until after dinner to bathe, and disappointedly finds Kushida in the outdoor bath. They bicker a lot, Ibuki comes and goes, followed by both girls stating the other would have been screwed if Ayanokoji didn't save them. Ichinose then arrives, causing Kushida to switch the topic to love. Eventually, Ichinose leaves as well, and this turns into an endurance contest to see who can stay in the heat longer. Right at 10 p.m., there's a knock on the door, which Watanabe eagerly jumps up to open. He shows the girls where to sit as Nishino yells for Ryun to come join the group. Kushida, on the other hand, politely asks him to cooperate, but he responds by threatening to reveal her past. He does in fact join the meeting, but immediately brings up the sleeping arrangements, calling dibs on the best spot. Kito isn't about to let that slide, however Ryun isn't giving him a choice. Ayanokoji reminds them that a fist fight will get the entire group punished, and Amakura tries to get back on topic. Ryun and Kito, however, each pick up a pillow, followed by Kushida announcing the start of this battle. Rockets are slung back and forth, but ultimately Kito backs down after realizing they've destroyed Ayanokoji's pillow. The group then collectively decides to go skiing tomorrow, even though Amakura isn't super into it. The next morning, Kito is reading a fashion magazine when Ryun challenges him to a skiing race today. They head outside to wait for the bus, where the girls begin building a snowman. Kushida even asks Ryun to join in, all the while Yamamura is standing here in the cold without gloves. Sakayanagi then walks by, slipping and falling on the ice. Takedo kindly helps her stand back up, and Ayanokoji wonders if her fall was truly an accident. Upon reaching their destination, they realize the ski resort isn't open yet, so the group decides to do some shopping. Now, not wanting to leave Yamamura alone with Ryun, Ayanokoji chooses to stay behind. Ryun notices that Yamamura is shivering, so he pulls her hands out of her pocket, revealing the lack of gloves. Ryun orders Ayanokoji to give her his own, and after a bit of convincing, she finally accepts. Ayanokoji states that she should have grabbed hers while everyone played in the snow. However, she didn't want to draw attention to herself. Yamamura then reveals that she doesn't have any friends, just as the group returns, watching Koenji majestically ride by on a horse. On the ski lift, Ayanokoji suggests maybe befriending Kito, but Ryun declares it to be impossible. The race begins with an impressive display of skill, as neither competitor is able to gain a lead. Ryun and Kito steadily ski closer and closer, as Ayanokoji follows behind them, carefully observing and replicating their movements. Just before they collide, Ayanokoji jets between them, interrupting and bringing this competition to a close. Now both competitors are mad that Ayanokoji interfered, and everyone finds it hard to believe that this is only his second day skiing. After eating lunch and leaving his trash with Watanabe, Ryun asks Ayanokoji to come with him. They find a secluded area where Ryun reveals that he's going to start a war against the Kayanagi. A message warns Ayanokoji that Yamamura is headed their way, just as Ryun brings up his plan to collect 800 million personal points. Ayanokoji doesn't think this plan is feasible, followed by Ryun threatening to reveal Kushida's past if Ayanokoji doesn't uphold their previous promise. They discuss how Ryun's next target will be Horikita, which forces Ayanokoji to break their promise. Ryun, however, isn't even mad, because this means he can once again go all out against Ayanokoji. They then return to the table to see Nishino and Yamamura surrounded by a group of strangers. She's apologized multiple times, but these boys continue harassing Yamamura for bumping into them. Nishino tells them to get lost, just as a kick sends one of them flying. The 5 boys collectively gang up on Ryun, until Kito enters the fight. 10 minutes goes by, and these 5 boys are on their knees, frantically apologizing and asking for forgiveness. The rest of the day is spent skiing, and they eventually return to the hotel where you find Ayanokoji, Sudo, and Hashimoto taking a bath. For some reason, Hashimoto looks downright exhausted, and they discover this is due to Koenji running his group wild. Ayanokoji does lend him a single piece of advice, but warns him it's not without consequences. Now Sudo decides the time has come, and meets Horikita at the souvenir shop before moving into a secluded hallway. Ayanokoji keeps his distance as Sudo asks if he's really changed. Horikita reassures him that he's grown for the better, but that still doesn't erase his past mistakes. Sudo, then with an outstretched hand, reveals his love, asking for Horikita to become his girlfriend. She's completely caught off guard and thinks hard on her answer, before eventually saying she doesn't like him that way. A heartbroken Sudo asks if there's a reason, prompting Horikita to reveal that she's yet to have those sort of feelings for anyone. He's happy to have gotten an explanation, and Horikita genuinely thanks him for liking her so much. Ayanokoji then checks his phone to see numerous notifications from Kei. A very upset girlfriend answers the phone, jokingly accusing him of cheating on her. He, however, brushes this off and agrees to head her way now. Though before that, he approaches the sad-looking Sudo, who's still standing in that hallway. Sudo states that he's not upset with Horikita, followed by Ayanokoji bringing up Onodera. Sudo plans to let whatever happens happen, but he does declare that his next goal is to academically surpass Harada. Now on his way to Kei, Ayanokoji bumps into an obviously irritated Horikita. She suspects that Ayanokoji listened in on Sudo's confession, which he now has no reason to deny. Horikita exclaims this was inconsiderate of her feelings, and they agree to have a thorough discussion tomorrow. Early the next morning, the students step off the bus to find Sapporo Station. Their assignment for today is to visit a minimum of 6 tourist locations. Each spot is worth a set amount of points, and if they collect more than 20, they'll be rewarded with 30,000 private points each. Then on the off chance that a group fails, they will be forced to forfeit tomorrow's free day in favor of a study session. So the majority of our group wants to relax and do the bare minimum, but Ryun refuses to pass up the 30,000 points. Kito tries arguing with them, but it's clear Ryun would rather fail this assignment than concede to the group. Kushida pulls Ayanokoji to the side, asking if he has any way to fix the stalemate, causing him to mention that they could try bribing Ryun, but that would be a minimum 12,000 points per person in order to pay him and Nishino. Ayanokoji then verifies everyone's opinion for this assignment, before revealing the last resort strategy. He's recommending they completely give up on this assignment and treat today as if it were a free day. This would result in them having to study tomorrow, but that's better than wasting both days. It's after everyone agrees to this that Ryun finally gives in, allowing them to successfully complete today's assignment. That evening at dinner, Ayanokoji is about to partake in a buffet for the first time in his life. He's even looking forward to eating by himself, but Ishizaki pulls him to their table. This group discusses how much they've changed since enrolling in this school, followed by Ishizaki returning with a massive plate of crab. Though eventually, Ayanokoji notices Katsuragi sitting completely alone. He tries to go approach him, but Matoba from Class A blocks his path. Matoba, however, isn't brave enough to stop Rion, and he states this is what you get for betraying your class. However, Katsuragi doesn't regret his decision in the slightest. Now, upon leaving, they're approached by Kushida, who is wanting to speak with Rion. Ayanokoji tails behind them as Kushida asks what Rion is planning to do with her. He states nothing at the moment and wonders what happened during the unanimous vote special exam. Kushida refuses to reveal anything, so he threatens to leak her past. But Ayanokoji cuts in, asking him not to do that. With this, Rion assumes that Kushida is working with her class now, and Ayanokoji threatens to interfere with Rion's plans if he tries to do anything. Rion agrees to back off, and Kushida demands to know why he came to save her. Ayanokoji states that Kushida is an important member of the class, and that he feels like they could become better friends now that he knows her true self. Upon hearing this, Kushida freezes, then slams her hands against the wall. She claims to be perfectly fine, before proceeding to stumble away. Ayanokoji then meets back up with Horikita, who reveals that Yagami wanted Ayanokoji expelled. Plain dumb, he wonders if it was for the bounty just like Hosen, but Horikita wants to know who Ayanokoji really is. She has an entire list of questions, but instead of answering, he admits to expelling Yagami. A moment later, they stumble upon two teachers, each of which is enjoying a massage chair. They discuss Horikita's leadership, just as Ayanokoji turns the intensity up to max. Hoshinomiya then accuses Horikita's class of having a cheat card, just before taking her leave. Chabashira apologizes for her colleague, while also admitting that Ayanokoji is an anomaly for being placed in Class D. Horikita then turns to ask more questions, but Ayanokoji declines in favor of taking another bath. That night, Kito is reading a fashion magazine just before bed. The group isn't tired in the slightest and begin discussing what they want to do after high school. Kito actually has his heart set on becoming a fashion designer, but Rion exclaims he'd make a better assassin. With the exception of a single group, everyone passed yesterday's assignment, and right now, Harada is organizing a snowball fight. It will be one match per team with a 1,000-point entry fee. Horikita and Ibuki both entered with the intent to beat each other, and Ayanokoji joins as well, but asks for a favor. There is 6 teams in total, with the first match containing Ishizaki, Albert, and Sudo. Yamamura is impressed with the intensity of the snowball fight, and Ayanokoji states that he's glad the school created these mandatory groups. He then asks what she thinks of Sakayanagi, but Yamamura claims not to speak with her. Sudo successfully claims victory, and the second match begins, but has nobody noteworthy. Harada then announces it's time for the third match, and Ayanokoji finally informs Yamamura that he entered her into this competition. They stick to the rear, as Ayanokoji helps to defend Yamamura. She then tries to attack, but her throws are absolutely pitiful. Ayanokoji manages to knock out an opponent, but while he's looking away, Yamamura gets taken out. He then purposely allows himself to be hit, bringing this down to a 1 vs 1, Ibuki against Horikita. Ibuki removes her gloves and begins bombarding her foe. Horikita focuses on dodging, only sending 1 snowball in return. Eventually, it comes time to end this, and they each launch a perfectly aimed snowball. However, Horikita's turns to powder in midair, causing Ibuki to be the victor. Our group then has another day of skiing, and that evening Ayanokoji is greeted by Sakayanagi. She apparently has info on the mysterious caller, and Ayanokoji states it's unlikely they're from the White Room. Sakayanagi then sends a message before asking if Ayanokoji thinks Class D can beat her. Rion does have a knack for taking down powerful opponents, but Sakayanagi is 100% confident that she will triumph. Kanzaki then arrives, very confused as to why Ayanokoji is here. Sakayanagi and Kanzaki were both born into high-class families, which is how they know each other. She then brings up a first year named Ishigami, before revealing the identity of Ayanokoji's father. Kanzaki suddenly realizes why Ayanokoji is so powerful, and mentions that he went to cram school with Ishigami. Kanzaki also deems Ishigami a genius, who absolutely adores Ayanokoji's father. Sakayanagi suspects that Ishigami may interfere with Ayanokoji, but Kanzaki leaves, not wanting to get involved. She then makes a phone call which is answered by an unsurprised Ishigami. Tsukayanagi asks why they haven't spoken until now, and he states it wasn't necessary. She wants to know if he's going to attack Ayanokoji, but Ishigami claims he's not planning to do anything, unless Ayanokoji's father gives the order. The phone call ends and Ayanokoji thanks her for the info, just as they're approached by a worried Amakura, exclaiming that Ichinose has disappeared. After thinking about it for a moment, Ayanokoji throws on his coat and walks up a nearby snowy hill. Sure enough, he finds a depressed-looking girl who claims to have just got here. Ayanokoji points out the lack of footprints, and she politely asks him to leave her alone. He turns around, however, he sits instead of leaving. After a few moments goes by, Ichinose asks about the White Room, but of course he plays dumb. She wants to know why the teachers tried to expel Ayanokoji, but he simply says it's already taken care of. She then begins crying due to the fact that she's so much weaker than the other leaders. So Ayanokoji reminds her that you can only be yourself. Ichinose, however, thinks it'd be better for her to change if it allowed her to grasp victory. Now, Ayanokoji isn't ready to let Ichinose crumble, so he pulls her into a hug, asking what it is she wants. Ichinose exclaims what she wants is out of reach, followed by Ayanokoji wiping away her tears, while also promising to help her move forward. Entering the classroom, Chabashira-sensei immediately announces the next special exam. Nobody will be expelled this time, but they are competing against Class A on a written exam. The winner will take 50 class points from the loser, and Chabashira declares they in fact have a very good chance of winning. The entire class will take a single test, working one at a time, where each member must answer 2 to 5 questions. There's a 10-minute time limit per person, and it's forbidden to leave behind any written or verbal clues. The unique part of the special exam is that the lower academic ability students actually receive more points for a correct answer. So theoretically, Class B actually has a higher potential score than Class A, though they only have 3 weeks to prepare. Harada states their participation order will be crucial, and Horikita declares that she'll come up with the strategy, so everyone else just needs to focus on their studies. Immediately after class, Ayanokoji enters the student council office, just as Mr. Vice President glances at his phone. Kiriyama declares he needs to prepare for a future exam, though Nagamo wonders why, since he controls all the results. Apparently, there's a group of third years who wish to dethrone Nagamo, but Mr. President isn't concerned. Turning to Ayanokoji, they state the second year's class points are still unusually close, though they think one class will surely plummet due to the final exam. It's then revealed that it's time for Nagamo to step down from the student council, and he wishes to turn it into a contest with Ayanokoji. There will be an election between Ichinose and Horikita, so Nagamo and Ayanokoji will each bet on a candidate. Knowing there's no escape, Ayanokoji agrees, as long as the voting is completely anonymous. Nagamo exclaims that won't make a difference, but Ayanokoji isn't so sure. The wager will be 20 million private points, but since Ayanokoji doesn't have that much, he will instead wager expulsion. Kiriyama complains they could use that many points to promote another third year to Class A, but Mr. President says he'll use his points how he pleases. At the very least, they agree not to tell the girls of their bet, just before Horikita and Ichinose enters the room. Once again, Nagamo reveals they'll hold an election to become the next president, but Horikita believes Ichinose deserves the position. She has been part of the student council longer, but the issue is that she's nowhere near Class A. He then openly tells Ayanokoji to choose his candidate, essentially revealing their competition. Unexpectedly, Kiriyun bursts inside, stating that she made an appointment through Kiriyama. Our vice president apologizes for his forgetfulness, as Kiriyun goes on to explain that Yamanaka tried to frame her as a shoplifter, and that upon interrogation she stated that Nagamo ordered her to do it. Mr. President neither confirms nor denies this, instead pointing out Kiriyun's lack of hard evidence. Though upon turning back to the underclassmen, Ichinose declares herself to be unworthy of being student council president, due to her current class ranking and past criminal behavior. Nagamo tries saying that incident doesn't matter anymore, followed by Ichinose dropping out of the student council. With a polite bow, she leaves behind a very confused Horikita, who just became the only candidate for the next president. Though before the transition, Nagamo orders her to find 2 replacements, one for Ichinose and one for Yagami. She accepts this job, and Ayanokoji is momentarily prevented from following her, as Nagamo tells him to assist with Horikita's search. Outside the room, Horikita states that Ayanokoji would make a great student council member, and that she's definitely going to choose somebody from their class. She then asks for his opinion on the special exam, though he refuses to strategize, but is willing to follow her orders and answer questions correctly. Now on his way home, Ayanokoji gives his girlfriend a call, who is eagerly awaiting his return. He then takes a moment to think about how their relationship might be entering its final phase. The following day after class, Ayanokoji meets with Horikita, who's now aware that Nagumo ordered him to assist her. She proclaims to have new members already picked out, just as Kushida arrives. It's revealed that Horikita will be the next student council president, and that there's a few openings that need filled. Kushida states she's not qualified, but Horikita points out that she's a top-tier student. All three of them are aware that Kushida just doesn't want to work for Horikita, though they point out it actually benefits her. Amasawa randomly states that joining the student council would provide a layer of protection, and everyone is confused as to why she's here. Of course, the student council offer is rejected once again, though after a bit of annoyance, Kushida asks if they can change location. After relocating, she orders Amasawa to buzz off, but obviously that's not happening. Our duo asks the first year to be quiet, followed by Ayanokoji suggesting to give Kushida more of an incentive. She exclaims to be willing to join the student council if Horikita prostrates herself right here. She immediately kneels to the ground, causing Kushida to panic. To her, this is a small price to pay for benefiting the class, though Horikita believes that Kushida would very much prefer to best her in a fair confrontation. It's verified that she'd be working under Horikita, but that's only if she can't overpower the president's influence. She finally agrees to join the student council, but still demands for Horikita to prostrate herself right now. Our proud class leader then asks our two observers to please step away. As expected, Horikita is less than happy, but it was effective at reaching her goal. As payback, she plans to use Kushida to the max, and tells Ayanokoji to never bring this up again. He's curious if Nagumo will really allow two student council members from the same class, but Horikita doesn't think it's a problem. After reaching the first year building, with Amasawa still following them, Horikita alone steps inside a room. Ayanokoji takes this time to ask what Amasawa wanted with Kushida, which apparently was just to check on how her mental state was holding up. He then asked why Amasawa didn't assist him with expelling Yagami. To find out, she used that as a test to see if Ayanokoji really was worth her adoration. With Horikita's return, they rush down the hallway to catch up to her target, the first year named Ishigami. Now, Ayanokoji has interacted with Ishigami before, but they both act as if they don't know each other. She declares Ishigami to be a top-tier student, and as such, she'd like him to join the student council, though he immediately declines and then walks away. With that not going as expected, they end up running into Nanase. Ayanokoji vouches for her, and she becomes the next student council secretary. After this, they stop by the study group, where Sudo encourages his class by explaining how important he realized studying can be. The next day, Ayanokoji is once again called into the student council office. Nagumo thinks it's bold of Horikita to choose a student from her own class, but she simply states Kushida is more than worthy of the position. Mr. President then gives up his chair to his successor, before telling Ayanokoji he can leave, but also warning him their battle isn't over. While outside, he receives a message wanting to meet up on Saturday, followed by Kiriyun approaching him. They begin discussing the framed shoplifting incident, and you learn Nagumo prevented her from contacting Yamanaka a second time. They mention the possibility of a third party being the culprit, just before Kiriyun asks Ayanokoji to investigate this for her. Of course, he wants nothing to do with this, but Kiriyun reminds him that he actually owes her a favor for her assistance during the island exam. Saturday rolls around, so Ayanokoji heads to the mall to meet up with Kanzaki and Himino, though upon arrival, he's greeted by Watanabe and Amikura as well. Moving inside a karaoke room for privacy, Kanzaki forces the two newcomers to promise not to speak a word of what they hear. He then asks about Ichinose leaving the student council, which Ayanokoji confirms to be true. This will cause Class D to lose even more class points, so Himino and Kanzaki feel like Ichinose must have given up on reaching Class A. Watanabe and Amikura disagree, prompting Kanzaki to state they have too much blind faith. The group wants to know why Ichinose quit, but Ayanokoji tells Kanzaki to figure that out himself. Then turning to Himino, he bluntly asks if she's happy, idly sitting by as the class falls apart. Amikura then mentions that Ichinose has been sad for a while, and that it has to do with her rejected confession. The group is stunned upon hearing this, and 20 minutes later, Hamaguchi arrives, revealing that he sides with Himino and Kanzaki. They're not looking to dethrone Ichinose, but instead want to build her back up to be a great leader. Two Class C students burst into the room, obviously just trying to interrupt this meeting. Though after they're gone, the group forms a plan to have Ayanokoji meet up with Ichinose in order to uncover her intentions. Someone does bring up the issue of Kei, but Ayanokoji agrees anyways. Then upon stepping outside, Watanabe asks Ayanokoji to find out what type of guy Amikura is interested in. With nothing else planned, Ayanokoji spends his day alone at the mall, messaging Kei that he won't be home until nighttime. Then making a phone call, he invites Ichinose out to the mall tomorrow, and she nervously agrees to accompany him. Then it's while on his way home that he finds Himino silently staring at the sky. Apparently, she doesn't know what actions to take that will help the class, causing Ayanokoji to reassure her that you never know for certain. Next, she wonders if it's even possible for them to reach Class A, so he encourages, saying it's doable if they're willing to change. Lastly, Himino wants to know why Ayanokoji is helping them so much, and he declares it to be simple curiosity. They walk back together and find Kei outside waiting on a bench. She's a bit uneasy to find her boyfriend walking with another girl, but she then invites him to the mall tomorrow. He reveals he already has plans to spend the whole day with Ichinose, causing Kei to become jealous and interrogative. It's explained that Kanzaki asked him for help, and that Ichinose quit the student council. She wants to know why he goes so far to help a rival class, but he refuses to tell her. Now rightfully upset that her boyfriend is going on a date with another girl, Kei storms off to a convenience store alone. Ayanokoji is well aware that this entire situation could be resolved by chasing after her and apologizing, but he's honestly interested to see how this rift will cause him to feel. The following morning, Ayanokoji arrives to the mall early, where Ichinose is already waiting for him. It's a bit awkward, but a few minutes later the mall opens and she asks what their plans are for today. He actually doesn't have any, so they decide to do whatever it is Ichinose would normally do on her day off. To begin with, they head to the gym, where Ayanokoji plays dumb, allowing her to explain how all the equipment works. Amikura just happens to arrive, and Ichinose becomes embarrassed upon realizing what she's wearing in front of her crush. She then goes to get water, prompting Amikura to inquire as to what Ayanokoji will do about Ichinose's feelings. Successfully dodging the question, he manages to ask what type of guy Amikura is into, and you learn she's been in love with the same guy for the past 5 years. After leaving the gym, Ayanokoji contemplates getting back into shape, followed by them taking a rest. As a consideration for Kei, Ichinose wants to go somewhere secluded, but Ayanokoji takes them to a cafe anyways, blatantly asking if this meetup has to do with her quitting the student council. Ayanokoji agrees, stating he thought she had a good chance of beating Horikita in the election. Ichinose reveals she had already decided to quit the student council even before the class trip, though their intimate conversation on the final day definitely sealed the deal. Next, Ayanokoji verifies that she's still aiming to become Class A, and she reminds him that he promised to support her. With that out of the way, he begins asking about Amikura's taste in guys. Suddenly, Ichinose gets jealous, and they have a bit of back and forth, before Ayanokoji admits that one of her classmates simply has a crush on Amikura. With a sigh of relief, she reveals that Amikura loves someone outside of the school, and states that Ayanokoji must be very close with Watanabe. Now, near the end of their day together, Ichinose brings up Kei, as she wonders which of them confessed first. Ayanokoji declares it was him, causing her to admit that she's very jealous. Next, she offers to explain the situation to Kei, but he says that's not necessary. Ayanokoji then checks his phone, not finding any messages from his girlfriend. A few days later, during lunch, we find Ryun directly confronting Ichinose. Ryun brings up the student council and exclaims that she probably got kicked out due to her past shoplifting behavior. Ichinose manages to keep her composure, followed by him suggesting that she should just forfeit this special exam. In front of everyone, Ichinose reaffirms her intentions to reach Class A, and Ryun takes his leave, deciding he's done enough. Elsewhere, Hashimoto returns to his group, revealing he's worried that Class B may win the special exam. Due to this, he wants to sabotage them, but Sakayanagi states that's unnecessary. You see, Ryun's methods are efficient for his class, since they have a low academic ability, but it's far more beneficial for Class A to just focus on their studies. Hashimoto wants to know for sure if their class will win this exam, and Sakayanagi is very confident, but she has to admit the odds are stacked against them. Kito can tell that Hashimoto is still bothered, prompting Sakayanagi to remind him they'll be facing off against the objectively weaker Ryun's class on this year's final exam. Then after walking away, Hashimoto briefly meets up with Kaneda from Class C, and they exchange some secret information. He finds his target hidden away crying, which is due to one of her close friends being expelled. Asahina isn't sure what happened, but believes it has something to do with her trying to move up to Class A. After changing locations, Asahina spills the details on the contract Nagamo made with the majority of the third years. Basically, everyone agreed to give him 75% of their private points and to follow all of his orders. If Nagamo so chooses, you'll be promoted to Class A before graduation, and even if you're not chosen, there will be a random lottery, with class promotion as its reward. Ayanokoji switches the topic to Yamanaka and explains the situation with Kiryun. Apparently, while chasing Yamanaka, Anzai stepped between them and took the brunt of Kiryun's anger. Then with a quick phone call, Asahina sets up a meeting with Yamanaka. Though roughly 30 minutes later, a boy named Tachibana arrives, acting extremely defensive of Yamanaka. He claims they were only following Nagamo's orders, but Ayanokoji doesn't believe him. Tachibana exclaims they had no choice, followed by Ayanokoji setting his phone to record and asking him to swear he's not lying. Though the upperclassman turns off the phone, declares he's telling the truth, then walks away. Asahina is curious as to what Ayanokoji figured out, but he's not ready to reveal it. He sends part of his findings to Kiryun before heading back to his dorm. Unexpectedly, Ichinose has been standing outside for 1.5 hours waiting for him. She wants to know how he and Kei fell in love, which Ayanokoji explains to have just sort of happened over time. Next, they discuss their day at the mall, followed by Ichinose motioning him to come closer. It's revealed she planned for that day to be the end of her feelings, but she happily admits to still being fully in love with him. Ayanokoji allows her to caress his face and asks what it is she wants. It's proudly declared that she wants to reach Class A, and that she wants Ayanokoji for herself. Though due to Kei, she doesn't plan to try anything more, but she does plan to become a woman who will attract Ayanokoji's eye. They reaffirm their promise to meet up at the end of the school year, and she tells him to hurry and make up with his girlfriend. Did you know patrons get to watch these videos early? The day of the special exam finally arrives, and the class continues to cram until the very last minute. Everything goes according to plan, as Koenji steps up to answer the final 2 questions. With the exam concluded, Chabashira announces the results will be posted tomorrow, then dismisses the class for the day. Kei approaches Ayanokoji, now ready to forgive him, though Horikita cuts in saying he's needed at the student council office. Along the way, Ayanokoji reveals part of his findings in regards to Kiryun. Horikita takes her place as the president, just as Kiryun enters the room. They re-explain the incident in which Nagamo is being accused of ordering Yamanaka to frame Kiryun for shoplifting. Of course, he claims innocence. Kiryun points out he's always wanted to battle her, though Nagamo states he's lost interest in that. Miss President wants Kiryama's opinion, and he proclaims that Nagamo wouldn't have failed if he really wanted to frame Kiryun. If this is true, then Yamanaka is trying to protect someone, and Kiryun demands an apology from the real culprit. It's then revealed that Ayanokoji was approached by Tachibana, but Nagamo nor Kiryun associate with him. Our secretary points out that someone has to be lying, but Horikita actually disagrees. She confidently declares Kiriyama to be the true mastermind, as he used his position as vice president to order Yamanaka to commit the act. As expected, he denies this, but quickly gives in as Horikita threatens to call Yamanaka as a witness. Kiriyama had promised her a promotion to Class A if she could successfully frame Kiryun. However, he did this with the intention of it failing, which would then cause Kiryun to storm into the student council office to plead her case. This was all an elaborate plan so that shoplifting would be mentioned in front of Ichinose, with the hopes of her dropping out of the election. You see, Kiriyama was well aware that Nagamo would spend massive amounts of points to win his contest against Ayanokoji, but he believes those points should be used to promote additional third years. Nagamo exclaims they're his points to play around with, but he never realized how his actions were causing people to resent Kiriyama. The group then looks to the student council president for her decision. Horikita declares that Kiriyama must apologize to Kiryun and asks him to voluntarily suspend himself from school for 1 week. She then turns to Nagamo, stating he can't revoke Kiriyama's Class A promotion, and from now on, any points acquired through the contracts must be used for the benefit of the third years. Shockingly, everyone accepts this decision, though Nagumo looks beyond bored with this outcome. The following day, after the closing ceremony, Tabashira announces that on the special exam, Class B successfully defeated Class A, even though they answered less questions correctly. Just after this, Ayanokoji receives a message from two different individuals, and once again, Kei is left watching as her boyfriend leaves the room. Outside, he compliments Horikita's strategy for this exam, where they had the smartest students answer the minimum 2 questions, then spend the rest of their time scouting the easier questions for their classmates. Then upon switching to the next student, they would hold up fingers to indicate which questions the lower performing student should answer. This was allowed because the rules only prohibited written and verbal communication. Horikita then suggests that Ayanokoji should hurry up and fix his relationship with Kei. A bit later, Sakayanagi congratulates the two of them on their victories, and specifically praises Ichinose for not giving in to Ryun's provocation. She then orders Ichinose to keep her distance from Ayanokoji, as he's definitely controlling her and will ultimately destroy her. Ichinose says this must be a joke, and accuses Sakayanagi of feeling threatened by her relationship with him. She leaves a moment later, followed by Sakayanagi mentioning she's impressed with Ichinose's newfound strength. He wonders if Sakayanagi thought she could stop Ichinose, but is told the only difference is which one of them finishes her off. Sakayanagi then promises to once again visit Ayanokoji's dorm, in the near future. In the mall, Sato is doing her best to console Kei, who's still depressed due to her relationship issues. Eventually, her mood begins to lift, though upon checking her phone, her expression darkens, so Sato takes a peek, finding a photo of Ayanokoji leaving the gym with Ichinose, which was a different day than the meetup which Kei knew about. The girl in question then just so happens to walk by, and asks if Kei is going to begin joining Ayanokoji at the gym. Kei wasn't even aware that her boyfriend had begun working out, and Sato straight up asks if anything is going on between Ichinose and Ayanokoji. Of course, she states they're only friends, and even apologizes for causing Kei to worry. Though Sato and Kei are still unsure, so Ichinose goes on explaining that Ayanokoji is only helping her as a way to keep Ryun's focus away from Class B. This makes sense and restores Kei's motivation and resolve to fix her relationship. Though after they're gone, Ichinose mutters,
Nothing has happened with me and Ayanokoji. Yet.
On the first day of winter break, Ryun arrives 10 minutes late to find Ichinose waiting for him. They discuss how Ichinose's class won the special exam, as Ryun continues to try and provoke her. Even after a lengthy conversation, Ichinose still refuses to waver in the slightest, forcing Ryun to acknowledge her newfound strength and determination. This meetup then ends with Ryun openly stating that he's glad and lucky to not be facing off against Ichinose on this year's final. It's the morning of Christmas Eve as Ayanokoji reflects on his relationship with Kei. You see, he purposely caused the fight between them and wonders if he'd actually feel sad if this wasn't planned. Originally, they had a date scheduled for today, however she recently came down with the flu. Due to this, Ayanokoji has no plans, but just received a text message from Ichinose. She's heard of Kei falling ill and offers to lend a hand, before asking what Ayanokoji is doing later. It turns out, they both are planning to go to the gym, but she worries they'll be seen together. However, since their meetup would just be a coincidence, Ayanokoji doesn't see any problem. Now at the gym, he runs into Mishima-sensei, who winds up explaining how to bench press properly. Apparently, Mishima works out every day but Thursday, and is even willing to train Ayanokoji if he wants. It's roughly 30 minutes later that Ichinose finally arrives, prompting our duo to take a run together. Afterwards, Ayanokoji calls it quits. However, on the way out, Mishima stops him, asking for a favor. Interrupting, an attractive worker enters, stating that Mishima overworked himself again. Ayanokoji is then introduced, but Akiyama recognizes him as the boy frequently seen with Ichinose. After she's gone, Ayanokoji snaps Mishima back to reality, and it's revealed he wants Ayanokoji to investigate Akiyama. It's more than obvious he has a crush on her, but Ayanokoji is curious why he isn't interested in Chabashira or Hoshinomiya. Apparently, it's against school rules to date a coworker, but even without that, he's not interested in them at all. Ayanokoji reluctantly agrees to investigate Akiyama. Mishima warns him she doesn't work every day, but Ayanokoji has already deduced that she has Thursdays off. With nothing else planned, Ayanokoji wanders through the mall, eventually browsing a movie rental store. Inside, he finds Shiranami, the girl who confessed her love to Ichinose during season 1. She's zoned out listening to music, so Ayanokoji purposely steps into her line of sight. He apologizes for scaring her, followed by Shiranami asking if they can talk somewhere a little bit more private. Upon reaching their destination, Shiranami nervously brings up his relationship with Ichinose. Ayanokoji gives a dodgy, complicated answer, prompting her to straight up ask if they have any romantic feelings for each other. She points out he's already dating Karuizawa, but he's not sure how that affects her previous question. Angrily, Shiranami exclaims you can only love one person at a time, and Ayanokoji declares there's currently no reason for her to worry. That careful choice of words doesn't slip by. He explains nobody knows the future, and she apologizes for being so pushy. Apparently, she's heard a rumor that Ayanokoji recently invited Ichinose into his room alone, but he confidently denies that story, because technically, Ichinose invited herself inside. The following morning, while drinking coffee, Ayanokoji scrolls through his phone, browsing the items at the mall. The Class B group chat has been abuzz about a huge sale, and Ayanokoji's got his heart set on buying a yogurt maker. Once again, he receives a message from Ichinose, so immediately gives her a call. She's curious if he's free today, and might be going to the mall later. He admits he'll probably go there in a bit, and she responds by saying great, and offers to help him any way she can. Arriving to the mall early, Ayanokoji finds far fewer people than he was expecting, not to mention none of his classmates are here either. Ayanokoji checks online, verifying the sale is today, and then notices a photo in the group chat revealing he's at the wrong entrance. Upon making it to the store, Ayanokoji is devastated to find that his yogurt maker is sold out. Genuinely frustrated by his mistake, he heads over to the supermarket and finds himself simply staring at the milk, which he was so close to turning into delicious yogurt. Kiryun wants to know why he looks so sad, as he explains the tragedy that just took place. That's an entertaining story, but it'd be cheaper to just buy the yogurt itself. However, Ayanokoji really wanted to experience the yogurt maker. Pointing out he should try looking online, they quickly discover an even cheaper model than the one on sale. Deciding to purchase it later, he asks what Kiryun is here to buy, but she's only here because he's so interesting. Ayanokoji attempts saying he's nothing special, but is reminded of his fight on the island. Heck, she'd gladly repeat a year of school if it allowed her to observe him a little longer. She actually tried, but apparently it can't be bought. Those points would surely be better spent transferring to Class A, though she doesn't care about that at all. You find out Kiryun was born into an extremely powerful family, yet her goal is to live a normal life without using her family name. She then reveals that Nagamo has begun collecting intel in the second years, and warns that the next special exam might be brutal. Last year around this time, her grade had multiple people drop out, even with Nagamo controlling everyone. Now on his way home, Ayanokoji walks by the massive Christmas tree, and notices Ichinose taking photos with a group of girls. He turns to leave, but finds Hoshinomiya teasingly asking if Kei broke up with him, followed by Chabashira scolding her. Ichinose then calls out to him, and you learn she's been here taking photos for almost 2 hours with 40 plus people. Her one true wish is to take a photo with Ayanokoji, so he agrees, not seeing much harm. After swiftly glancing around, she grabs hold of his arm, snapping a photo, before releasing to take another. She won't save the first one and is even willing to delete it, but he agreed, so doesn't mind either way. Randomly, Ichinose brings up Shiranami, explaining that recently she's been happier than normal. Ayanokoji is glad to hear it, but is firmly warned to keep his distance from her. They're then approached by Nanase, who asks to take a photo along with Hosen, as apparently he has a massive crush on Ichinose. The following day, 8 students gather at the mall to discuss the future of their class. Meizono called this meeting to discuss Ayanokoji and purposely did not invite Horikita or Harada. Ike and Shinohara arrive, seeming much closer than normal, as Michan states Ayanokoji isn't a troublemaker. Something about his dark personality makes Meizono feel uneasy, prompting Ike to agree. It's revealed that Sudo was invited due to his friendship with Ayanokoji, and that Meizono suspects he's harboring a secret. At this point, it's obvious his real abilities far exceed his current OAA score. Now in his defense, Matsushita offers up the idea that Ayanokoji has been secretly trying to improve himself. However, that's not enough to explain how he got the 5 hardest questions correct on the previous special exam. Michan just remembered that he's on a first-name basis with Harada, followed by Meizono suggesting that Ayanokoji has been helping the class from the shadows. Matsushita has no choice but to agree, as the group looks to Pseudo for an explanation. After carefully deciding how much to reveal, Pseudo openly admits that Ayanokoji is all around more athletic than him. The group is shocked and begins wondering how they can convince Ayanokoji to use his full power. Michan suggests simply asking him, but Matsushita worries that could backfire since he prefers to stay hidden. Onodera agrees with letting Ayanokoji be, however Sakura's expulsion is then brought up. It's pointed out Ayanokoji made the most logical decision, but that means the low performers in this current group are the next on Ayanokoji's logical chopping block. For this reason, Meizono can't allow Ayanokoji to become the class leader. However, Matsushita actually supports Ayanokoji's leadership. She wants to know if Meizono has a logical reason behind her declaration, but is only met with silence. Elsewhere, Hashimoto calls out to Masumi and begins explaining how he overheard Class B discussing Ayanokoji. She already suspected most of it, though she can't figure out why Ayanokoji and Ryun are working together. Hashimoto straight up declares Ayanokoji to be stronger than Sakayanagi, while also worrying they'll lose to Class D on the final exam. Now, Masumi despises his negative outlook and preemptively suggests he not betray the class. He then thinks about how Sakayanagi treats Ayanokoji and wonders if she's already aware of his true power. Hashimoto then asks Masumi to help him investigate Ayanokoji, and she only agrees under the conditions that Hashimoto does not contact Ayanokoji directly, and more importantly that Hashimoto never uses her first name again. With little choice, he has to agree, while openly saying he really likes her. Back at the dorms, Ayanokoji is cleaning his room when he wonders if the mall has any unsold Christmas cakes. Upon arriving, he doesn't find any cakes on sale and immediately leaves. However, Sakayanagi calls out to him. After explaining the cake tragedy, he's invited to accompany her for a bit, followed by Sanada, a Class A student, interrogating him about his relationship to Sakayanagi. Of course, it's stated they're only friends, so this group heads into a store together where Ayanokoji is seemingly ignored. Some minutes go by, Sanada takes a phone call, followed by Sakayanagi revealing this was a date with Sanada. Though after not receiving the desired reaction, she explains that was meant to be a joke. In reality, she accompanied Sanada today to assist him with buying a gift for his girlfriend. This leaves Ayanokoji wondering why he's here, and Sakayanagi states she just wanted to mess with him, plus didn't want others to think this was an actual date. With his gift in hand, Sanada leaves, and Sakayanagi asks if Ayanokoji still wants a cake. He was planning to just pick one up from the convenience store on the way home, but she wouldn't recommend that, as those cakes are not very good this time of year. Later that same night, Ayanokoji receives a call from Sakayanagi, who asks about Karuizawa. She's stuck at home for 2 more days, prompting Sakayanagi to ask if she can come over. With no reason to decline, he agrees, immediately hearing a knock on the door. Entering inside, while holding 2 cakes, she reveals to have been planning this all along. He wonders if it's okay for her to be alone in his room, but she points out it'd be far more trouble for him if anyone found out. The white room is then brought up. Ayanokoji says he'll probably become an instructor there, though honestly he's not so sure anymore. The cakes turn out to be delicious, and after finishing, Sakayanagi wants to take a walk outside. Due to the snow on the ground, she slips, but of course Ayanokoji catches her. He openly wonders why they're here, causing Sakayanagi to ask for his opinion of Class A. Now, it wouldn't be very smart of him to give advice to the enemy, but she's confident he doesn't think of Class A that way, especially since she knows what Ayanokoji is planning. Of course, overall, Class A is superb, but they lack specialists, and he believes Sakayanagi's distant leadership philosophy is a problem. Turning the conversation around, he wants to know why Class A has been watching him. Apparently, she hasn't given those orders and assumes it's just a result of Ayanokoji beginning to stand out more. With nothing left to discuss, Sakayanagi tells him to head back first, but stops him a moment later. She then confesses to having true feelings for Ayanokoji, yet she doesn't want him to respond. Instead, he admits to thinking highly of her and wants to know if she can turn this weakness into a strength, causing her to declare that to be a foolish question. Then after he leaves, Sakayanagi reaffirms her intent to ruin Ayanokoji's plans and defeat him. The day has finally come that Kei is allowed to leave her room, but she's going to spend the day with Sato as thanks for taking care of her. Our couple makes plans to talk on the phone tonight, but that leaves Ayanokoji with nothing to do today. His phone rings, which he answers to Ryun demanding he come to the mall. Ayanokoji claims to already have plans, but Ryun could care less. Upon arrival, he's greeted by Katsuragi, who also has no idea why they're here. Next, they discuss the previous special exam, and you find out Katsuragi has been secretly teaching the lesser-known members of his class how to study. It would be a shame if this was reported to Ryun, but Katsuragi trusts Ayanokoji not to do that. The man behind this meeting finally arrives and slowly eats a hamburger before finally revealing a third-year Class D student warned him of an upcoming major obstacle. Ayanokoji then explains that third-year Class B Kiryun warned him of the same thing, and they discuss whether or not the school orchestrated this information leak. According to Katsuragi, none of their classmates have heard anything like this, leaving them to assume the school was only leaking the info to the leader of each class. Ryun suspects multiple expulsions will be coming to the second years, prompting Katsuragi to remind him he's not invincible. You then come to learn that Ryun will be targeting Sakayanagi at the next opportunity, though Katsuragi would prefer to hear the details of the exam before making that decision. Our group then collectively recognizes Ichinose recent change to becoming a rather formidable foe. At the mall, Kei meets up with Sato, who immediately asks about Ayanokoji. They have plans to talk on the phone later, but she can't help but to still feel uneasy. Her friend attempts to reassure her, but Kei thinks her boyfriend might have caught feelings for Ichinose. Changing to a happier topic, Sato brings up New Year's, but Kei is just sad she didn't get to enjoy the Christmas festivities with Ayanokoji. No need to worry, they still have another year here at the school, but what if Ayanokoji dumps her? Realizing words are futile, Sato grabs Kei's hand and pulls her away to have fun. While leaving the mall, their discussion comes to an end, so Katsuragi heads back to the dorms. Ryun is planning to spend some time at the mall, and jokingly offers his hand in case Ayanokoji would like to join him for a date, though he also declares they'll have their rematch next year. While returning home, Ayanokoji stops, looks straight at his stalker, asking why Yamamura has been following him. She immediately panics, but he tells her to calm down since Ryun didn't notice her. Said boy then struts up, assuming Sakayanagi ordered Yamamura to follow them. He's very glad he went after Ayanokoji, who then realizes Ryun invited him to the mall as a way to manipulate him to go the other direction. Katsuragi appears from the opposite side, as Ryun thanks Ayanokoji for unknowingly trapping their prey. You come to find out that Class D has been tailing Sakayanagi as well, followed by Ryun wondering how they should interrogate this eavesdropper. Katsuragi exclaims that finding her was enough and thus orders her to leave. Though as a parting gift, Ryun promises not to tell Sakayanagi her spy was discovered. He wouldn't want Yamamura to be discarded by their precious princess. However, if Yamamura chooses to report herself, then she should tell Sakayanagi to come visit his dorm room, completely alone. A now pissed off Katsuragi yells,
Sakayanagi is only a child!
But they quickly remind him they're all the same age. To ensure he's not followed, Ayanokoji heads back to the mall while wondering where Yamamura might have ran off to. He finds her next to a vending machine, immediately apologizing for accidentally getting her caught. Of course, it's not really his fault, and Yamamura states she already reported her failure to Sakayanagi. Feeling bad though, Ayanokoji offers to make it up to her, but she doesn't think that's necessary. Turning to leave, he spots Kei and Sato, and not wanting to be seen, he hides next to Yamamura. The two girls stop for just a moment, all the while continually discussing Ayanokoji. After they're gone, Yamamura asks if he's planning to fix his relationship with Kei, so he reveals they'll be back to normal soon enough. She's truly glad to hear it. He doesn't want her to relay that info to Sakayanagi, but Yamamura's definitely going to. You then learn that Yamamura didn't actually tell Sakayanagi she was caught, due to the fear of being discarded. Ayanokoji points out that Ryun is just trying to manipulate her, which convinces her to type out and send the message. After trying out his newly delivered yogurt maker, Ayanokoji prepares to call his girlfriend. All of a sudden, his phone rings, which is Sato asking if he and Kei will make up. Well, he was just about to do that. Sato claims to be happy to hear it, followed by Ayanokoji declaring he'll protect Kei anytime Sato isn't able to, which in turn manipulates Sato into protecting Kei when he's unable to. He then makes the planned call to his girlfriend. The next day, Ayanokoji makes his way to the mall once again, while thinking about how he purposely upset Kei. He's well aware his outing with Ichinose was considered cheating, and wonders why it is that he's yet to feel the emotion of love. I mean, if his current girlfriend can't teach him what love is, then he'll just need to find another. Kei is already waiting when he arrives. They exchange some awkward small talk, then head inside the mall. She's sad they didn't get to enjoy Christmas together, followed by Ayanokoji apologizing, bowing, and handing over her Christmas present. Verifying this isn't a dream, she's eager to know if she can come over tonight. Ayanokoji says of course. She would also like to bathe together again, which he'll definitely allow. At this point, Ayanokoji is aware that he should be ecstatic, so why does his heart not feel anything? Some days later, but still during winter break, Ayanokoji heads to the school library. In the halls, he bumps into Sakagami-sensei, who's clearly suspicious that Ayanokoji was the catalyst for his class's improvement. Sakagami assumes he's headed to the library, but isn't willing to explain why he thinks that. Inside, Sheena greets him, and they catch up a bit, followed by her recommending a few books. While doing so, she brings up an author by the name of Kaminai Sushi, but Ayanokoji's never heard of him. You also find out that Sheena spends all her free time in the library, almost never going out with friends. Ayanokoji then steps out into the hall, but she chases, thrusting her favorite book into his chest. It's written by the author that Ayanokoji doesn't recognize, and he guesses she went out of her way to buy it for him. It turns out the library doesn't stock this book, so Sheena's been carrying it around for a few days waiting to see him. He feels bad she went to such lengths, but Sheena reassures him she hasn't had it for that long. After this, Ayanokoji unexpectedly bumps into Pseudo and Harada. Due to their club activities, these two, along with Onodera, frequently eat lunch together. Harada asks about Kei. Pseudo wonders if they finally broke up, but Ayanokoji reveals their relationship has been restored. Pseudo seems disappointed by this, as he openly admits to just being jealous. This prompts Ayanokoji to ask about his relationship with Onodera, but Pseudo nervously declares they're only friends. While eating lunch, Pseudo reveals that an unknown second-year girl was interrogating him about his recent academic improvements. They assumed Pseudo would enjoy the attention, but apparently this girl had a bad personality. With that, Pseudo steps away to use the restroom, followed by Harada mentioning that a first-year girl wanted Pseudo's contact information, though he wound up telling Harada not to give it to her because he assumed she just wanted to make fun of him. Switching topics, Harada points out the unique book Ayanokoji is carrying. He explains it's a gift from his friend Sheena, causing Harada's attitude to darken. He wants to know how close Ayanokoji is with Hiyori, since they're on a first-name basis. However, Ayanokoji didn't even realize he was using her first name. Now on his way home, a Class A girl, named Morishita Ai, stops to talk to him. At first glance, she sounds polite, but her word choice is rather rude. While changing locations, he warns her that a boy and girl alone like this is suspicious, but she declares she already visited Koenji and Pseudo. Basically, she just wants to learn about Class B, so Ayanokoji suggests she interrogate their leader, Horikita. She, however, is confident that Ayanokoji is a major player within the class, and that his OAA is far from accurate. Without admitting to anything, Ayanokoji asks if the small talk was helpful, causing her to declare that it revealed Ayanokoji is in fact a serious threat. Then upon reaching his dorm, he settles in to read Sheena's book and discovers a Christmas-decorated bookmark. This one specifically was only available at the mall in the days leading up to Christmas, meaning Sheena was carrying this present around for quite a while. Thus, he will need to think of a way to properly thank her. With 2 days remaining of winter break, it's still morning as he prepares to head out. Kei declares she's only allowing this for today, and that it still makes her feel uneasy. Ayanokoji did invite her to tag along with him and Sheena, if she was willing to read the book they'll surely discuss. Obviously, she wasn't able to do that, so she kisses her boyfriend goodbye. Just outside the mall, Sheena thanks him for the invite and asks if Kaoru Izawa is really okay with this. He thanks her for the book and then explains how he managed to get permission. Komuro exclaims, "New year, new girl" for Ayanokoji, but Hiyori explains they're only friends. It's pointed out that it still looks suspicious, and Ayanokoji urges her to explain why she's here. Komuro accuses Ayanokoji of investigating her class, specifically by talking to Morishita. Of course he says that's a misunderstanding, but she's not about to trust him. Komuro then declares Ayanokoji to be abnormal, though they're interrupted by Hashimoto and Kito. After seeing two beautiful women in one place, he just had to join in, but Komuro is obviously pissed. She tries to storm off, but Hashimoto whispers something in her ear, changing her mind. Since Ayanokoji nor Hiyori have any complaints, the five of them decide to hang out for a while. The group talks about going to karaoke, but it turns out Komuro's singing voice is awful, though she has really good hearing. Hashimoto then wonders what kind of relationship Ayanokoji has with Hiyori, so is told they're only friends. That must mean Hiyori is single. Komuro angrily asks if he plans to flirt with her, which he was going to unless Komuro would prefer to be his girlfriend. This remark earns him a firm kick in the ass, and Kito apologizes for this idiotic farce. Eventually, our group makes its way to a cafe, where Hashimoto turns the conversation serious. He straight up asks if Ayanokoji is going to dump Karuizawa and date Hiyori. Komuro is pissed he said that, but Hashimoto finds her anger very attractive. It's explained that Class A is very interested in Ayanokoji, since he's athletic, smart, and even gets along with Ryun and Sakayanagi. They're almost certain he's also the reason behind Class B's growth, prompting Ayanokoji to ask what they'll do if that's true. This unexpected response leaves Hashimoto speechless, looking to his ally. Kamuro is still confident that Ayanokoji is an important part of Class B, so Hashimoto wants Shina's opinion. Not answering, but instead cutting to the point, she demands to know what Hashimoto is trying to accomplish. He begins talking about the importance of being Class A, but Hiyori cuts him off, accusing Hashimoto of wanting to steal strong opponents. Now caught red-handed, he admits that his plan is to possibly recruit Ayanokoji. However, Kamuro doesn't think Sakayanagi will allow that. Ayanokoji admits it's a tempting offer he'd need time to think about, causing Kamuro to furiously storm off, exclaiming Hashimoto never listens to her. With an apology for breaking their promise, Hashimoto chases after her, as Hiyori proclaims they're such interesting people. The hangout has come to an end, as Shina reveals she very much enjoyed today. Ayanokoji is glad to hear it, followed by the confession that the book she selfishly gave him was actually written by her father. Shina then asks how Ayanokoji thinks the upcoming battles will play out. Of course, it all depends on the contents of the exams, but Ayanokoji truly believes Ryun has a good chance of beating Sakayanagi. After a heartfelt thank you, she declares that they definitely need to graduate together, even if they're in different classes, and Ayanokoji agrees. After spending the final day of winter break alone together, our couple makes their way to school. Sudo jealously complains they're so lovey-dovey before warning Ayanokoji that some first years were caught and punished for indecent activities. Upon arriving, Chabashira-sensei immediately reveals that student-teacher meetings are coming up in order to discuss potential career options. Some students weren't even aware this was a thing, and apparently their parents will be involved as well. Ayanokoji doubts his father will stop by, and it's not like it matters, since his future has already been determined. Though the class contains many different views, with some planning to go to college, while others think it's smarter to hopefully use the Class A privilege to get a job right away. Now, on his way to lunch, Ayanokoji winds up being swarmed by Horikita and Kushida. They bicker back and forth until Horikita semi-forces him to join them. However, they're headed away from the cafeteria, and Kushida asks if she can stop by the store to pick up some stomach medicine. With that red flag, he demands an explanation and learns Ibuki is preparing lunch for the group. Immediately regretting his decision to join, he finds out that Horikita has been frequently cooking for all three of them, though of course, none of them enjoy each other's company. It was during one of these encounters that Ibuki was taunted, which resulted in her declaring she's able to cook. Hearing everything he needs to know, Ayanokoji attempts to flee, but Kushida isn't about to let that happen. At the meeting area, an overconfident Ibuki complains that Ayanokoji wasn't supposed to be here, before quickly handing over a bento box. He states the three of them must have grown close, but each of them denies it. Upon opening the box, it looks questionable at best, and they each take turns trying different parts. The girls agree it's definitely not good, and that the seasoning is very inconsistent, but they admit it is better than they expected. Ibuki complains they're being unreasonable and takes a bite, doing her best to act as though it's delicious. With a thunk to her head, Horikita declares you have to carefully measure the ingredients and rewards her with 20 points out of 100. Our lone male, however, thinks it deserves better, since it would be a decent meal if you were stranded on a deserted island. Unable to take the criticism, Ibuki exclaims it's more efficient to just buy pre-made food, followed by Horikita stating good nutrition is required to grow. This prompts Kushida to mention Ibuki's modest chest size, resulting in a fight almost breaking out. After even more bickering, the girls make plans to eat dinner together at Horikita's dorm tonight. Then with only 2 people remaining, Ayanokoji points out this wasn't a proper meal, so Horikita once again offers to buy him lunch. He thinks it must be fun spending time with them so frequently, but Horikita reaffirms that it's not pleasant at all. It's a few days later that Chabashira announces the Survival and Elimination Special Exam. Classes will take turns attacking and defending in a specified order, which will reverse after the first 10 rounds. Each turn, the class leader will choose a subject and difficulty, which the school will use to administer a question. Though upping the difficulty costs your class a point, and each student must choose 3 subjects to opt out of. The leader then decides which 5 students from the defending class to target. Now on the flip side, the defending class's leader gets to choose 5 people to protect. Points are earned by either protecting a target or an unprotected target answering the question correctly. If a student answers 3 questions wrong, they are considered eliminated, and the class will be deducted a single point. However, at the end of the exam, the leader, whose class finished last, must choose one of their eliminated students to be expelled. The class points rewarded for each placement are as follows, and any tie will be broken via overtime. Then in the unlikely result of a 4-way tie, all classes will be treated as if they finished last. Ayanokoji then notices how this exam technically allows you to target a specific person from another class to expel. Horikita wonders what happens if a leader becomes eliminated, but it's revealed the leaders don't answer questions, meaning they can't be expelled. Then as long as you're not actively answering questions, cell phones are in fact allowed. Example uses might be cramming information and/or negotiating with another class. This special exam will take place next Friday, though they must select a leader by Monday. Chabashira then encourages the class to do their very best, not to finish in last place. With the exception of Koenji, a class meeting is held where Harada asks Horikita to be the leader. She agrees if that's what the class desires, but also wants to know if anyone else is interested in the position. The silence is taken as support until Meizono brings up Horikita's indecisiveness during the unanimous vote special exam. That's actually a fair point. However, nobody else is volunteering, as the entire class looks toward Ayanokoji. With Horikita cemented as Class B's leader, they now discuss Horikita's promise to protect Koenji due to his victory on the uninhabited island exam. With a groan, the class realizes he'll consume one protection slot every round, but Horikita reassures them she already has countermeasures in place. Later on at the mall, Kei states she's worried about this exam and wants to know if Ayanokoji will be able to protect her. In response, he carefully sidesteps the question, instead bringing up how valuable she is to the class. It's then, while walking back to the dorm, they pass by Morishita, who's seemingly sleeping on a bench. Apparently, she's been waiting for Ayanokoji, though in reality, Karuizawa is what Morishita is here for. She wonders why Harada would have dated such a plain girl. Kei states she's cute, but Morishita thinks Kei is the type of person to hide behind a mask. This causes Ayanokoji to step in, explaining he's with her simply due to feelings of love. Apparently love is a concept Morishita has never understood, and she promptly apologizes for being rude. Ayanokoji then wonders if anyone has ever called her unique, and she declares to not liking it when people say that. With the conversation over, Morishita offers to walk home with them. Kei wants nothing to do with her, but Ayanokoji accepts, sharing his contact info as well. School comes to a close that Friday, prompting Michan to ask Ayanokoji for a moment. She brings up the unanimous vote special exam and how she was absent for multiple days due to her crush on Harada being revealed. During that time, an unknown person delivered food to her door. The store clerk knows this person's identity, but Michan ran away too embarrassed. After a bit more discussion, they head to the store together, where Michan strongly states Ayanokoji is nothing more than a friend. To their surprise, the mystery person is in fact Koenji, so Michan decides to buy him a thank you gift. Ayanokoji thinks that's a great idea, and is reluctantly talked into accompanying her to deliver it. The following morning, Ayanokoji heads to the lobby, leaving Kei asleep in his bed. He asks where's the meeting location. She bursts into tears as she thought Ayanokoji was setting that up. At this time of day, Koenji is likely at the gym, so they head to the mall and wait until he walks by. Michan pleads for a moment of his time, but is denied since he's currently very busy. They choose to follow him to the cafe, wait for him to finish talking to a third-year girl, before catching him at the exit. This time, she asks why Koenji delivered food to her, and is told he simply helps people in need. You come to find out Koenji owed Michan a debt, though she doesn't remember ever doing anything for him. Ayanokoji is curious if Koenji would willingly aid the class if the class helped him, but he declines as that'd be a transaction, not genuine goodwill. It's mentioned that someone could convince Horikita not to protect him, followed by Koenji threatening to retaliate against said person. Of course, Ayanokoji wouldn't actually do that. The next week just after class, Ike exclaims he's come up with a winning strategy. The majority of the class ignores his outburst, but Horikita takes him seriously and suggests they move to a more private location. Once everyone settles in, Ike declares they just need to have 32 students fake being sick the day of the exam. Hondo exclaims they'd begin the exam with minus 32 points. However, they'd only be left with 5 students to protect, guaranteeing them a plus 68 score by the end of the 20th round. Everyone here is genuinely impressed with his idea. However, Horikita points out the one rule stopping them. It's the fact cell phones are allowed that would make it way too easy for the other classes to deduce their strategy and thus work together to leave them in last place. Ike's a bit angry he didn't think of that, followed by Horikita genuinely thanking him for the new perspective. Once everyone else is gone, Ayanokoji wonders if she'd be willing to discuss the special exam, as he wants to pick her brain to see what she's thinking. Horikita does agree, though she's not happy he essentially wants to judge whether or not she's prepared. Now sitting down at the cafe, Ayanokoji brings up how her hair has grown out, and thinks back to the day she was crying like a child. With the threat of scolding Coffee, the topic switches as he wants to know how she's changed since the unanimous vote special exam, specifically her plan for if they come in last place. You find out Horikita still occasionally feels guilty over Sakura, but has already decided on 2 potential options if they must expel someone. Next, he wants to know if Horikita would prefer to win, lose, or draw. Obviously, she wants to win, but what if winning would cause Ibuki to be expelled? After a moment of silence, she doesn't think Ryun would ever choose to expel Ibuki, but Ayanokoji points out Ryun could use Ibuki's expulsion as a potential threat. With her thoughts now in order, Horikita declares she'd prioritize victory, but demands to know why he's asking these odd questions. It's because she's so focused on her own class that she hasn't been thinking about how her opponents will fight. Openly revealing she's still figuring out her own style, she admits she's not yet capable of grasping the full picture, but will keep reminding herself to try. The topic then changes to Ayanokoji's past, though she quickly realizes he's not going to reveal anything. With the seriousness fading, they each take a drink of their coffee, both saying it's gotten cold. They smile together, followed by her realizing that's the first time she's witnessed his smile. That's also the first time he's ever smiled involuntarily, and he wonders why Horikita is the person that caused it. Saying that out loud ruined the atmosphere, causing her to leave, but not before asking what 3 subjects he wishes to be excluded from. Those would be entertainment, music, and subculture, the 3 topics you can't study for, and the exact same 3 Horikita would have chosen. The day before the exam, they have a free day, and Hashimoto receives a message about a class meeting, along with multiple messages from his new girlfriend. Apologizing for arriving late, his girlfriend is immediately brought up, though he's only dating her to gain information. This meeting is nothing more than a casual tea party, but this public gathering will surely cause their opponents to worry and thus focus. Isn't it better if their opponents are relaxed and careless? Nope, because Sakayanagi is really hoping for an exciting battle this time around. Hashimoto is very much against that perspective, but puts up with it since they've so far continued to win. After the tea party, he spends 30-ish minutes chilling in the bathroom stall before being unexpectedly confronted. He's concerned since this is a public area, but Ryun declares he can just act normal. That's assuming he's truly innocent. Due to a phone call, our couple heads home, where Ayanokoji finds Kanzaki and Watanabe waiting for him. After a brief moment, Ichinose and Amikura arrive as well, causing the group to discuss the special exam. This conversation continues for a while, but eventually the group departs. Though a few minutes later, a knock on the door reveals Ichinose accidentally forgot her phone. Ayanokoji grabs it, she asks for a moment to talk, and wonders if it'd be safer if they locked the door. That, however, would make them even more suspicious, as he assumes she forgot her phone on purpose. Ichinose wonders if he finds her behavior disgusting, but in reality, he's very interested in this change of character. Oops, she gently trips into his chest, before verbally admitting she's in love with him. Slamming open, Watanabe is seeking advice. Everyone is speechless. Watanabe apologizes and flees, but a smiling Ichinose drags him inside, locking the door. It's explained that Ichinose initiated everything, and that Watanabe isn't obligated to keep it a secret, though she trusts he would never spread info that might hurt someone. Watanabe earnestly apologizes once again. Ayanokoji says it's fine, though Ichinose worries about Kei and offers to accept whatever punishment he deems fit, just as Watanabe begins sharing a secret story about a girlfriend he loved in middle school. In response, Ichinose makes it very clear that her love for Ayanokoji is one-sided, and then reveals knowing Watanabe likes Amikura. He wonders if Ichinose could maybe set them up, and of course she will help, since Watanabe is such a good guy, which leaves Ayanokoji extremely impressed with her manipulation tactics. Annoyed at their lack of strategy, Hashimoto calls Sakayanagi. He's worried the other classes will team up against them, but she's not, since only the lone winner will gain class points. It's always possible a hidden mastermind could be scheming something, followed by Sakayanagi wondering if that's all he needed. The real reason Hashimoto called was to inform her about Horikita's promise to protect Koenji. Guessing correctly that he obtained that intel from his girlfriend, Meizono, Sakayanagi's actually upset she learned this info. He doesn't understand how knowing more is a bad thing, causing her to declare it takes away a potential surprise. Then agreeing to stop interfering with her strategy, Hashimoto thinks it's time to put his own plans into action. It's the day of the exam, so Sakagami-sensei will be overseeing their class. The attacking pattern is shown, the exam commences, so Horikita sends an English level 1 question to Class C. She selects 5 targets. Ichinose successfully defends 2, while 2 more answer correctly, earning Ichinose 4 points. Then Ryun only scores 1 point, while Sakayanagi earns 4. It's now time for Horikita to defend, and is met with an arithmetic level 1 question. She selects 5 people to defend, and the class is shocked Koinji isn't among them. She explains he's not in danger until he's eliminated, but Pseudo points out Koinji may choose to answer incorrectly on purpose. 2 successful defends, and 1 correct answer, ends the first round with Horikita having 3 points. Into the second round, Ichinose and Ryun each gain 2 points, while Sakayanagi scores 4 once again. Horikita's class is then confronted with a gourmet food level 1 question. She chooses 5 people to defend, but none of them were targeted, leaving Koinji and 4 others to answer the question. Koinji chooses to just leave the question blank, which of course pisses off Pseudo. In round 3, they're met by the same subject. Again, all 5 defends are unsuccessful, as Koinji is targeted and once again doesn't answer. With the scores as shown, we enter into round 4, where Horikita is faced with a gourmet difficulty level 2 question. Now, if Koinji misses again, he will be eliminated, which would put him at risk of being expelled. Yet Horikita chooses not to protect him. With a laugh, Koinji exclaims she really did it, as the rest of the class is left confused and doubting their leader, who seems to have broken her promise. Of the 3 people not defended, only Koinji writes the correct answer, before turning to ask what Horikita was thinking. She boldly declares he's not eliminated, so there's no issue, causing Koinji to agree, apologize, and sit back down. With that, Koinji isn't targeted again, leaving Horikita sad that Sakayanagi didn't fall for her trap. Then after 10 rounds, the first half of the exam is over, earning them a precious break. The battle for first place is close, with Horikita only behind by a single point. There has been multiple eliminations from multiple classes, which even includes Kamuro, Yamamura, and Ishizaki. Now, Ichinose was indeed successful at preventing any eliminations, but it was mainly due to Horikita exploiting her strategy. Basically, Ichinose will always defend students on the verge of being eliminated, so Horikita purposely targeted the others. During the break, Ayanokoji is looked down on for getting a news question wrong, followed by them discussing Koinji. They both assume Sakayanagi was aware of Horikita's promise, meaning someone in the class had to have leaked the info. Ayanokoji then guesses Horikita's plan to expel Koinji if they come in last place, since he holds a protection point from winning the uninhabited island exam. She simply states her promise was to let Koinji do as he pleases, and not to guard his protection point. A few moments prior, even though they're in last place, nobody seems concerned with the special exam, which seriously creeps out Hoshinomiya. On top of this, Ryun continues targeting the same 8-ish key members of Class A, even though Sakayanagi keeps protecting them. Back in the second round, Hashimoto exclaims Sakayanagi didn't listen to his intel at all, as she's targeting Koinji. However, she believes Horikita won't protect him until he's closer to being eliminated. Then to his surprise, Koinji isn't defended, and even winds up getting the question wrong. Next round, Koinji is targeted again, followed by another outburst, but it goes the same as before. With that, Hashimoto apologizes, and Kito states Horikita has to protect him now. The following round, Class A erupts in disbelief, as Koinji is targeted yet again, and are even more stunned when he isn't protected. This even causes Sakayanagi to doubt Hashimoto's info, but then Koinji finally answers the question correctly. Thus she realizes Horikita was baiting her from the start, and chalks her recent growth up to Ayanokoji's influence. Then during the break, Hashimoto is left behind cramming on his phone, while everyone else leisurely goes to lunch. Shortly after sitting down, they're joined by Class A, who jokingly asks Horikita to take it easy on them in the second half. It's pointed out Sakayanagi didn't hold back on them, but it's proclaimed she did allow them to keep second place. An unexpected third party then arrives, causing Kito to stand up, offering to remove him. Sakayanagi welcomes this weak predator, as Kamuro jokes he's probably here to bargain for points, with a reminder that Kamuro is eliminated and at risk of expulsion. He explains that he targeted the people closest to Sakayanagi for a reason. His strategy, however, did land him in last place, followed by Horikita admitting she would have changed her plans if that happened to her. Just theoretically, Ryun is curious who Sakayanagi would expel if she came in last. Right now, it'd have to be Kamuro or Yamamura. Horikita asks what makes Yamamura so important, prompting Ryun to reveal she's a secret spy. Sakayanagi chooses neither to confirm or deny this. Kamuro then asks about Yamamura, but is reassured Ryun is just provoking her. The weak predator then leaves, as Ayanokoji receives a slight glance, essentially confirming that Ryun is definitely planning something. The second half is opened by Horikita attacking Sakayanagi with a level 2 difficulty question. With one defend and one right answer, she nets +2 points, before sending a level 3 difficulty question toward Ryun. Against all odds, Ryun unbelievably defends all 5 targets. Of course, he attacks next, followed by Ichinose attacking Horikita. Now, 2 students are successfully defended, but Ayanokoji and Kei are both among the targeted. The sports question causes Kei to make her first mistake, but even so, Horikita's class briefly takes the lead. On Ryun's next defense, he once again perfectly defends all 5 targets, and on Ichinose's next attack, Ayanokoji and Kei are targeted once again. This causes Kei to begin panicking, though she manages to answer correctly, leaving Ayanokoji the only person to get the question wrong. Now time to attack again. Horikita struggles to choose a target, so she takes Kushita's advice, which ends up with Satonaka answering incorrectly. In Ichinose's next attack, Kei is targeted a 3rd time, but Horikita did in fact defend her. Though on the 14th defense, Horikita is uncertain if Kei needs protected. Kushita urges her to do it. As it turns out, Kei was indeed targeted a 4th time. At this point, Horikita and Sakayanagi are basically tied. However, Ichinose is slowly gaining, all the while Ryun just scored his 4th flawless defense, shooting him up the scoreboard. A few rounds prior, Ryun thought back to the time he was defeated by Ayanokoji. That day filled him with a strong urge to surpass that opponent, but before that, he'll crush Sakayanagi. Ryun exclaims he's counting on the class to make a comeback. Tokido blames Ryun for this situation, and is thus told he'll be the one expelled if they come in last. Explaining his previous call for help was a blatant lie. He orders Hochinomiya to input the 5 people to defend, and from here on, each round is a flawless defense, leaving Hochinomiya at a loss for how Ryun is doing this. Back in the first half, Ichinose was grateful that Horikita was exploiting her strategy and not eliminating anyone. So in preparation of the second half, she messages Ryun politely asking him to not eliminate any of her classmates. In return, she'll give him 25 points through successful defense, and after a brief moment to think about it, Ryun declines. But a bit later, he messages again, agreeing to cooperate, and on top of this, he demands she accept free points from him instead. Thus, during the second half, Ichinose thanks Ryun since he didn't have to help her, but is told it wasn't goodwill, he just wants Class A to finish last. It's around this time that Ichinose is tempted to eliminate Kei, for the very small chance that she could be expelled. However, snapping back to reality, she remembers the true enemy, and thus chooses to obsessively target Kei every round from here on. With Ichinose in the lead and Ryun on their heels, Class B begins to panic. Horikita admits she can't guarantee victory, but encourages them to fight tooth and nail alongside her. This, however, doesn't stop Kei from freaking out, as she's consistently targeted each and every round. You see, the first half of the exam bored Sakayanagi, so she begins wondering how Ayanokoji might react if Hiyori would be expelled. Though suddenly, Ryun pulls off the impossible by defending all 5 targeted students. Choosing to believe that wasn't luck, she selects the subject and targets at random next time, but once again, it's a flawless defense. She determines there must be a traitor among them, and after the 3rd flawless defense, she debates how to deal with this. Morishita declares information must be leaking, and suggests taking away cell phones, but Sakayanagi chooses to ignore this and continue as normal. After the end of the 20th round, Class A finds themselves in last place, forcing her to admit defeat. This means one eliminated person must be expelled, making the options Kamuro, Yamamura, Toba, Sugio, or Makita. Statistically speaking, each of them brings equal benefit to the class, so Sakayanagi decides they will draw lots to determine. Makita, Toba, and Sugio all draw and are safe, leaving Kamuro and Yamamura each with a 50-50 chance of being expelled. Kamuro offers the choice to her classmate, but Yamamura is too scared to move. Sakayanagi declares refusal to participate will be seen as forfeit. Kamuro asks if Sakayanagi is trying to save her, but is told she's just being fair. Forcing Yamamura's hand, they draw at the same time. Masumi Kamuro will be expelled. The room is dead silent. Kamuro calmly takes her seat, followed by Chabashira-sensei announcing the exam is concluded. And with that, Ryun is in fact the victor, with a massive 69 points. Bursting into Class B, Ichinose yells out to Kei, exclaiming she's so sorry for the harassment. Sato is ordered to relax, as Kei was being targeted just to give them free points. Apparently, Horikita had already reached out to confirm her suspicions, though Kei wants to know why she'd do that. Of course, the purpose was to make Class A finish last, and Kei was chosen because she's important to Class B, meaning Horikita would quickly protect her. Next, Ayanokoji takes a trip to Class D, where he finds Hiyori looking out the window at her classmates going to the mall in celebration. She, however, isn't excited at all, since her class didn't learn or grow due to winning with such underhanded tactics, though the fact she recognizes that means there's still hope for her class. Much later in the evening, Hashimoto arrives wondering why he's here. Sakayanagi declares whoever expelled Komuro can't be forgiven, and he wonders how the info was leaked. It was more than likely a cell phone, followed by her asking who the traitor is. Apparently, he has no idea, as she confidently proclaims the traitor to be Hashimoto. Understanding why she'd find him suspicious, he points out it'd be insane for him to sacrifice his current Class A position. Sakayanagi can't disagree, but would like to verify by checking his phone history. With nothing to hide, he offers up his messages, but she's more interested in his private point history. Now backed into a corner, he admits to being the traitor for the low price of 500,000 private points. Since she was so confident, he wonders why she didn't corner him during the exam, but she's sure Hashimoto was smart enough to use a third party's phone to relay the info. He retorts saying he did it because Class A is currently doomed to fall behind Class B. This loss was meant to send a warning to their class, and he asks her once again to recruit Ayanokoji, slamming her cane into the ground. She wonders what he really knows about Ayanokoji. Hashimoto thinks Ryun will steal him away, but Sakayanagi declares that to be impossible, as she and Ryun both wish to battle against that strong opponent. She declares Hashimoto should have just transferred to Class B himself, but was too much of a coward to willingly leave Class A. Sadly though, after today, Hashimoto must be expelled, though he bites back, planning to expel her first and take over as Class A's leader. In the hallway, Sakayanagi is joined by Ayanokoji, as he claims to want to tell Komuro goodbye, though in reality, he's here to observe Sakayanagi. Next, they briefly discuss the traitor, just before Komuro is surprised to see them. It's revealed she was chosen at random, causing Ayanokoji to straight up ask how Komuro feels about that. It turns out she's fine, but feels a bit strange, since it was so unexpected. Sakayanagi tries to take responsibility, but Komuro genuinely doesn't blame her. The former Class A student then leaves, as Sakayanagi struggles to keep up with the quick pace. Eventually, Sakayanagi trips and falls. Komuro stops to help her, while also telling Sakayanagi to quickly find her replacement. Once again, Komuro leaves. Sakayanagi explodes, asking why she's not saying anything, declaring her late friend to be so smart but yet so dumb. She just asks for the traitor to be taken care of. Without hesitation, Sakayanagi agrees, and Ayanokoji is told to be sure she follows through on that promise. For one final time, Komuro walks away, as Sakayanagi wishes to be left alone. Waiting on a bench for 10 minutes, Sakayanagi finally walks by, assuming he's here to bask in Class A's defeat. Unexpectedly, Ayanokoji states she was by far the best leader today, and that Komuro's expulsion was very unexpected. Statistically, she wasn't anything special, but Ayanokoji points out her expulsion is negatively affecting Sakayanagi. He openly states she struggles with empathy. Ha, that's big coming from him. But he points out Sakayanagi is still normal enough to feel the pain. What was she supposed to do? Selfishly save Komuro? Yes, as she needed Komuro in order to stay strong. Denying this fact, she declares Class A won't lose anymore, but Ayanokoji suspects they'll lose again on the upcoming finals. Accusing Ayanokoji of just being here to mentally attack her, Sakayanagi reveals his plan involves having all 4 classes stay competitive going into the 3rd year. He straight up agrees with her deduction of his plan, but points out he could care less which class is in the lead. His objective is simply to push everyone to their max potential, but Sakayanagi never asked for that help. Unapologetically, he says it was wrong to think Komuro wasn't important to her, prompting Sakayanagi to explain she's never fit in with kids her age. Her attitude has always been to treat others as mere tools, but maybe Masumi Komuro was her first genuine friend. Since she's able to recognize her mistake, it's not impossible for her to become stronger. This prompts Sakayanagi to proclaim that if Ayanokoji is meddling in everyone's affairs like this, then it's no wonder they're all growing so fast. She then turns away, leaving Ayanokoji to his thoughts. He'll just have to continue his preparations as planned in order to make an impact on those around him. Shortly after the survival and elimination special exam, the student-teacher interviews begin. With a knock on the door, Ayanokoji enters inside to Chabashira asking if he has any complaints about the school. Ayanokoji does not. She tries coaxing out an answer, but is instead told that she's changed. Admitting she's become more honest, they move on to discussing his future, and learns Ayanokoji is planning to do whatever his family chooses. Of course, family is important, but Chabashira wants to know his personal wishes, prompting Ayanokoji to declare he doesn't have any, let alone the right to decide his own future. Well, due to this, they'll wait to narrow down the specifics at the parent-teacher meeting, and Ayanokoji is shocked to learn his father will be attending. It turns out Mr. Ayanokoji contacted Chabashira directly, though he does want to be informed if there's a schedule change among any of the parent-teacher meetings. Finding this unexpected and odd, Ayanokoji takes a moment to look through the planned time for each and every meeting. Then noticing his discontent, Chabashira states there's nothing wrong with being nervous, and she reassures him that all parents love their children. Returning to his dorm, Ayanokoji finds Hashimoto waiting to speak with him. Noticing they're being watched, they step inside, where Hashimoto brings up Kamaro's expulsion, and how Class A is suspecting him of being the traitor. Needing to hurry this up for Kei's sake, Ayanokoji straight up asks why Hashimoto chose to betray Sakayanagi. You come to find out, he did it in an attempt to force Sakayanagi to recruit Ayanokoji into Class A, because he believes Ayanokoji is strong enough to single-handedly overturn the class rankings. The thing is though, Ayanokoji never promised he'd actually switch classes. However, he does state that Hashimoto's actions are not entirely wrong, since Class A may continue declining. To be realistic though, Hashimoto has a very slim chance of defeating Sakayanagi, though it's not like he's dumb enough to betray the class without a proper plan. With our conversation concluded, our duo heads to the convenience store, but is ambushed by Morishita in the lobby. Openly hostile toward this potential traitor, she wonders what they could have been talking about. Dodging the question, and more harassment, the boys end up being accompanied by Morishita to the store. Though the situation does make Ayanokoji wonder whether or not Hashimoto wanted to be spotted with him. Now at the store, they stumble upon Yamamura, which was in fact the person watching them outside his dorm room. Then it's only a moment later that they bump into an upperclassman, who promises to remember each of her koheis before leaving. Sometime later, 9 buses arrive in preparation for the mixed training camp, yet only a single bus is being used for the 3rd years. It's while en route that Chabashira explains that this year's mixed training camp is not a special exam. The duration will be 4 days, and only has a minimal amount of private points as the reward. However, these points are restricted to only being spent at the mall and cannot be transferred to other people. There is a total of 20 groups, each which will have a single 3rd year as the leader. Handouts with the group assignments are passed around, and you come to find out 6 students are not attending due to illness. This includes Ichinose and Ishigami. Kei really wishes she was in Ayanokoji's group. However, she's relieved to not be with Ichinose, as she worries Ayanokoji might fall for her. Successfully ignoring that remark, Ayanokoji finds himself to be in Kiryun's group, just as someone exclaims these groups are not balanced at all. Especially Nagamo's, which contains strong people such as Horikita, Harada, Katsuragi, and Amasawa. Now, Chabashira straight up admits that groups are unbalanced, however that doesn't guarantee the stronger team's victory, because this camp is a round-robin tournament, with randomly chosen games. In total, there will be 19 games, where the leader will choose 5 members to participate in 1v1 showdowns. These games range from archery to cards to flower pressing, meaning sometimes luck will be more important than skill. You're even allowed to practice these events outside of the official games, and Ayanokoji is genuinely excited to try out all these new activities. On top of all this, there's even participation rewards, meant to encourage the students to try each activity. Upon arrival, they immediately separate into their groups, and Hashimoto is very happy to be with Ayanokoji. Kiyori is excited as well, prompting Hashimoto to state her and Ayanokoji look really good together. Due to Kiryun's lack of interest, Hashimoto takes the lead, but notices they're missing someone. Never mind, he just accidentally overlooked Yamamura. Kiryun then departs for lunch, gladly leaving the group in Hashimoto's hands. In the background, Koenji struts off on his own, just before his group member Inagashira meets eyes with Ayanokoji. Unexpectedly receiving a message, Ayanokoji is forced to excuse himself. It turns out the former student council president is upset that this training camp isn't a special exam, and Asahina explains it's due to the third years being busy preparing for graduation. Then, just as Ayanokoji suspected, the third years in attendance all volunteered to be here. Next, you find out that Nagamo and Asahina are going to attend different colleges, yet neither person is planning to use their Class A privilege. It's also worth noting that Nagamo is going to the same school as Manabu Horikita, and he even invites Ayanokoji to follow as well. Now, the reason for this meetup is that Nagamo is looking to turn this mixed training camp into a bet. If Ayanokoji wins, he will be rewarded with private points, but if he loses, there will be no consequence. The rules are as follows: Ayanokoji must participate in all 19 official games, and he must win at least 17 of the 19 matchups. Asahina declares it's unfair since card games are largely based on luck, but it's pointed out there's no penalty for losing. Ayanokoji then proclaims that Nagamo purposely made the groups unbalanced, but what can he say? As a former student council president, he has to do whatever he can to win. Entering inside, Kiryun apologizes for being late and explains she picked her group members to be people Ayanokoji is most comfortable with. After a brief back and forth, Kiryun leaves, followed by Amasawa forcing her way inside. Apparently, Nagamo had ordered her to wait elsewhere and admits he only chose her because she somehow knew about this mixed training camp ahead of time. Speaking of time, Asahina rushes out for her next game, followed by Amasawa wondering if Nagamo likes Asahina, but that's denied before he leaves. Since they're alone, Ayanokoji is able to verify that Amasawa and Yagami were both given the school's yearly schedule before enrolling. You also learn that she got herself onto Nagamo's team with the hopes of being able to compete directly against Ayanokoji. Being concerned that his constant participation might cause an issue, Ayanokoji willingly informs Hashimoto of this bet. Now, in regard to the reward, Ayanokoji offers to share it with the group, but Hashimoto thinks he deserves a larger cut than the others due to him being the impromptu leader. The first official match is flower pressing, and Nanase notices Ayanokoji is the only boy competing. Of course, this is his first time trying this activity, though with some pointers from Hiyori, he does manage to win. Kiryun congratulates his victory, though they're interrupted by a troubled Inugashira. It turns out her group leader, Tatebayashi, has angrily ordered her to retrieve Koenji, and she thought Ayanokoji was his friend, thus could help. Knowing this task to be literally impossible, Ayanokoji declines, but Kiryun manages to talk him into at least trying. After a bit of searching, Koenji is found mid-workout. Inugashira's situation is brought up, but as expected, Koenji doesn't care at all. Ayanokoji openly states he'll never understand this guy, followed by Koenji asking which of them would do better on an exam. Of course, Ayanokoji believes himself. Koenji then asks what if they fought, and is told it depends on the rules, but Koenji might actually have an advantage. In order to determine which of them is truly superior, you need to numerically break down many different variables, but Koenji loudly disagrees. To him it's simple, Koenji is a perfect being, and thus superior to literally everyone. In the same way that Ayanokoji wouldn't compete against children, Koenji won't compete against all these obviously inferior students. Upon hearing this, Ayanokoji declares that Koenji doesn't belong at this school, and it turns out his original plan was to go train in China once again, but it didn't work out. It's then revealed that Ayanokoji is preparing to leave the class, and is thus trying to set up Horikita to be able to survive on her own. To this end, Ayanokoji is even challenged to try expelling Koenji, but he has no intention of doing so. Reporting back to his leader, he finds Kiryun happily chatting about her future with Asahina. Apparently, she once looked up to a certain politician named Kijima, but for now, she just wants to live a completely normal life. Maybe Ayanokoji will become a politician in her place, but that's swiftly shot down. The rest of today's games arrive, with the results being as follows, with Ayanokoji managing to win every matchup. With evening approaching, the group happily gathers in their room with an undefeated record. Surprisingly, Sakayanagi nor Ryun's group is taking the competition seriously, which only adds to Hashimoto's anxiety. This prompts him to have Ayanokoji investigate, and he reluctantly agrees, but isn't promising any results. Moving into the lobby, he finds Sanada, who immediately asks about Hashimoto. The conversation then turns to Sakayanagi, though she's apparently been acting perfectly normal. Just after this, Horikita pulls Ayanokoji off to the side, wondering if he's aware of Amasawa's martial arts skills, and that she wants Ayanokoji to train her in preparation for a rematch with Amasawa. He tries, pointing her toward Ibuki, but said person reveals herself and that they've already tapped the limits of sparring against one another. Surprisingly, Ayanokoji agrees to training both of them, but has some conditions. The first of which being that Amasawa must agree to holding the rematch on the final day of the mixed training camp. Accepting this, Horikita urges him to continue, but he won't explain further until condition 1 has been met. To this end, they all agree to meet up the following morning, and just before departing, Ayanokoji asks Horikita to look into something for him. Later that night, after a bath, the boys happen upon Tatabayashi angrily confronting Koenji, who simply pushed past him to lay down. This conversation about cooperating with the group goes just as you'd expect, prompting Hashimoto to cut in, attempting to calm the third year down. Early the following morning, Ayanokoji confirms that Amasawa agreed to have the rematch on the final day. She did, however, ask to have it one day prior, which Horikita suspects might be due to feminine reasons, but Ayanokoji refuses to budge. The second condition is as follows: if the girls deem themselves outmatched, they must fight together in a 2 versus 1. Horikita exclaims Ayanokoji thinks they'll lose, prompting him to admit that he does have a decent grasp of Amasawa's abilities. A pissed off Ibuki refuses, and playing along with her antics, Ayanokoji draws a circle around himself, declaring he'll only use one hand. A powerful kick is dodged, followed by Ibuki latching onto his wrist. Skillfully stepping in, Ayanokoji reverses their positions before gently punching her back. Switching positions, but unlike the previous idiot, Horikita aims to grab his elbow. Ayanokoji pulls away, forcing her to grab his wrist, followed by the same events as before. Now realizing the vast difference in power, they're forced to accept his second condition of fighting together. After finishing training and bathing with his group, he attends breakfast where Morishita finds it creepy that the first years are praising Ayanokoji. On the flip side, Hiyori finds it cute, while Kiryan is curious how he tamed them so fast. The funny thing is, Ayanokoji genuinely has no idea, but Hashimoto comes to his rescue, declaring it to be a secret among men, due to Ayanokoji having that. In the lobby, we stumble upon Sakai Hanagi, where Ayanokoji states that Hashimoto is surprised she's not trying to win. Now aware that Ayanokoji was sent to spy on her, they discuss how she still needs to find a replacement for Kamuro. Kito is offered up as an option, but she'd much prefer choosing a woman. Said protector then arrives, followed by Amasawa entering the room, taunting Sakai Hanagi about her group's 3 losses. Happily declaring she's ready to accept a challenge anytime, causes Amasawa to bring up Class A's defeat in the previous special exam. Playfully reaching out, Kito restrains her wrist and isn't buying into her weak, innocent girl act. Enjoying the nightly performance, Amasawa takes her leave, promising to play with Sakai Hanagi in the future. The first match of the day is sculpture carving, with Kushida on the opposing team. We learn that her group agreed to just relax at this camp, though due to her kind nature, she keeps being asked to compete in the majority of their matches. Ayanokoji warns her not to explode, but he has no need to worry, as she's been using Horikita and Ibuki as stress relief. So the result of the 6th through 12th matches are such, and it's worth noting that Ayanokoji lost not once but twice, meaning any more losses will result in him losing the bet against Nagamo. I want to pause to mention that the book really does skim over most of these matches. It only ever stops to emphasize that Ayanokoji is thoroughly enjoying each and every new experience. In the evening, Ayanokoji bumps into Sanada once again, who states he's glad that Hashimoto, Yamamura, and Morishita are all in a group with Ayanokoji. It turns out he's noticed how Sakai Hanagi seems to treat Ayanokoji special, then due to Morishita being, well, unique, he tends to worry about her. Dinner comes and goes, followed by Takedo receiving a message from Ishizaki. Arriving to the location, he's slammed into the wall as Ryun knows that he's been talking with Sakai Hanagi. Takedo claims it was nothing, he just wanted to cheer her up since her closest friend was expelled. Heck, if he has the hots for Sakai Hanagi that bad, Ryun's willing to help force the experience. Raging and breaking free, a kick slams, followed by a punch in his legs giving out. Being physically held up, Takedo threatens to continue disobeying, which causes Ryun to take a step back, welcoming a fight. Filled with rage, Takedo throws the first punch. Hosen interrupts, followed by Takedo being slammed into the wall once again. Ryun orders the brute to leave. Ishizaki attempts to force him out, but of course that's not happening. Albert steps forward. Hosen deems Ryun a coward, just as Utomiya tries to politely defuse the situation. Literally laying his hands on Ryun, he states they need Takedo for their group's matches, but Ryun wonders if they can really stop him. Utomiya readies his fists. Hosen shouts that's his prey, and Ryun is very happy some aggressive people have come to the school. Albert blocks a heavy punch from Hosen, just as a crowd arrives, ending this confrontation. Without delay, Utomiya begins to smooth things over, allowing Ryun, Albert, and Ishizaki to leave. Though once they're gone, Albert declares Hosen to be as strong as or stronger than Ayanokoji, granted that's only in terms of raw physical strength. Arriving to the girls' room as instructed, it's obvious they're less than enthused about having the boys here. Ayanokoji pulls out a deck of cards, stating a blonde senpai told him it's a staple of training camps. Morishita is excited to start a game of Old Maid, though apparently she's never played before. This revelation shocks the group, since Morishita rated herself extremely confident with card games, though apparently Kiryu already suspected as much and planned accordingly. Ayanokoji invites Yamamura to join, but she adamantly refuses. But after the first 3 games conclude, Hiyori politely forces Yamamura in, though everyone keeps accidentally skipping over her and saying her name wrong. It's while on the way back to their own room that Hashimoto stops Ayanokoji, asking what info he discovered about Sakayanagi. He claims not to have learned anything, followed by Hashimoto pointing out that Ryun has also been consistently losing. This has caused Hashimoto to grow increasingly paranoid. However, Ayanokoji assumes Sakayanagi is just taking time to recover, while Ryun isn't interested in the restricted reward. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ibuki demands for Ayanokoji to fight blindfolded, but then has to rush to the bathroom. While she's gone, they discuss how some students have very little presence, and that Ayanokoji has drastically changed over the past 2 years. Horikita also gives Ayanokoji the information he asked for. With a shout, Ibuki attacks from behind. It's dodged, and she's reprimanded for yelling out her attack, just like Ishizaki. That comment is the proof Horikita needed to be sure that Ayanokoji once fought Ishizaki and Ryun. With a look toward Ibuki, she smugly proclaims he never asked her to keep it a secret, followed by Horikita declaring she's very suspicious of the Yagami incident as well, though Ayanokoji points out he didn't use force against Yagami. The next match is set to be shogi, but their best player Morishita is currently missing. Our 2 guys begin searching, and it's Ayanokoji that finds her quietly touching a tree. Calling out, he's told to hush, as she needs to focus in order to hear the voice of the forest. Following her lead, he touches the tree, closes his eyes, and goes quiet. But upon opening them, he finds Morishita recording and making fun of him. After calming down, she states that she thinks Class A should expel Hashimoto. Ayanokoji won't give an opinion since it's not his class, but he does make it clear that he's not supporting Hashimoto and that he believes Sakayanagi will win this conflict 9 out of 10 times. He's genuinely thanked for his thoughts, and you find out Morishita highly values his opinion. The 17th match turns out to be archery against Nagamo's group, which pits Ayanokoji against Almasawa, who shoots first, scoring an impressive 57 points. Now, Ayanokoji's first arrow hits the 8, meaning his next 5 need to be perfect. Thus, the archery contest concludes, with Ayanokoji scoring 58 points. With a few more games, the tournament comes to a close, with Kiryu's group coming in 4th, with 15 wins and 4 losses. As expected, Nagamo's group won with 18 wins and 1 loss, which was only in a luck-based card game. Now in regard to Ayanokoji's personal record, he ended at 17-2, meaning he won the bet against the former student council president. Nagamo wonders if Ayanokoji's group could have won if he was the leader, but he honestly doesn't think he could have, and Ayanokoji wishes to know if Nagamo is finally satisfied. Of course, this indirect match didn't satisfy him, but even so, he doesn't hesitate to send over the reward. Lastly, Nagamo invites Ayanokoji to follow him to college, that way they can interact more, and before leaving, Ayanokoji gives Nagamo a message to pass on to someone. Later that night, just before closing his eyes, Ayanokoji receives a message from Hiyori. It turns out Yamamura has gone missing, so he urges her to stay in the room, as he will go to search. He spots his target just as expected, hiding next to a vending machine. His words startle her, and you come to find out she's wanting to be alone, and that the hum of the vending machine helps calm her anxieties. However, today, it doesn't seem to be working, and after a long bit of coaxing, it's revealed that Yamamura is still hung up on the previous special exam. If you remember, when it came time to expel someone, Sakayanagi did it via lottery, but Yamamura was too scared to draw. At that moment, she felt as if Sakayanagi wanted her to be the one expelled, so now she feels useless and unwanted. Ayanokoji admits that Kamuro might have been valued more than her, but in no way does that make Yamamura useless. The issue is that she's too afraid to discuss this with Sakayanagi directly, and it doesn't help that she saw what happened to Takedo. On top of clearing up her own doubts, Yamamura really doesn't want to see Sakayanagi lose again, and all Ayanokoji can do is encourage her to talk it out. But what if Sakayanagi refuses to speak with her? Well, in that situation, Ayanokoji will gladly listen to her worries once again. It's 1 AM in the cafeteria as Amasawa greets Nagamo's arrival. He exclaims he'd never refuse a woman's call, though that attitude only pisses her off. You see, Amasawa arranged this meeting by threatening to beat up Asahina, but now that Nagamo's here, she's planning to injure him instead. This will surely result in her being expelled, however she doesn't mind, plus being beat up by a girl will seriously hurt Nagamo's reputation. It turns out Amasawa's motivation behind this is revenge for Yagami's expulsion. Nagamo points out that was Ayanokoji's doing, but she's well aware she can't beat Ayanokoji, nor does she want to hinder his plans. Seemingly out of nowhere, Nagamo begins ranting about his experience at the school and how he wasn't able to make as much of an impact as Manabu or Ayanokoji. Afterwards, Nagamo reveals he brought a gift. Amasawa will likely throw it away, followed by him recounting Ayanokoji's message.
You still have value. Don't waste it.
Very annoyed that Ayanokoji correctly predicted all of this, yet finally feeling satisfied, Nagamo warns her not to catch a cold before walking away. Waking up at 6 a.m. to a lingering message from Nagamo, he's approached by Tsubaki, who wants to take a walk outside. Out of the blue, Tsubaki wants to know how Ayanokoji would react if he found out that he had a brother he never knew about. For him, it would depend on a lot of different factors, and Tsubaki agrees with his uncertainty. That being said though, if her hypothetical new sister had a sad past, then she'd definitely want to get to know her. Following this up, she begins a story, but they're interrupted as 3 other students arrive. You come to find out Ibuki was tricked into leaking their upcoming fight to Kushida, and since she doesn't like any of the 3 fighters, it will be a treat to watch no matter who gets beat up. Next, the group discusses Ayanokoji's growing popularity with girls, and Ibuki can't believe anyone would find him attractive. Looking to Kushida for reassurance, she's let down, as Kushida meekly states Ayanokoji doesn't have much competition at this school, so she can see how some girls might fall for him. The question is then posed, does Ibuki prefer Ryun or Ayanokoji? But with words as sharp as a knife, they're both deemed shit options. After a brief warm-up, Horikita thanks him for the training, and you find out Ayanokoji isn't coming to watch, as his presence might cause issues. Instead, he makes his way to the park for his next meeting, where he almost immediately calls Sakayanagi out for purposely avoiding Yamamura, before mentioning it's as if there's a few students still mentally stuck in that previous special exam. The only way to escape the previous exam is for Sakayanagi to speak with Yamamura directly, causing her to weakly mutter that he wasn't supposed to interfere. Revealing Sakayanagi is 10 minutes late for an outdoor meeting with Yamamura that she didn't know about. Sakayanagi complains, but has no choice but to go. She does run into a problem, since her legs are refusing to move, but Ayanokoji grabs her hand, pulling her along. It's only when within sight of Yamamura that he gently shoves Sakayanagi forward. With the mixed training camp over, life returns to normal, and today Ayanokoji is taking a walk early in the morning. In regard to the K issue, he just needs to proceed as planned, but he recognizes he may need to step in to help Ichinose's struggling class. Upon arrival, Horikita is already waiting for him, as she just wants to have a friendly, non-exam focused chat. Though it only takes but a moment for the conversation to turn serious, as they discuss the possibility of upcoming expulsions during the final. To Horikita's surprise, Ayanokoji actually volunteers himself to help the class any way he can. You also learn that Ibuki and Horikita lost the fight against Amasawa, though they did land a few good hits in the start, but she quickly realized Ayanokoji had been training them. Due to this, Horikita wants to know Ayanokoji's relationship to Amasawa. He deems her an ex-girlfriend, though Horikita doesn't find that joke amusing. She just earnestly hopes that one day, Ayanokoji will be willing to tell her the truth. Jumping back in time, to Hashimoto and Ayanokoji's meeting before the mixed training camp. Hashimoto reveals he's been thinking about transferring to Ryun's class for a while. A secret bet between Sakayanagi and Ryun is brought up, though Ayanokoji doesn't know the details, only that it was formed on the uninhabited island. Apparently, Ryun gained a lot of private points from this bet, and you find out Hashimoto believes Ryun versus Sakayanagi to be an even match. To him, Ayanokoji will be the deciding factor in that battle, and it's this belief that caused him to betray Class A, due to Sakayanagi's refusal to recruit Ayanokoji. Does that mean Ryun is willing to recruit him? Well, at first he refused, but then said he'd recruit both Ayanokoji and Hashimoto after he defeats Sakayanagi during the finals. However, Ayanokoji is well aware Hashimoto isn't telling the full truth, as he only ever acts in favor of himself. Then finally getting to the point, Ayanokoji asks what it is Hashimoto wants, and with a nervous smile, Hashimoto. In the present, Ryun and Sakagami-sensei enter into the room. Neither teacher knows why they're here, as the students begin discussing Hashimoto's betrayal and Sakayanagi's recent loss. It takes only a moment for Ryun to realize that Ayanokoji stepped in to save Sakayanagi, and he openly admits Ayanokoji did the same thing for him. They both share the same goal of wanting to defeat Ayanokoji, which means they each wish to remove all other obstacles as soon as possible. Mashima urges them to get to the point, and learns today they're going to make a bet with their teachers as witnesses. It's very simple. Since Sakayanagi and Ryan are slated to battle against each other during the finals, the bet will force the loser to leave this school. Mashima exclaims, the rules for the final have not been revealed, so you can't even be sure expulsion is part of it. But Sakayanagi declares that doesn't matter, as their bet will force the loser to voluntarily drop out. Obviously, this makes her protection point meaningless, and Ryan explains that in the event of a tie, they'll use a lottery to determine the loser. Classroom of the Elite, Year 2, Volume 12. With the second year nearing its conclusion, Chabashira-sensei enters the classroom, announcing the final exam. Turning on the monitor, the class rankings are displayed, and Chabashira admits she still finds it hard to believe that they've climbed all the way to Class B. As determined by the unanimous vote special exam, they will be battling Ichinose class, and they'll need to choose 3 representatives to act as their vanguard, middle guard, and general. These representatives will take part in 1 versus 1 battles, with the objective of defeating the opposing general. The non-representative students will also be participating in this exam. However, this is all the details she's been given so far. They can assume, since it's being held inside, the exam can't be a physical contest, and to ensure fairness among classes, it won't be academic either. Of course, the winning classes will gain class points, though surprisingly the losers will not be penalized. While walking home with Kei, Ayanokoji thinks about Ryan and Sakayanagi's bet. His plan up to this point was to keep all 4 classes at an equal power level, so what should he do since Ryan or Sakayanagi will be dropping out? Kei's voice snaps him back to reality, and he apologizes for not paying attention, before asking if they can cancel their weekend date. Before the exam, Ayanokoji really wants to speak with all 4 class leaders, and Kei reluctantly agrees to letting him meet with Ichinose. Though maybe Ayanokoji would like her to spend the night tonight at least, he declines, under the pretense of being too focused on the exam to give her proper attention. Then, even though visible cracks are beginning to form in their relationship, they agree to a movie date after the exam. It's Friday after school when Ayanokoji meets Horikita in the cafe. Due to the vagueness of the final exam, it's hard to make a solid strategy, though she's relieved that Ayanokoji feels the same way. Realistically, all they can do is pick the 3 strongest representatives they can. She then states that herself, Ayanokoji, and Koenji would be the dream team, but of course Koenji would refuse. If only Ayanokoji would cooperate, she'd at least have some peace of mind, and to her shock he agrees, but has some conditions. First off, he wants to be the general, which would potentially hurt Horikita's reputation as Class B's leader. She's curious why, and is told he'd prefer if Horikita defeats Ichinose before his turn even arrives. The second condition is that if he competes and wins, he wants full freedom from any class responsibilities just like Koenji. Though if by chance he loses, then he promises to fully cooperate with the class for the next 6 months. Carefully thinking it over, and realizing if she declines, Ayanokoji can just refuse to cooperate anyways, Horikita accepts this deal to make him the general. As a final mention, Ayanokoji demands that she gets the class's approval for this, though of course, everyone needs to keep this a secret. With this meeting over, Ayanokoji heads to the next, but runs into Hasebe along the way. It's been a while, but she's finally beginning to feel like herself again, and wants to get the pre-Sakura expulsion friend group back together. Amasawa loudly asks if Ayanokoji is cheating on Karuizawa, causing Hasebe to excuse herself. It turns out Ayanokoji signaled for Amasawa to interrupt them, because he doesn't have time to waste on useless stuff right now. We learn Amasawa has decided to stay at the school, so Ayanokoji asks her if she can investigate Nanase. Of course, Amasawa is happy to help her senpai, though they both know he's just making up a job in order to give her purpose. Entering the karaoke room, he jokes there's no lackeys today, followed by Ryan urging him to take a seat. Not wanting to get juice thrown at him, Ayanokoji declines, before bringing up the bet with Sakayanagi, and that this might be their last chance to talk. If that's the reason for this meeting, then Ryan thinks Ayanokoji should be meeting with Sakayanagi instead. So what type of underhanded tactics is being planned this time? But instead, Ryan declares he will crush Sakayanagi head on. Of course, Ayanokoji isn't about to believe that, and he's asked and denies being a representative in the exam. The next stop for the day is the vending machines, where he randomly brings up Sakayanagi, and Yamamura reveals they've begun talking more often. Today he's come with a certain question, and she hesitates to answer until Ayanokoji promises not to interfere with Class A. Being convinced, Yamamura shows him a video on her phone. He compliments her skills, before leaving and calling Kei for a favor. Thanks to his girlfriend's assistance, Ayanokoji finds Matsushita, and asks her if she's come to understand his true ability yet. Yeah, she still thinks he's holding back, so he promises to show even more if she'll help him with the information he just acquired. Surprised he knows this, she confirms some of their classmates are in fact involved. Matsushita also admits to feeling relieved that Ayanokoji is a representative, though he warns her their class still needs to grow. Later that night, Hashimoto enters Ayanokoji's dorm, where it's confirmed that he's still supporting Ryun. Sadly, due to the lack of exam details, there's not much Hashimoto can do to intervene. Ayanokoji then declares that Hashimoto's lies won't work on Sakayanagi, but even so, Hashimoto plans to keep fighting the same way he always has. The topic of Ayanokoji's potential class transfer is then brought up, though Ryun's potential defeat and expulsion is mentioned instead. If that happens, Hashimoto's last chance of survival would be to beg Sakayanagi for forgiveness, and the only advice Ayanokoji gives is for Hashimoto to not lie to himself. Sunday morning, Ayanokoji arrives early to find that Ichinose is already here. After reassuring her that Kei is okay with this chat, Ichinose wants to know if Ayanokoji is going to be a representative in the final exam. He claims to not currently be planning to, however it's always possible Horikita could ask him later. If by chance he is a representative, he'd appreciate it if Ichinose would take it easy on him, though she was about to ask him the same thing. Next, their promise from last year is brought up, where they both agreed to meet up again at the end of their second year, so they make concrete plans to have their promised meeting after the final exam is over. After a thorough workout at the gym, he's ambushed by Kanzaki, who needs to know if Ayanokoji is going to be a representative. He answers no, but Kanzaki reveals there's a rumor going around saying otherwise. Of course, rumors are nothing more than rumors, though Kanzaki wants him to promise that he'll refuse Horikita if she asks him to be a representative. I mean, if Ayanokoji can help his class win, then isn't it natural for him to cooperate? Obviously, Kanzaki can't disagree, and even apologizes for asking. He just believes his class is doomed if Ayanokoji is a representative. That evening, around 10 p.m., he receives an unexpected call from Sakayanagi. Of course, he wants to discuss her bet with Ryun, and to no surprise, she has complete confidence that she'll be the victor. Next, Sakayanagi bluntly asks if he's going to be a representative in this exam, but Ayanokoji refuses to answer. Following this, they talk about how she's begun mingling with her classmates, and that it's Ayanokoji's fault her emotions are beginning to change. If she doesn't want emotions, she should just suppress them, though they will likely bring her new unforeseen strategies. Though it's the fact that Ayanokoji's emotions never change is part of the reason why Sakayanagi finds him so intriguing. She's then reminded that he still owes her a favor, but she chooses to postpone that until their third year. Ayanokoji then declares to having no preference to who will win the bet, and upon hearing another yawn, Ayanokoji decides they've talked enough. Now, as an outsider, it's not his place to meddle in Sakayanagi's bet with Ryun, though if he's being honest with himself, there is a specific person that he wants to win. The morning of the exam, Ayanokoji stumbles upon Kiryun preparing to leave school, and after a brief, unimportant conversation, Ayanokoji is the last representative to arrive. An anxious Horikita complains he should have been here earlier, as they step inside, seeing each class as representatives. After Sakugami and Hoshinomiya confiscate their electronics, they take their seat, but Horikita is too nervous to focus. Knowing the perfect solution, Ayanokoji grabs her side. She uncontrollably yelps, turning her anxiety into embarrassment. Mashima and Chabashira then enter the room to begin the explanation. Real talk. The exam details are super confusing, and a lot of them don't impact the story at all. So for that reason, I'm just going to cover the important stuff, and then I'll further explain the details later if needed. Though in a broad sense, this exam is a lot like the party game Werewolf, if you've ever played that. Now they need to separate their class into 5 groups of participants, and throughout the exam, the representatives will select which groups they want to send into the discussion. These participants will be assigned random roles, which the representatives will need to guess in order to increase or decrease lives accordingly. Each participant role is on screen now, along with a brief description of what they do. We do need to discuss the traitor, as this is a once per game usable privilege. Each round the traitor survives, the representative receives valuable information, all the while the defending representative can attempt an interrogation. A participant selected as a traitor has potential to earn 50 class points, but also has a very small chance of being expelled if they choose to lie. Then the last thing to take note of is that the participants are being told slightly different rules in order to ensure they take the discussion seriously. Inside the waiting room, our trio discusses the rules and separate their classmates into 5 groups. Horikita and Harada think Ichinose is a worrisome opponent this time, since her social skills are by far the best in the school. Changing the topic, Ayanokoji asks if they can save the traitor privilege for him. Horikita complains that he wants her to win yet is trying to handicap her, so Ayanokoji sweetens their deal so that if he loses, he promises to cooperate for the entirety of the 3rd year. Then with a few minutes remaining, Ayanokoji gets Ryun's attention before making his way to the restroom. Though out in the hallway, he's stopped by Hoshinomiya-sensei, who bluntly asks him to lose the exam as she must defeat Chabashira. Of course, such a big ask needs to have appropriate compensation, so she offers to leak him teacher-only information in the future. After being declined, Hoshinomiya strokes his ear, saying there's one other thing she could do for him, and Ayanokoji jokingly asks if she's offering to clean his ears. Realizing he can't be swayed, Hoshinomiya threatens to take drastic measures herself, and Ayanokoji is very interested to see what she'll do. Elsewhere, the participants are given their portion of the explanation, but Matsushita wants more details on their representatives. They're told they only need to focus on their specific roles, and that breaking any rules or prying further could result in a penalty. Now, Kei and Sato are both feeling uneasy, but some encouragement and advice from Yukimura allows them to calm down. Our first match begins with Harada facing off against Hamaguchi. They intently watch the 5-minute discussion, but when it comes time to nominate, they both choose to pass. Then since they didn't nominate, the honor students vote Kei out of the discussion. Both boys pass during the second round as well, though at the end of the third round, Hamaguchi successfully nominates an honor student, causing Harada to lose 3 of his 5 lives. During the fourth discussion, Yukimura openly declared himself a graduate. Both representatives nominate him, and both lose 1 life for being incorrect. They pass a few more times until the 8th round, where Harada makes an unsuccessful nomination, losing his final life. In another room, Sanada from Class A is facing off against Nishino from Class C. Being confused and overwhelmed, it only takes 4 rounds of discussion for Nishino to make 3 incorrect nominations, eliminating herself from the exam. Katsuragi confidently enters the room next, stating it's been a while since they've had a chance to talk. The first discussion commences, and afterward, Katsuragi urges Sanada to make the first move. Openly admitting he chose to pass, he watches Katsuragi make a correct nomination, instantly dropping Sanada to 3 lives. Uncertain how Katsuragi knew, he declares next round will be different, but Katsuragi calls his bluff, correctly assuming that Sanada did nothing during the first match, and simply watched Nishino self-destruct. The second discussion comes and goes, and in a panic, Sanada incorrectly nominates Morishita, losing 2 more lives. The following round, Katsuragi makes a mistake, losing 1 life. However, the very next round, Katsuragi declares this is the end. With only 1 life remaining, Sanada has to make a correct nomination, or else he risks losing, but winds up making a mistake, losing 2 lives himself. And it's revealed that Katsuragi actually passed, successfully bluffing Sanada into making the mistake. Kito is the second representative for Class A, and in the first 2 rounds, he makes 2 incorrect nominations. In the third round, Kito makes yet another mistake, all the while Katsuragi correctly guessed an honor student, which together drains Kito's last 4 lives. Obviously, Kito is pissed at the overwhelming defeat, though it's pointed out that Katsuragi has been a part of Class A and Class C, giving him a unique advantage in this exam. In a rage, Kito grabs Katsuragi's shirt, but the observer steps in, warning that any further violence will warrant a penalty. As Sakayanagi enters, she admits to being impressed with Katsuragi, and then reveals that Kito wanted to be a representative in the hopes of defeating Ryan himself. Katsuragi confidently declares the time has come to avenge his grudge against Sakayanagi, who correctly guesses that grudge to be Yahiko's expulsion. It turns out, recently, she's begun to understand how he might feel. Katsuragi asks if she'd act differently now, but Sakayanagi only says his revenge will fail. Off-screen, Horikita flawlessly defeated Hamaguchi, so her next opponent steps inside. Kanzaki demands to know whose idea it was to make Ayanokoji the general, as he's not the type to volunteer, but Horikita states that maybe Ayanokoji is changing. Round 1 and 2 of the discussion are uneventful, but the third discussion ends with Miyaki claiming to be a graduate, and calling out Norihito as an honor student. Kanzaki chooses to believe Miyaki, while Horikita thinks he was lying, and after nominations, Kanzaki loses 4 of his 7 total lives. The very next round, both representatives correctly nominate the last honor student, resulting in the end of this discussion and new groups being brought in. During the intermission, Kanzaki would like a favor, and straight up asks for Horikita to purposely lose this exam. With a lengthy back and forth, she declines. Kanzaki bows, and Horikita reminds him that Class D is counting on him. With his last hope crushed, Kanzaki believes the outcome is already decided, and completely gives up on winning. Thus, it only takes a brief moment for Horikita to drain his last 3 lives. The first round of Sakayanagi vs Katsuragi ends with very little info, and Katsuragi warns her not to look down on him. Both representatives choose to pass, and Sakayanagi comments that he always was the cautious type. Katsuragi counters that he doesn't let his emotions influence his actions, but she points out that Kito messed up his tie, and that if he was truly calm, he would have noticed. Ichinose is impressed that Horikita beat both boys flawlessly, though Horikita claims it was just a coincidence. The first round of discussion commences, and afterward, Horikita plays it safe by passing. However, Ichinose successfully nominates Chiba as having an executive role, though she didn't specify which role, meaning Horikita only loses a single life. Horikita is shocked that nomination was correct, but Ichinose thinks it was pretty easy to tell. Following the second round, Ichinose makes another correct nomination, which along with Horikita's mistake, nets her -2 lives. Due to this, Horikita wonders if maybe Ichinose is getting lucky, but through a smile, she reveals it wasn't a guess at all. In the third round, Horikita actually gains 1 life, and realizing she stands no chance against this monster, Horikita brings up her battle with Kanzaki. But Ichinose already assumed that Kanzaki fell into despair and simply gave up. She also knew ahead of time that Ayanokoji would be a representative. However, if it's this exam, Ichinose is confident she can win. After numerous rounds, Sakayanagi has 9 of her 10 lives, although Katsuragi only has 1 remaining. Without any room for error, Katsuragi struggles to make a nomination, when suddenly Sakayanagi shows him her tablet, as she nominates Sawada as an honor student. You see, Sakayanagi is enjoying this match, and wants it to last longer, though Katsuragi passes, not taking the bait, only to find out that Sakayanagi's nomination was in fact correct. It's explained that if Katsuragi took the bait, the match would have ended, and thus a whole new group of participants would be brought in. Then in that situation, Katsuragi would fall back on his cautious nature, allowing her to easily take the victory without losing any more lives. Then as he leaves, Sakayanagi states he and Ryun work very well together. Upon Horikita's defeat, Harada blames himself for not doing better, though Ayanokoji simply believes she was outmatched. And out in the hallway, Horikita gives Ayanokoji permission to make fun of her. He points out she defeated 2 people, but Horikita really wanted to win, not only for the class's benefit, but also so that Ayanokoji would acknowledge her. Next, she's reminded that he didn't allow her to use the traitor, and then forcefully pulls her into a hug, before stating that she should rely more on her allies. Now, let's revisit the traitor role before we continue. A representative can plant a traitor in the opposing class, which will give them info every round. If the traitor survives the match, they have the choice between 50 class points or 5 million private points, but if the traitor is caught lying, they will be expelled. Inside, Ayanokoji apologizes for lying about not being a representative, but it didn't bother her, since they are opponents after all. Even though this is the final exam, Ichinose seems perfectly calm, though she reveals being with him always makes her nervous. Just before the discussion begins, Ayanokoji offers up an idea. If they both reveal and eliminate the traitors in the first match, then neither representative would have to worry about anyone getting expelled. She points out they shouldn't eliminate the traitors, but instead use them to gain 50 class points. Ayanokoji agrees she should do that, but personally he can't fully trust his classmates, so he prefers to eliminate his traitor instead. The first discussion ends, and they cooperate to each choose the person they want as the traitor. For the next 2 rounds, Ayanokoji purposely interrogates innocent classmates in order to avoid suspicion, before calling out Meizono in the 3rd round. Now, Meizono admits this situation makes her nervous, however she immediately denies being the traitor. As a lie, Ayanokoji says that his previous interrogation accused her of acting suspicious. That's super annoying, but since the traitor can earn 50 class points, then maybe it's okay if they're not found. She also wonders how much of a problem it would be if the traitor stayed in the game, causing Ayanokoji to state it's somewhat convenient actually. With that, Meizono officially declares she's not the traitor and thus begins exiting the room. Ayanokoji boldly declares that she is in fact the traitor, and that according to the rules, Meizono will be expelled. Huh? She only lied for the sake of the class, as she thought Ayanokoji just agreed to let her go. An exam observer let slip there wasn't supposed to be any expulsions, and then suggests they redo this interrogation. Ayanokoji reveals that he actually wants Meizono expelled, as he knows she's been leaking the class's secrets to her boyfriend Hashimoto. Begging for forgiveness, she promises to not betray the class again. Ayanokoji, however, doesn't believe her, and firmly stands his ground that Meizono is to be expelled in accordance with the rules of this exam. Leaving his screaming classmate behind, Ayanokoji returns to the exam room, where Ichinose is very confused. Without dancing around the topic, Ayanokoji straight up thanks her for helping him remove that defective tool. Now, it's true that Ichinose is nearly unbeatable in this style of exam. However, there's ways to win outside of the discussions. Ayanokoji then brings up their previous year, specifically the time Sakayanagi leaked Ichinose's secret about shoplifting as a child. You see, there was a lot of other nasty rumors being spread around at the same time, and Ayanokoji admits to being the source of all of them. Confused, she doesn't understand how doing that would have benefited him at all. But Ayanokoji explains that for the past year, he's been carefully and strategically manipulating her for his own benefit. finally realizing the Ayanokoji she loves is nothing more than a fabricated lie. Ichinose falls so deep into despair that she's unable to focus on the exam, resulting in Ayanokoji earning a flawless victory. Now, Sakayanagi is down 1 life, however she doesn't see any way she can lose. Of course, Ryun feels the same, and after some trash talk, they each declare the other to be the last obstacle standing between them and Ayanokoji. With the start of the first match, Sakayanagi immediately places the traitor within his class. As the first discussion ends, Sakayanagi prompts Ryun to make his choice, and needing to eliminate the traitor as fast as possible, he winds up making an incorrect nomination, losing 1 life. After that, he chooses his first interrogation target, but concludes that Nakazumi is innocent. The following round, thanks to the traitor's info, Sakayanagi successfully nominates a graduate student, while Ryun nominates an executive, meaning he only loses 1 life. It takes numerous more rounds for Ryun to identify the traitor, and their current standing is Sakayanagi with 8 lives, ahead of Ryun's 6. This match comes to a close, and Sakayanagi urges him to use the traitor in the next group of participants. As the discussion begins, Shimizu from Class A immediately begins verbally attacking Tokido. This continues for the entirety of the 5-minute discussion, and by the end of it, Tokido is about to blow a fuse. It's fairly obvious this harassment was Sakayanagi's plan, and she points out that Tokido might angrily break the rules any moment, though this round both representatives successfully nominate the same person. The second discussion continues just like the first, with Shimizu exclaiming that Class C has no need for Tokido. With rage boiling over, his fist is raised, but Hiyori catches it, politely asking him to calm down. Tokido warns her to back off, but she reveals that Ryun told her that Tokido would never be rough with a girl, so they can assume Ryun placed Hiyori in this group, specifically to support Tokido when he needed it most. Sakayanagi is impressed with Ryun's counter, but is more surprised that he's actually helping Tokido grow. Multiple more rounds pass without any lives lost, and now we're preparing for the third match. At this point, both representatives acknowledge they underestimated the other, though Sakayanagi believes Ryun doesn't stand a chance against Ayanokoji. You know, he actually agrees with that assessment, however Ryun's determined to keep trying until he succeeds. 2 more entire matches come and go as Ryun is beginning to fall behind. For whatever reason, he's yet to use his traitor, all the while Sakayanagi is yet to make a single mistake. At the end of the 6th match, Sakayanagi has 5 lives, while Ryun only has 1. It's pretty clear that he's going to lose this battle, and thinking back, he doesn't think using the traitor would have made much of a difference. Without a doubt, the small girl surpasses him in certain areas, though Sakayanagi does deem him a worthy opponent. And Ryun reveals that Ayanokoji likely predicted this. You see, earlier in the restroom, Ayanokoji asked Ryun to deliver a message to Sakayanagi if he found himself losing. There's no incentive for him to do this, but out of curiosity, Ryun agrees to hear him out. Well, actually, Hashimoto has the message, so Ryun will need to select Hashimoto as the traitor. The problem is that Sakayanagi will never willingly select Hashimoto's group to participate. Now, Sakayanagi knows extending this match to uncover this message is a terrible idea, but I mean it's a message from Ayanokoji. Besides, it's not a satisfying victory since Ryun wasn't able to use the traitor freely, so she agrees to work together to hear the message. With that, Sakayanagi selects Hashimoto's group, and Ryun immediately makes Hashimoto the traitor. She seriously hates playing into Ayanokoji's hand like this, but after the first discussion, she moves to the interrogation room, which leaves Ryun behind, alone with his thoughts, cursing the fact that his time at the school is about to end. Hashimoto is curious why she'd ever choose his group, and they discuss how the exam rules prevented Hashimoto from interfering, but at the same time kept him safe. Not wanting to be expelled, he openly confesses to being the traitor, but Sakayanagi only wants to hear Ayanokoji's message. Huh? What message? The only thing Ayanokoji told him was to not lie to himself. With that advice in mind, Sakayanagi asks if he's actually a traitor, causing Hashimoto to hesitantly say he might not be? In an attempt to uncover the hidden message, Sakayanagi begins asking about Hashimoto's past, and we learn that Hashimoto was bullied as a child and would frequently hide in the bathroom, which Sakayanagi states to be the source as to why Hashimoto is so quick to betray those around him. Graduating from Class A is how Hashimoto will prove to everyone that he's not useless. Sweetly, she again asks if Hashimoto is in fact a traitor. If he answers no, then Sakayanagi has the option to expel him, but she now understands Hashimoto better, so she might be willing to give him another chance. As tears fall from his eyes, Sakayanagi reminds him that she also used to keep everyone at a distance, so maybe the two of them are more alike than they realize. Then focusing her brain back on Ayanokoji's message, it finally clicks. Before the exam, Ayanokoji must have lied to her whenever he said he wasn't taking sides in their bet. You see, not once did Sakayanagi think about what Ayanokoji wanted. I mean, she knows his goal is to have 4 competitive classes battling in the 3rd year, and yet Sakayanagi straight up ruined those plans. The more she thinks about this, the more she comes to realize that Ayanokoji wants Ryun to stay at the school and grow. So the secret message meant only for her is Ayanokoji asking, "Please lose this battle." At this time, the observer declares it's time for Hashimoto's formal confession, and stealing his resolve, Hashimoto declares himself to Sakayanagi exclaims Hashimoto already stated he wasn't the traitor, and then officially, Sakayanagi deems Hashimoto to not be the traitor in this exam. In accordance with the exam rules, failing to identify the traitor during an interrogation results in Sakayanagi losing her remaining 5 lives. Only moments after the end of the 2nd year final exam, we return to the classroom. Due to the results, they'll likely be promoted to Class A, however it did come at the cost of Meizono being expelled. At their teacher's suggestion, Horikita takes the podium to explain the exam rules from their representative's perspective. It doesn't take long before the topic switches to Meizono, causing Ayanokoji to walk forward. With a bow and an apology, he explains that Ichinose was unbeatable in this exam, so his only chance at victory was to break her mind by making Ichinose an accomplice in Meizono's expulsion. The class silently listens, until Harada exclaims it wasn't okay for Ayanokoji to make that decision himself. In response, Ayanokoji deems Meizono a traitor who leaked their class's plan, and it's quickly accepted once it's revealed she was dating Hashimoto. Even so, Sudo still thinks Ayanokoji could have found another way to win, but Horikita reinforces the idea that Ichinose was simply too strong. Azuma points out that Ayanokoji has been behind all 3 of their class's expulsions, but Kushida cuts in reminding everyone she was the reason Sakura got expelled, and Yamauchi brought it upon himself. It's not that Ayanokoji is expelling people, it's that he's simply taking on the executioner role when the class needs it. Suddenly, Koenji gets up exiting the room for a date, which brings this discussion to an end. So as things stand, upon entering year 3, the class rankings are as follows. However, Sakayanagi voluntarily dropping out will surely penalize her class. Upon leaving the classroom, Ayanokoji is ambushed in the hallway. You see, Kushida's confident that Ayanokoji could have beaten Ichinose without expelling Meizono, and accuses him of just wanting to eliminate the traitor. Of course, he denies it and brings up his surprise at having Kushida defend him in front of the class. Apparently, she did that to make herself look useful, as it's hard to predict what will happen since Ayanokoji is in control. Elsewhere, Ichinose is apologizing for her failure, as the majority of her classmates try cheering her up. Frustrated with this reaction, Himino looks to Kanzaki, however he's still lost in despair. Shibata stands up proclaiming their class will definitely catch back up next year. Slamming her hands on the desk, Hoshinomiya shouts they're all abnormal. Don't worry, they'll work harder in the future, but Hoshinomiya exclaims it's time to shut up and accept reality. Upon being approached, Ichinose mutters she can't lead this class anymore. But Hoshinomiya simply says they just need to rely on their teacher, so take plenty of time to fix yourself. Though from this day onward, Ichinose became sick and locks herself away in her dorm. With spring break in full swing, Ryun wakes up early to meet with a certain girl. Sakayanagi thanks him for giving her a few extra days, before asking why they're here. After a lengthy pause, Ryun declares he isn't satisfied with their match, and even calls it bullshit since Ayanokoji interfered. She reveals the hidden message that Ayanokoji wishes to battle against him, not her. Unexpectedly, Ryun states she's more worthy than him to battle Ayanokoji, and that he regrets telling her about that hidden message. If he didn't, then he would have lost the exam, but Ryun believes he could have used his traitor to possibly win. Sweetly, Sakayanagi says Ryun can't win with his current mindset, as Ayanokoji selfishly does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. You know, she could beg him to let her stay, but instead Sakayanagi gives him one final piece of advice. It's impossible for Ryun to beat Ayanokoji by himself. If that's true, then what should he do? Sakayanagi urges him to be more flexible, as she will create a weakness in Ayanokoji. With Ryun struggling to hold in his thoughts, Sakayanagi warns him to never give up. With their conversation ending, Ryun asks what she'll do now. First off, she's going to pay a visit to Kamuro. So for now, Ryun should try not to get expelled, that way they can meet again in the future. Watching her leave, Ryun is left alone with his thoughts, realizing it's now a one-on-one, him versus Ayanokoji. Hold up, what did Sakayanagi mean by don't get expelled until we meet again? With the former Class A losing its leader, Ayanokoji is curious how they're handling it. Yamamura, however, is late to their meeting, but upon calling, a second voice cuts in, rudely hanging up the phone. Walking around back, he finds Morishita angrily crawling on the ground observing insects. It's 30 minutes past their scheduled meeting when Morishita finally stands up, ready to discuss the Kayanagi. Without their leader, Class A is doomed, though Morishita recognizes it's their own fault for relying too heavily on a single person. At the moment, they don't have a concrete plan. Yamamura is ready to give up, while Morishita thinks they should switch to a strategy of collecting private points, especially since the penalty for Sakayanagi dropping out is minus 300 class points. Sometime later, Ayanokoji runs into some classmates outside the mall. The topic of Sakayanagi dropping out has become common knowledge, and rumor has it Kito and Ryun almost got into a fight. Michan steps away to take a phone call, and Onodera mentions that Sudo has been praising Ayanokoji's abilities. Matsushita's glad he's being recognized, and that Ayanokoji is finally using his abilities to help the class. Inside the cafe, Hoshinomiya complains he's late. He invited her here to discuss the final exam, and she states it was brutal for him to take advantage of Ichinose's feelings like that. Admitting to doing whatever it takes to win, he points out Hoshinomiya is the same in that regard. It doesn't matter because her class already lost due to Ayanokoji refusing to cooperate with her. That's just because her proposal caught him off guard, and after thinking about it, he's now willing to work with her. Wow, he'd really betray his class just to sleep with her? Actually, Ayanokoji isn't interested in that. He's currently focused on private points and wants her help setting something up. Oh, that's too bad, as she's not interested in giving Ayanokoji a second chance. Well, her class is doomed to lose then, but Hoshinomiya believes she has ways to catch up. Upon accusing her of planning to break the rules, he's told she'll do whatever it takes to become Class A. With that, Hoshinomiya is done with this conversation, but Ayanokoji thinks she should turn around first, just as the other three teachers arrive. You see, earlier, just after talking with Michan, Ayanokoji met with Chabashira, Mashima, and Sakagami. Without holding anything back, Ayanokoji repeats the entire conversation he had with Hoshinomiya-sensei before the final exam. Chabashira and Mashima want to deal with this quietly, however Sakagami is much more inclined to report this to the school. That is, if Ayanokoji is telling the truth. Expecting this suspicion, Ayanokoji has already scheduled a meeting with Hoshinomiya and wants them to listen in via a phone call. The good-natured Mashima is against this idea, however Sakagami and Chabashira think it's the perfect plan. In order to ensure privacy, our group moves to Mashima's dorm. Hoshinomiya tries to play dumb even though all three teachers heard the truth. Chabashira pleads, asking her not to break any rules, causing Hoshinomiya to drop the act, declaring she refuses to allow Chabashira to finish in Class A, revealing the fact this all has to do with Hoshinomiya's grudge as a former classmate. Sakagami reminds her that breaking rules could get her fired, though she's happy to accept any consequences for her actions. Maybe it's best if they give Hoshinomiya some time to think, even though she swears her mind won't change. Ayanokoji promises that he'll change Hoshinomiya's mind by the end of spring break, though he doesn't explain what he's planning. The day arrives for Ayanokoji's promised movie date with Kei, and it's also the day he will be saying goodbye. This event was planned more than a year ago, and he's curious to see if she's become strong enough to stand on her own. At the moment, he doesn't think the breakup will bother him, but honestly, he's hoping to feel some sort of way. His girlfriend excitedly greets him at the theater, before they briefly discuss Meizono's expulsion. Kei believes Ayanokoji wanted Meizono expelled, as she's confident he could have beaten Ichinose another way. However, expelling Meizono helps to keep his true abilities hidden, and it surely upped the odds that Ayanokoji would win. He's genuinely impressed with how close her answer was to the truth, and our happy couple enters the movie, where they're seated next to an annoyed Ibuki. After that, they head to karaoke, where Kei is genuinely happy and wishes this could last forever. However, deep down, she knows what's coming. Her heartbeat begins to race, as she feels regret just thinking about having to say goodbye. It's at this moment she realizes she truly loves Ayanokoji, followed by him saying they should break up. Muttering that she knew this was coming, Kei thinks about the fact that Ayanokoji never loved her. Everything he does is to benefit himself, and even though she wants to beg him to stay, she holds it in since he doesn't want that. As a means to preserve her reputation, Ayanokoji offers to tell everyone she dumped him, but Kei really doesn't want this to end, just as Ayanokoji says,
"Goodbye, Karuizawa."
The moment he's gone, Karuizawa collapses to the floor crying, believing herself the only person who can truly understand Ayanokoji's emotions. She just hopes she did a good job acting strong in front of him. Today is Sakayanagi's final day at school, and she's asked Ayanokoji to see her off. Upon arrival, he's greeted by Chairman Sakayanagi, who mentions Ayanokoji's upcoming parent-teacher meeting with his father. Actually, there was one thing the chairman wanted Ayanokoji to talk to Arisu about. She's very curious what her father could mean. Separating themselves from the group, Sakayanagi asks if Ayanokoji feels guilty about interfering. Nope, not at all. He simply states she was too strong compared to the others. Plus, to be fair, it was her own choice to lose. That being said, she's still owed 2 favors, and thinks the first should be a passionate kiss. That was just a joke, but she'd like to confirm that Ayanokoji's role for her isn't over yet. Glancing at the chairman, Ayanokoji isn't sure, but sees this as potential groundwork for the future. One day, Sakayanagi wishes to battle Ayanokoji again, and thus comes to her first favor. She wants to see Ayanokoji again someday. It's simply not possible for him to promise that, but he will do his best to make it happen. Sakayanagi's second favor is for Ayanokoji to judge Hashimoto's actions, and he does promise to handle that one. Following this, Ayanokoji opens up his phone to a photo of her on his bed and proceeds to delete it. Realizing Ayanokoji must have broken up with Kei, she regrets not using her first favor for a kiss and extends her arms asking for a bonus. With one final embrace, Ayanokoji bids farewell to Sakayanagi. Outside the dorm, Ayanokoji lies, claiming that Sakayanagi left him some advice to give to her class. Obviously, Morishita doesn't believe him, but is completely shocked upon hearing the details. Yamamura wants to follow Sakayanagi's advice, though Morishita still thinks Ayanokoji is lying. Even so, he openly reveals he just wants all classes to have an equal chance in the 3rd year. Recognizing this could be a trap, Morishita admits it's still their best option, just as a first-year girl named Nagishi interrupts, handing Ayanokoji an envelope before running away. The girls tease him thinking it's a love letter, but Ayanokoji suspects it's from someone else. Maybe in a year's time, he will give that phone number a call. Skipping forward a bit, we get to the day of the parent-teacher meetings. The schedule has Ayanokoji placed just before Koenji, though he's still unsure why his father decided to attend. Finding Chabashira in the hallway, she once again asks for Ayanokoji's plan to deal with Hoshinomiya, and he once again refuses to explain. Mr. Ayanokoji then arrives, carrying the persona of a normal, loving father. They spend some time discussing Kiyotaka's general performance, before Chabashira recommends for Kiyotaka to further his education after high school. Mr. Ayanokoji wants to know his son's opinion, so Kiyotaka states he'd like to follow his senpais to university. Keeping up the act, Mr. Ayanokoji promises to support his son in whatever he chooses. Even with the formalities concluded, Mr. Ayanokoji continues asking questions, almost as if he's purposely drawing out the meeting. Eventually, he does walk away, so Chabashira encourages Ayanokoji to go speak with him. Kiyotaka declares he never once thought of this man as his father, though he has no intention to disobeying him after graduation. Dad thinks his son should eventually take charge of the White Room, but for the time being, Kiyotaka can do as he pleases. Prodding his father, Kiyotaka threatens to disobey in the future, but Dad reminds him the power of a single well-placed bullet. Next, the topic switches to Yagami, who is being re-educated, and we learn Amasawa will follow the same path once she graduates. We learn Kiyotaka sees them as younger siblings, and Dad proclaims the school has made Kiyotaka less robotic, which he sees as an improvement. Fed up with this man, Kiyotaka asks to leave, but is surprisingly praised for reaching Class A, causing him to reveal his plan to switch classes. Company President Koenji walks by, causing Mr. Ayanokoji to introduce himself and ask for a meeting. Immediately rejecting the proposal, Mr. Koenji pauses for a moment looking at Kiyotaka, before continuing on his way. Oh, so that's why his father came today, and we come to find out that Company President Koenji supports the opposing political party of Mr. Ayanokoji. Once Dad is gone, Koenji arrives, stating he's found Ayanokoji to be very suspicious lately. Wondering why Koenji cares all of a sudden, he's told that even flies need swatted away on occasion. All Ayanokoji wants is for every class to have a fighting chance, and Koenji doesn't mind as long as it stays between Dragon Boy and the little girl. Well, Ayanokoji can't promise that Mi-chan won't get caught in the crossfire, causing Koenji to ask if he really wants to battle him that badly. He admits that Ayanokoji is strong, but declares himself to be superior. Oh, does he have any proof? At the moment, Koenji doesn't feel like proving it, and explains that he tries to learn as little as needed in order to keep his thinking free and flexible. That way, he doesn't become rigid like Ayanokoji. Upon entering the room, Company President Koenji is greeted by his old friend, Prime Minister Kijima. They hear a commotion outside, followed by Mr. Ayanokoji forcing his entrance. Chairman Sakayanagi tries to turn him away, but Kijima actually welcomes this intrusion. After some lengthy political talk and multiple insults being thrown around, Mr. Ayanokoji is eventually asked to leave. However, next time they meet, Kijima would like to discuss Kiyotaka. Hearing another son praised gets Koenji's attention, causing Ayanokoji to reveal that Kiyotaka plans to switch classes, and thus will be directly competing against Koenji's son. If that's the case, then Mr. Koenji will send a message to his child. If his son can successfully graduate with his current class at Class A, then Mr. Koenji will grant his son's freedom. Ayanokoji then offers up a bet. If Kiyotaka wins, then Mr. Koenji must meet with him again in the future. Oh, but if Kiyotaka loses, then Mr. Ayanokoji must resign from politics. That part about resignation was a joke, and Mr. Koenji accepts the one-sided bet, followed by Prime Minister Kijima promising to oversee this wager. Upon receiving a text message, Ayanokoji heads to the mall to meet with Horikita. She's heard Kei dumped him, and is surprised that he doesn't look more depressed. Next, they discuss how the class is bummed out due to Meizono's expulsion, so Horikita wants to cheer them up by throwing a celebration party for their class promotion. The mood shifts again as Horikita asks if Ayanokoji is doing okay mentally, since he took on the burden of expelling Meizono and Sakura. Both of those instances only came about because Horikita wasn't strong enough. However, Ayanokoji reminds her that both times he made the choice himself. You see, she just really wants to support Ayanokoji, and he jokes, asking if she's applying to be his next girlfriend. On her way home, Horikita thinks back to that final comment. It's true, Ayanokoji is the only person she can talk so casually with, but her and him actually dating? That's just ridiculous. But then why is her heart beating so fast for? Jumping back in time a bit to the day of the breakup. This was also the same day of Ayanokoji's promised meeting with Ichinose. Being well aware that she hasn't left her room since the exam, Ayanokoji sends her a message and tries calling, but doesn't get a response. Suddenly his phone rings, however it's Ishizaki. Ayanokoji arrives first and is joined by a confused Hiyori. A couple moments later, Ishizaki arrives, and after some friendly chit-chat, he once again invites Ayanokoji to join their class. Hiyori points out that Ayanokoji is already in Class A, but Ishizaki is confident Ryun will steal that position very soon. Ayanokoji agrees that as friends it'd be more fun, however it's just too risky to leave Class A. Not backing down, Ishizaki pulls Ayanokoji and Hiyori's hands together, saying he could date Hiyori if he switches. Ayanokoji reminds him that he's currently dating Karuizawa, but is told to dump her since Hiyori likes him anyway. Both victims tell Ishizaki to knock it off, and Ayanokoji physically forces him away. However, Hiyori's grip seems to tighten. Gently, she explains that she really would like him to join their class, and inwardly, Ayanokoji believes he would truly enjoy being with them, but he must decline in pursuit of his goal. That evening, Ayanokoji patiently waits for Ichinose, however the 8 p.m. curfew has arrived, meaning he can't go to her dorm. At 10 p.m., his message finally changes to red, however there's still no response. As a last-ditch effort, he exits his dorm, secretly heading to Ichinose's, and rings the doorbell saying he will wait 3 minutes. A moment later, he receives a message asking why he's here past curfew. Obviously, it's because of their promise, and is told the door is unlocked. Stepping inside, she tells him to speak, so Ayanokoji brings up her class's current situation. It doesn't look good, but he doesn't think it's hopeless, however they will need a new leader. At this point, she's lost all confidence in herself, and can tell what Ayanokoji is wanting. He offers to transfer to Ichinose's class, and she realizes this was his plan all along. That's true, however he would have been happy if Ichinose unexpectedly beat him in the final exam. There is, however, another condition for Ayanokoji's transfer, though she's already aware she'd need to leave school. She just can't understand why he would do this, and is told a senior once mentioned that he should become someone to remember. But can he really reach Class A? Yes, but he can't promise all 39 of her classmates will survive with him. So it's come time for Ichinose to make her choice. Will she choose to drop out, or rise up again and keep fighting? After mixing both love and hate into Ichinose, he's excited to see which option she chooses, though secretly, Ayanokoji hopes she finds a third unforeseen path. Boldly, she declares she is willing to sacrifice herself to achieve Class A, however she's not willing to sacrifice any classmates. That's deemed nothing more than a selfish ideal, but Ichinose believes that together, they can pull it off. After hearing her idea, Ayanokoji is shocked that she successfully found a third option. The only problem is the need for close communication, so can she set aside her hatred for this? Oh, Ichinose wants to hate Ayanokoji, however her love for him simply doesn't allow it. As her demeanor shifts from broken to confidence, Ayanokoji realizes he's fucked up. Everything about today has gone perfectly according to Ichinose's plan. She baited him here by not texting back, and purposely left the door unlocked anticipating his arrival. Ayanokoji unknowingly walked right into her trap. You know, it's past curfew, so it would be too risky for him to leave. And since he's already here, Ichinose will make him into an accomplice. Pushing him onto the bed, she proclaims to understand Kei better now. Ayanokoji purposely broke them both down in order to build them back up. Then you know, Ayanokoji used her as he pleased, so it's only fair that she uses him as well. Now, she hasn't forgiven him, but that won't stop Ichinose from forcing her way into his heart. The only downside is the sadness this will surely cause Kei Karuizawa, but she's told they just broke up actually. With a kiss, clothes begin to come off, as this unexpected situation teaches Ayanokoji that he still has a lot to learn. Receiving a message from their leader causes Kanzaki to set up a strategy meeting. The group debates if Ichinose will actually show up, followed by Shibata and Kanzaki arguing about whether or not their class is doomed. A familiar voice orders them to stop bickering before apologizing for making them worry. Amikura is concerned that Ichinose might drop out of school, but is told she'd only do that if it guaranteed they graduate from Class A. For now, Ichinose has steeled her resolve and even reveals that Ayanokoji rescued her. Kanzaki exclaims that Ayanokoji is the enemy who defeated them in the first place, followed by Ichinose revealing her true feelings for Ayanokoji. Due to their class's situation, Kanzaki believes they need to switch strategies and focus on gathering private points, and even Ichinose can't deny that their previous efforts only ever caused them to fall behind. However, she boldly proclaims she still wants to reach Class A without anyone being expelled. Kanzaki blurts it's impossible. Understanding his perspective, she promises that if nothing changes by the end of spring break, then she will seriously consider Kanzaki's strategy. As the mood lightens, Kanzaki steps away, only for Ichinose to follow, asking if he has anything to tell her about the final exam. Attempting to play dumb, Ichinose calls him out for begging Horikita to let their class win. But that was the only path to victory, so basically Kanzaki didn't think she could beat Ayanokoji? In the future, Ichinose would strongly encourage Kanzaki to rely on her, and now left completely stunned, he thinks over her sweet words, but can't shake the feeling that this was meant to be a warning. With the exception of Koenji and Karuizawa, all of Class A gathers for a celebration. Sato is keeping her distance from Ayanokoji, which makes Horikita doubt whether or not Kei initiated the breakup. Horikita recognizes that she needs to continue growing, however Ayanokoji reminds her that life is too short to try and handle everything yourself. Now, near the end of the celebration, Ike brings up Meizono's expulsion, explaining it's made him realize the need to take life more seriously, as you never know what could happen. Off to the side, Ayanokoji asks Horikita about her goals, and we learn she just wants to believe in herself and the class. Naturally, she asks about Ayanokoji's goal, but he refuses to tell her. Huh? That's not fair! He steps closer, causing her to turn away blushing. Horikita declares that she wants to make Ayanokoji acknowledge her, and politely asks him to continue watching over her for the upcoming year. Turning back around, Ayanokoji is nowhere to be seen. Shortly after the opening ceremony, Hoshinomiya declares she won't allow Chabashira to finish in Class A. Feeling a bit of sadness that Ayanokoji couldn't change her, Chabashira asks if she's still planning to break the rules. Surprisingly, she promises not to, revealing that Ayanokoji successfully persuaded her. To even be able to manipulate teachers, that boy has to be something akin to a joker. Surprised and curious, Chabashira asks what Ayanokoji did to change her, but Hoshinomiya instead mentions that her class would have a chance if the Joker joined her team. A faculty member rushes up to Chabashira, informing her that a student just transferred out of her class. Just now being informed of the situation, Mashima enters his classroom, allowing a moment for the transfer student to introduce himself.